Red light is on.
Good deal. All right, let's start with flag
Will now be
salute.
recorded.
There she is.
I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, we welcome everybody to the budget presentation schedule for the 2024 budget on June 9th. Welcome Scott Lloyd and his assistants here today for one of the most anticipated meetings of the year.
Wow.
This is my favorite part of this, the whole thing.
See?
Look at this.
It is.
See?
Talking
Look
about
at that.
setting you up here, man.
I'm
Yeah.
and I'm not being sarcastic.
Now, the next meeting, maybe not so much. That's when the red pins them.
I only brought kind of between red and pink today, so
I
it's.
see that.
Feel like
But that
fuchsia.
doesn't help you, does it?
Commission Chairman,
Yes.
is the camera adjusted over to all you important people over on that
I
side?
No,
don't
it's
see
usually
the
set over
camera.
here.
The camera is trying to be on Bryce, but it's mostly on Kyler.
Okay, got it.
Oh,
So
there it
Tyler,
is.
Tyler, don't pick your nose or anything else, you know,
Just
because it's-
crazy today.
Yes,
On my
okay.
best behavior.
Yep.
Just move that laptop a little further over and move it down to the spot. All right, how would you like to start?
Well, I just think typically, now I didn't do this last year
Mhm.
because you all kind of went through it yourselves, but
Mhm.
at the other counties, I'm up to 5 counties now.
Mhm.
So they're kind of the same thing, so they just make their presentation and I'm trying to get, what happened is the email got, which is fine, got sent to our budget group, so I'm trying to get, I don't have his stuff yet.
Okay.
But he can go on and make the presentation and I'll write down the
You're good.
information.
Well, why don't I send it to you?
Just send it to me, that'd be awesome. And then, the reason I made these, I've tried to get these, Tyler and I've tried to get these done on all the counties we've
Right.
done. But what I do is, I actually write out to the side what their presentation amounts are for the line items, at least in budget authority.
Mhm.
And then, by that next meeting, what we'll do is we'll have a rough draft of this budget with those stuck in.
Mhm.
And that's when we'll do it with our, more like a red pen,
Right.
or just however we're gonna do it. But today, it's just more just letting them make their presentation.
Very good.
And if I have questions, or you have, any of us have, I mean, that's what I've kind of done in the past. And, or if they have anything they wanna point out to us. One of the things I wrote on, like, for example, 13, I just like to get a feel for each county, but kind of what the chip and seal, like per mile, what a cost is, what a 2-inch overlay is, any of those things like that that are factors. You know, fuel's a big factor in every county. Personnel's gonna be employee benefits, like Pratt County, I was there Tuesday. Last year, their increase was 22%. So those are hard things to budget. So anything like that is, that the department head would
Right.
have, that's really helpful.
Right.
You know, because then you gotta figure out what to do. For example, Osage County is building a new jail, about a $19 million project. Well, it started in 2020 with the temporary notes, but the cost of the products have gone up so much, they have a minimum of a $2 million gap between what they have in funding and what they have to build it. So I've been, well, could you at least purchase the equipment, and maybe do the building with the bond issue and at least purchase. So there's things like that, in today's world, it's just crazy.
Right.
Yeah, so I'll stop at that. Those are the type of things I like to hear.
Right, and I appreciate you being here for the department presentations,
Yeah.
precisely for that point, you get the information direct. I
Yeah.
think last year we did it without you, and then there was some loss of communication.
Yeah.
And this streamlined.
I like this, Pratt City just called me last week, I'm gonna end up doing the same things I do for a county, because they can't find a CFO, like a finance director. So we're gonna use the same process, because it's really, it's a pretty good process, 'cause I love to hear, and then it has everybody's interjection.
Right.
And then I'm getting older, so I don't remember everything, but, you remember it, and then you come back, and then I don't have to ask you, what did this department head say here?
Right.
Yeah.
Right, and you get 5 different opinions.
Yeah.
You can also get the tape.
That's true, yeah. That's true.
This is the first time we've even seen what our department heads are asking
Yeah.
for.
Mhm. Yeah.
And where do you wanna agree or disagree. Do you want to come back later?
Well, I think today's the presentation.
Yeah.
Then gives you a chance to put the numbers together, and then the next meeting's gonna be the red line.
One thing we've not done here, and I've always wanted to, and I'm gonna do it on these other counties because they really like to see it, is when we get all said and done, the dust settles, the budget's done, we come back and have another department head meeting. And it would only be maybe an hour to hour and a half, where we would take the final budget and they can ask any questions they want so that we can talk about it. Because what the disconnect is here is they'll make the presentation, we go through all the process of marking up the budget, and then when they get their budget, they go, what happened?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so I think that's I've added that. I'm doing Jackson County's new this year, so they lost their clerk after 43 years. So, but that's I really would like to do that this year. I've never really done it, because it seems like we get in a hurry and we're tired of budget, but it's really a good thing for the department heads. So that they can see why, and then they can ask questions. And then we may not be able to answer those questions exactly in that meeting, but then they could get back and call me or whatever, or talk to, Tina or whoever, and we can kind of walk through.
Then, in that token, how's come we pay you to do all of that when maybe we want to cut it? Maybe the council hasn't done nothing about cutting anything yet. We got something going on today that this needs to be addressed before it ever gets to you, because it's a $200,000, $300,000 item in a department. And I don't understand why we don't do something ahead of time. These guys can come in and ask for the dreams, for the gold. You can laugh whatever you want, Dave.
I'm not, Commissioner Dalkey, what I'm saying is, we're putting our trust in our department heads to make a presentation of what they need to be successful. Until they can make their presentation, you can't start slashing their budget.
Well, then maybe we need to have the meeting, and I think that's what the goal was even before this, was to get it to where when they bring it in, this man can figure it and we can go.
Well, I think Scott's gonna hear all your objections today, so he'll be able to factor that in.
Okay.
And then he'll find out if there's support from the other four commissioners.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Do you want to object today or just listen and take
Today
it?
is discussion, and so if you have any questions, bring them up today, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's important.
That's exactly what we're targeting for, is if you have questions, if you have concerns, this is the place to bring them up, but we're not gonna make the decision today.
All right.
So like, I'll give you an example, like the sheriff at Osage County, their budget is what the jail going on, it's massive. And he brought up, for example, in this type of meeting, he wanted to buy it, which makes a lot of sense. I mean, I'm not a law enforcement officer, but he wanted to buy a trailer where it's all, you do all your practicing. It's just like real life, but you use no bullets, okay? So when you have this trailer costs like 40 grand. But think about if you have no bullets you're blowing up, most of your training could be done in this trailer, so it pays for itself in probably 2 years, okay?
One incident, maybe.
Yeah. And so it's those types of things. That's why I like to be in on these meetings. I learn stuff that way. And then if another county, it's just great how you can kind of use other counties' examples to help you or help them, and so it's those types of things. And I agree with it. If you object to something that a department head is doing in a way, you can ask those questions. And I think that's very important, because then we've heard them say it. Yes, there are some wish lists. I mean, I've done training in all 4 other counties, not this one. But I actually had a 2.5, 3 hour training with all the department heads, where I went through and told them how they should put their budget together, okay? And not a wish list. It's a needs, okay? And then if there's things that maybe in 2 years we know we need to have on the radar screen, then that's when, you put it down there. It just may not happen. Yes, sir. So those are things, whoever has that meeting, they just need to be reminded of that,
Yes.
Yeah.
That's a good
You
meeting.
didn't do it in Marion County, though.
No, we didn't do it here. But that's okay. We've done it here quite a while, but the other ones love that, because the department heads learned a bunch. And see, we got so many new people, and not here maybe, but Osage County, I shouldn't even press this on tape, but 100 employees and 100 people have turned over. And it's not the same positions, so it's like some have turned over 3 times, but that's what we got the last 2 years there. So that's a totally different environment than here, or other places. So, I don't know, the more communication you can have, I think, in a budget setting like this, the better.
But I think what you just said, I think we can all agree that right off tip top, we've got some new department heads that's coming to this meeting.
Now, they've never been through the budget
And,
process
and
before.
so,
Mhm.
you know, I know it's a new game to them.
Yeah.
I mean, how do I do that? Well, I better ask for everything,
Yeah.
you know.
Well, a lot of them have gone to Tina for guidance.
Yeah.
And so I think Tina is a really good resource.
And you're blessed to have Tina.
Absolutely.
Yes.
I told somebody that the other day, when you have that person that can kind of keep it, you
Mhm.
know, they can come and say, oh, why can't I get this? And Tina
Yeah.
goes, no, this won't work because of this.
Mhm.
And that's a great resource to have. Because all these others I'm working with are all brand new clerks. They have no idea, okay?
Yeah, that's why they need the budget training. Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
Mhm.
So, are we ready to dive in?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
All right. Bryce?
So, what do you want to start with? Do you want to start with a spreadsheet? You want to start with a budget planning sheet?
Which one of these am I supposed to?
Understand it is what you,
Okay.
what you,
well, I-
what you've got, what you're looking for in a budget.
Okay, well, Tina sent out this planning sheet, I don't know if you guys got this or not. Talking about equipment for this next year, we really need to get a 3-point boom mower for the tractor. The one we have now is breaking down, the tractor is breaking down consistently. Probably talking $50,000, somewhere around there. I know we're really hit hard on our equipment, so whether we could sell some stuff or whatever else to get that would be great. Personnel changes, obviously with with me leaving and stuff to that effect, with the engineer, superintendent, technician, OA, and any of the other changes that may come up. So the only thing that may change, that I could see changing is for the remainder of the year is the extra inspection that we're required for those projects that we have out there, which won't be a huge deal, but I mean, it's still gonna be big money. And then, of course, the building up there, which we're currently working on, and then,
You're talking about contractual, right?
yes. And then, obviously, the importance of the budget is trying to keep that money in there for roads, which is going to be a, not necessarily impossibility, but it's definitely gonna be difficult for the next years, so.
Your first one there, 3-point boom mower.
Mhm.
Did she send them to you too?
I
just
seen
sent one.
Butler County sitting right south of Marion County down here with the mowers this last weekend. Our mowers tractors are 8, 9, 10 years old.
Mhm.
Don't know, I see the tires wore off on them and stuff like this due to the slope. I mean, that's just
Yeah.
part of it. I just wondered, what kind of, we need to turn over faster than this. I mean, we're, you know.
We need to turn over everything faster.
Well,
I mean, that's,
but
Well, do we even have the mowers paid for yet?
yes. The one that we bought with the, was it the tractor and whatever else? Oh, the flail mower. We made the last payment this year. So we don't know anything on the tractors as of now.
and I know we're not Butler County.
Right. Well, and I will tell you, because I look on Purple Wave a lot, there's a lot of those boom mower tractors coming up for sale. Because they just take a beating with that belly mount and stuff like
No
that.
doubt.
So. But yeah, that equipment's no different than anything else. I will tell you that KDOT is now, I believe they're leasing their tractors on a yearly basis, maybe every 2 years. You can see a couple of them out here at John Deere. I think they're 21s or 22s. Yeah, and they, I think they have them listed anywhere from 80 to 90,000, and they have one a couple $100 on them. So I mean, if you wanted to look into doing something like that, that'd be the thing to do.
John Deere's got a program. He came in and talked to us.
Yeah, yeah. And the thing is that, I looked at that too, is you just gotta be careful that if you run that tractor all year, for the whole year, you're gonna go way above their hour lease that they have. So that's something you have to look at as well. But if you're looking to turn over tractors faster, that's something too. And it's no different than dump trucks and whatever else, you know, so.
Agree. I don't know how many Butler County has. I just saw 2 sitting down there, but I know that's our limit. That's all we've ever had.
Yeah.
But
And so,
with that John Deere program, you're eliminating a lot of maintenance
You should, yeah, there's no doubt about it,
They-
because
they-
most of the time
they
it's
wanna
like,
maintain the-
it was like 7,500 to 10,000 a year, I think, for the lease. So yeah, I mean, if you look at that, it's a reasonable thing, but again, you don't own the tractor, so once that lease is done, you better have another tractor lined up, or,
But in a government entity, I mean, not necessarily owning the asset doesn't hurt you quite like private sector.
no, but I'm just saying is that, again, whatever you do, once that lease is up, you better have something to replace it or whatever.
The
Now-
key would be the tractor would last a lot longer, because it's not getting the mower.
Well,
Wear and tear.
you're still gonna pay the wear and tear on the tire, so I'm pretty sure of that. And the reason we do that is because the
Sure.
tractor sits like that. But, again, it's just the idea, the reason that KDOT does this, because those mowers only run about 5 to 6 months a year.
Mhm.
Most time the tractor just sits. So that's why it's very beneficial to them, because they don't build up the hours. Now, if we had enough people, we would be running those continuously, so you should put more hours on them. So, I mean, that's the other thing to look at, but like I said, once you start going over that lease, or that lease hour limit, it starts adding up pretty fast. But no, the tractors are no different than anything else as far as that goes, so.
If my tractor's going down the road and mowing grass, I don't like to see the middle row sticking up. I mean, and the difference I saw was Marion County has had the 2 mowers sitting down at Peabody mowing, and Marion County had a row of crap sticking up. Butler County had a nice flat shoulders, too wide. I mean, they had a better road too than what we do have because of the shoulders. But it was a nice looking job when it was done. I mean, we're sending our mowers down, and of course, maybe they haven't been down there yet this year, because this was the first time probably, I would say.
You talking Pawnee or?
Old Mill, going south, yeah. But anyway, it was 2 different worlds looking at it. I hate to criticize us like that, but
Okay, so what's the cause of the strip? Is that where the tire track is, or is that
Typically,
the
yes.
overlap of the
What we do,
mowers?
and if the second time you hit that, you won't see as much.
Right,
Because
right.
typically the first time you hit your grass is
Right.
yay tall.
Sure.
And that front tire pushes it down,
Yeah.
and so the mower, the other thing is, you gotta continuously keep the blade sharp. That's the other thing, because you never know what you're gonna hit when you're down there. Now, I will tell you, like when you go to Indigo, south of Hillsboro, we're 2 passes wide, that looks so much better. So that's the issue, and again, anytime that your mower is sitting like this, it's not cutting right and things like that. But it would be great if we had somebody continuously all year running the mower that would take care of that, so.
that's enough said.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's just talk about that real quick, because I'm doing this out of the county, I was kind of curious. So like on a tractor, how many hours if you owned it, how many hours do you typically put on before you trade it?
Before we trade it, we basically run it until we feel
So it
that,
dies?
yes. Now, I will tell you, the boom mower, I believe, was in 08.
Yeah.
Didn't we talk about that?
So the wheels fall off. We got
Yeah,
a crane
and so
over
that
there.
tractor alone, I think we're on our 3rd motor
Yeah.
in it.
Wow.
The hydraulics is, and that boom mower, see that, it's got a counterweight on this side, goes
Yeah.
underneath, and it
Yeah.
sticks out, so it's always
Yeah.
getting this way.
you're talking about the John Deere.
Yes,
It's got to be somewhere back in there, yes.
I think that we talked about that before, so.
With that thing, it's-
Any way you look at it, and the other thing is that we deal with, unfortunately, is we have numerous people running it
Yeah.
at all times.
Yeah.
Or,
Yeah.
one guy will take it, use it a week, and it goes to somebody else, so to say that it gets the same uniform in running it, when you're out there, you're cutting things, you're not for sure what you're gonna hit. I mean, our flail mower, we caught one of those spears that goes on like a dually's bale bed.
Oh, yeah.
We hit that with a flail mower. It didn't damage the flail mower, but it sure made a heck of a mess and tore that thing up. But again, if you hit that with a regular mower, you're gonna, so I mean, it's just a cut.
So like graders, how many hours you run on those?
We usually average about, 800 to 1,000 hours per year. Now, again, that depends on how big their section is, what else they're doing with
Do
it.
you run them to 10,000 or
No,
20,000?
well, in fact, is what we were trying to do is, especially with these new ones, we'd like to get rid of them in the 6,000 to 8,000 hour range. That's typically what we found out in the past is when they start getting to that point. We've got some with 15,000 hours.
Yeah.
And they hold up relatively well, but it's just like a car that's 15, 20 years old, the ball bearings or the wheel bearings, the
Yeah.
stuff like that are wearing
Yeah, 'cause
out.
I'm just wondering, because like a couple counties, they run them to 12,
Mhm.
and Pratt runs it to 24.
Wow.
They got the most, I just ask, I mean, these are things I like to learn, but,
Pratt's on sand, isn't it?
huh?
Pratt's on sand, isn't it?
Yeah, it's sand,
See, what-
they
got
have.
big gravel here.
Yeah, that'd be a little different, but 24, but the reason they can do that is they have this older guy that's been a mechanic for almost 30 years,
Mhm.
and he is, just very perfectionist.
Mine is the same way.
Yeah.
Tom's been here 33 years. He would much rather work on the older stuff
Yeah.
than the new stuff because
Yeah.
all electronic.
That's right.
The other thing that comes into play right now is, we just got these new motor graders last year. I've talked to Cat right now. If we want new ones, we're talking already middle of next year for delivery.
Absolutely.
And the ones we bought were $370,000. They are estimating bids or costs next year at $515,000 to $525,000 a piece. So it now behooves us to take care of what we have as best we can, even though parts are going up too. I know one county, they actually sent a motor grader in for a total overhaul. Engine, transmission, everything else come back about $260,000. But now they've got a new machine for 15 years.
Yeah.
And so you put that in context, it's half price of what a new one is. Now granted, it may not have all the bells and whistles, but do they really need all the bells and whistles, or is it something that we can get by with?
Well, I talked to my brother-in-law a lot about this, because boats earth moving, and,
Mhm.
he doesn't like the new stuff.
Right.
Because he's used to the.
Sure.
I mean, some of
The
this
steering wheel and the
joystick stuff,
antlers,
yeah, all
yep.
this other stuff is like.
But you get the other guys that said they'd never go
Yeah.
back to an antler machine.
Yeah,
for the
the
joysticks.
young people probably like the. newer stuff.
Surprisingly, a lot of my older guys actually like the joysticks. So, but
I
anyway,
didn't mean to
there's,
off track, I was just curious.
there's so many things to consider, but like I said, when it comes to taking care of what you have, it'd be great to get, newer stuff or keep it new, but you just can't.
So back on equipment, the only thing you have on your list right now is the mower.
Right, and that is
No
simply
graders,
because,
no trucks.
for 23 and 24, we are really, pushing the budget amount because of the motor graders and stuff like
Yeah.
that we had.
Right, which
So-
was good timing.
Well, all things considered, yeah, we hit it just as things were starting to go through the roof, so that would be the only thing. There's other things that'd be nice to have, dump trucks and things like that, but we're talking 150,000 for them without us getting rid of a bunch of other equipment. But that's,
Is the boom mower still operating? I haven't seen it.
yes, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I haven't seen it.
Yeah, but like I said, we go through hoses and we go through teeth on it, and the tractor, like I said, we're constantly blowing hoses on the tractor, which, is very frustrating because it's down for a day or two while you're doing that, so.
You can look on page 21 too, that's where the special machinery equipment fund is, and it has each one of the two.
Circle 21?
Circle 21, yes. Yeah, everything I say will be the circle number.
Yeah, that's, just wanna make sure.
Is that the lease stuff?
Yeah, so that'd be like your, everything with the leases, like the Caterpillars,
We
the
have-
graders, the.
Yeah, 2 new motor graders, 2 used motor graders, our D5 dozer. Again, the tractor mower we paid off this year.
Yeah.
And then we have another Cat 12M, which we paid off in 25. That was the one we bought for Fred. So like I said, with those being there, and then, so based on what I added up there, just on that was 362. And then for 2024, we're at 344 plus the balloon payment for the skid steer. So like I said, we're pushing at that 350 or a little above it, so it's pretty tough to, again, unless we turn around and sell something else to pay for it, so.
Do you usually trade yours in, or do you try to sell them on?
Typically, and what we've done lately is we've sold them on Purple Wave.
Yeah.
What we're finding out is that with our Sourcewell pricing, there's really not much negotiation. That comes out from them. But the reason that Purple Wave has come up very well for us is because people are looking at that, because I've got to buy some equipment. I can't buy new. I've got to buy used. So we have got some tremendous amount of money out of our used equipment.
The sheriff department at Osage, they just told me this last week, one of the new commissioners is a used car salesman.
Mhm.
So he actually took on himself they got a lot more vehicles than you do here, but he's making about twice on the sale of those cars than what he would if he was trading it in.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. They're making,
It-
that's
it's-
why I was wondering.
Yeah, it's no different than anybody else. If we trade it into cat, yeah, we get credit for it, but they're gonna send it back to their shop and everything else.
Yeah.
Purple Wave, you buy as is where it is.
Yeah.
And so,
That's great.
we've been really impressed, and we've actually bought a newer Mack dump truck last year, and I thought we got it for a great price.
Yeah.
We're constantly watching that, but again, you just never know.
Okay, your budget there that you're showing on 21, like last year was showing 800. This year you're looking at, well, that's unencumbered cash up top, isn't it?
Yeah, it's under cash, yeah.
Yeah. The reason why I was looking at, we got two new graders down there on the bottom, and that's 200, almost 300,000.
Yeah.
And that's somewhere we have to cut the budget here to take care of that 300,000 for this coming year. So it's not that you're not gonna have as much to
Yeah,
spend.
you've been transferring, I think for a while, been transferring 350,000, I think that's why he's saying
Yeah,
350,000.
400,000.
That's the transfer.
I
And
think
so-
what was that, like in 2021, I think we were 400,000, then they dropped it to 350.
Yeah.
So like I said, I've been trying to stay at that
Yeah.
350.
I don't think we've raised that over a lot of years, very.
It actually dropped
Yeah.
That's what I'm
from
saying.
2022 to 2023.
And
Yeah.
our equipment prices went up and we're dropping our budget.
Yeah,
That's-
yeah, it's an impossible situation as far as that goes.
Yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, as far as that's some other thing we could really think of, again, it'd be nice to have just try to work on the dump trucks and things like that, but, you know, we are filling up positions more than we're losing, let's put it that way, so we're putting people in the seats, so. But
How many people down are you?
currently, I believe 5 full-time. Huh?
You have made some
Yeah,
improvements.
yeah, because we were 9.
That's the lowest I've heard so far.
Yeah,
Most
9,
of
we
them,
were-
most of them are 8 to 12.
Yeah, we were 9 and 10 for a while. It was very difficult, so.
Scott, in the counties that you work with, have you seen more privatization in the road and bridge?
Probably in the, I don't know, I'm not, it's just a conversation, but, you know, I think some of the hauling, you know, like they try to contract more in that side, because it's hard to find I thought dump trucks were more than 150, or is that a used one?
That was a used one.
Okay.
It was a 21.
Because Osage, I think they were saying 375 for
If
a
you-
Mack dump truck or something like
Yeah,
that.
if you spec out what you
Yeah.
want, get a Mack compared to some, you know, and get heavier tires, yeah, and they're the same way. I mean, we're talking 6 months to a year out.
So I think that's something they've looked at, is that'd probably be the easiest place to do privatization, is they have haulers.
Yeah, and we've done that this last year. We had a big push. Now, I will tell you that
But you
Mack that
still-
we bought from them was actually I think it was every 2 years they rotate their dump trucks out,
Yeah.
and that's what they did.
Yeah.
So,
One other thing that, and this is just, I don't want to get too far off track here, but I've always wanted to do this, and I've been doing this now for 40 years. I talked to my brother-in-law quite a bit about this, about the hours. So there's kind of like when you look at your equipment and you say, and you said 10,000 to 1,500 hours for graders, or 1,000, 1,200, something like that. But how do you make a decision, you know, and whether you rent it or whether you buy it, you know? And so I've always wondered about this for 40 years. You have all this equipment, not you, just in these entities, they're sitting there on the yard, and you're going, the value of money needs to be taken into consideration here. So like, but no one's ever taken the time in the smaller counties to do that. I've always, kind of like your size of county and down, 'cause I think if you looked at it and you said, okay, I put this many hours on it, is it cheaper to rent?
Well,
Maybe you do
Plus-
that, I don't know.
Plus, if something sits,
Yeah.
it's depreciating.
Yeah.
and I will tell you, I look at that as well. I
Yeah.
will tell you that some of the big contractors, like an APAC, whatever
Yeah.
else, they had a Caterpillar scraper
Yeah.
that their corporate said, sell it.
Yeah.
Because we don't use it enough, if we need it, we rent it.
Yeah.
Now, with that being said, that's true. The problem you now find is, you can't find the equipment to rent.
I totally understand that.
So it's a vicious cycle. And it's just like, our scraper went down here, and so I found one through a contractor, and I'm renting it.
Yeah.
Because we're trying to get ours fixed, but it's the same thing. When I called up all the dealers, they were like, we ain't got anything. And not just in the state, regionally, nationally.
Yeah.
So everybody's in the same
Yeah, in
situation.
today's world, that scenario that I just described would probably not be as workable. Back in the day, it would have been, you know, I
Well,
mean.
now I will tell you, one of the things that we have talked about in the past is, we have a small boom mag that's not really efficient. So we did some work, we actually rented one from Cat, a big scare farmer. Same thing, we rented it, and I think can't remember what we had in it, but anyway, we have $50,000 a year for rental, so that was something we could rent when we were done, they come got it.
Yeah.
You know, as
And they
compared
kept it
to.
serviced and all that?
It broke too,
Yeah, we,
and we didn't have to pay for it.
yes, yeah, we put an inspection door about this big around in the side of the block for them. I will tell you that I heard, I don't remember what county it was, but I was talking to Tom Kirk in Chase County, they were getting ready to rent one to do some work over there, and the salesman called up, I'm not gonna be able to furnish you one. He said, we just sent out one to a county that was supposed to, when they got done there, was coming to you. Brand new mixer with 23 hours, they burned it to the ground. $700,000.
Next thing, Scott, that in that line is, we as a non-township county versus township counties.
Yeah.
We're looking, Butler County's township, Harvey County's township, I don't know about McPherson County.
Yeah, they are.
Township.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's just a whole different world, they don't have 8 graders, they don't have 10 graders.
They have asphalt plants.
And they have some
They
of
take
that.
care of the
Yeah.
paved roads.
Yeah, and they take care of the paved roads, that's their goal, and so there's a different world here that.
Yeah, the other side of that though, and I got to do that in Osage, they had me call all the townships and say that we're gonna go to a county unit system back in probably the late '90s when tax levy was on. And I got some F words and
Yeah.
other words
Yeah.
thrown at me. Because the township side of them managing it, that farmer wants to be able to get the grader out and
Yep.
go fix his road. And so there's some pros and cons,
Yes.
cons of that. Yeah, I don't have an answer for that.
I
I
talk
can't
about
think of the
cost
guy's
of
name,
equipment
he used to
goes
work,
up.
he used to come down here some, he's probably passed away now, engineer that used to work for the League of Municipalities. But he's done some of that, looking at that, you know, what's the scenario?
Norm
where-
Bowers.
Norm Bowers, yeah.
Yeah.
So like, he's looked at that where, where's the number flip, you know, from a county unit system to a township system? And I haven't done that for quite a while, but it's a scenario, yes, that.
Got a lot of research to that too. Townships face the same thing we do, trying to find one person that will
Yeah.
cover
Yeah.
the entire township or whatever else. Also spending the $150,000, $200,000, whatever it is, just for a motor grader. And you've got all the other equipment, so they have those initial costs as well, and then trying to find somebody that will do the job.
Well, right now, hauling the rock and paying for the rock
Yeah.
right there for the townships, I know, and the ones I work with, that's a
And
challenge.
And again, it's pros and cons either way, but I will tell you, you brought up the asphalt plant, whoever did. Purple Wave has one for sale right now, or no, it's, Department of Administration for $150,000, I believe it was. So, well, just, you know,
That's not bad.
yeah.
Since we
Yeah.
can't get asphalt,
Well,
I
You
asked
got
the
the
McPherson
specialized
County
people to
Commission
run
if
it.
they would just take over the western part of Marion County. They kind of sat there and mumbled. Said you got the asphalt plant, you got all that, just take over the western part of Marion County.
Absolutely, yeah.
I said, all our tax dollars are going over there anyway.
And so, and who'd you talk to, Tom? Tom Kramer, or was it the township?
No, I talked to two different commissioners there. It was like a big joke to them.
Sure, sure. So,
All right, what area next?
okay, so that was basically the equipment. Now, going down the line, I don't know, I've got R&B admin personnel was set. Contractual, I upped again a little bit because I think we're gonna have more inspection fees and stuff like that. Don't know how, you're gonna get an engineer back, if you're gonna get somebody that's capable of doing the inspections, don't know. So I just put that up to 150, we had it at 120,500 this year. Admin commodities dropped it to 3,000, capital outlay 7,500. The capital outlay, this year, we're talking about getting a new printer copy or whatever else, but with us moving in with planning and zoning and emergency management, we're going to combine our resources and then figure out what we're gonna do with that.
Could,
So,
Could you just get one printer for the whole building?
That's what we were talking about, yeah. Because we each, well, Sharon and I have one with planning and zoning and us, but then Marcy uses other people. So again, we'll try to, whether it's put both of those together, keep one of those, get rid of both of them, get another, whatever the case may be. That's what we were talking about. Yeah. And office things the same way, you know, as far as furniture in the office.
Lease it and,
Well, whatever the case may be, we will purchase. But anyway, that's, we weren't gonna do it, make any decisions till we were done with that.
So are you retiring, or are they just kidding you?
Are they
Are
what?
are you retiring, or
No,
are they
I'm just
kidding
leaving.
you? You're leaving,
Yeah.
okay. I thought you were pretty young.
I thought you said kicking me there for a minute, so, no, I'm going on to a private contractor, so. So anyway, that's, like I said, not much change there. Blacktop, personnel services, could be the same thing if we're, just asking for more there. Contractual services, again, if we need to do more work or geotech, whatever else. Blacktop commodities, we've been running, you know, $1 million or whatever else, about the last several years on blade patching. So I don't foresee that, getting less anytime soon based on the stuff. I mean, just like on Quail Creek, we went in and totally patched that 340, 360th, I think it was 2 years ago, and it's already breaking up again. So by just doing that blade patch, we're just putting a Band-Aid on things, and so.
Scott had some questions earlier about some commodity prices. So how much is the per unit cost of blade patching?
Blade patching right now, I think is, man, I can't remember what it was. It actually went down a little bit from last year.
Really?
That was simply because the oil went down a
Oil
little bit.
prices went down.
Okay.
Yeah, oil commodities have went down, but not a significant amount.
Sure. At least
Now-
it didn't go significantly.
Yeah. They're kind of on a steady holding pattern now.
Okay.
I will tell you that we were gonna get our chip sealing material out of Buildex,
Mhm.
and we have ran into problems with there is they're basically out of material. So I actually found it with Arcosa, which is another lightweight supplier. We're actually gonna get it barged in from Alabama, Arkansas, to the port at Catoosa, yep. And it's more money to get it, but Buildex just said they're gonna have 15% price increase as of June 1st. So the money that we're paying to get it up here isn't going to be much more than what we're getting it from Buildex. So, but evidently Buildex must be either getting really, really tough on material or what, because this guy with Arcosa said, man, we're picking up work just like crazy all over Kansas, Nebraska. So
What's Buildex again? That's
the lightweight aggregate,
Okay.
our chip sealing material.
Yeah.
The county has chosen the last 18 years probably not to use the limestone chips
Yeah.
that other people use. We use the lightweight aggregate, and it's very porous but yet very hard. It soaks up the oil real well, so it sticks real well. But it is, you know, we used to get out of Marquette, I believe it was, and then they closed that quarry. So now we typically get it from Buildex out of Northwest Missouri, or we can get it from this Arcosa that has plants in Colorado, Texas, and Alabama. But they're the same way between Texas and Colorado. He said, we're swamped, we can't keep up with what we have to. So I'm guessing more and more people are going to that material.
Yep.
So, but anyway, so that's, you know, a little extra cost, and I don't foresee that probably going down either if they're, you know, she said they found 1,500 cubic yards for us, but she says otherwise we've been out of it since the first of the year. So the other thing to look at is we're gonna have to turn around and try to figure out what we're gonna seal next year and try to get it bought this fall so we can get it here, so.
Can you update me real quick, because it's the next line down, kind of after the gravel there. Kind of like where you're at in your bridges, is there still 80-20 bridge? Can you still get 80-20 or 20-80, 80-20 bridges?
Those are, the answer is yes. There's
You can.
several different programs right now. Right now they have the off-system bridge program, which typically pays, the original plan is some 90-10, sometimes they pay 100%. Don't know, depending on where it's at, what you're paying for. Typically the counties still have to pay for initial design, right-of-way, stuff to that effect.
Okay.
They also have the local bridge improvement program, which is typically a 90-10 split. But the off-system project is a federal money. The local bridge improvement plan is only state money.
State.
So you can do a lot more with the state money than you can with the federal money because you don't have to jump through all the hoops.
Yeah.
Plus, they encourage what they call low-cost bridges. New innovation or whatever else, to where you don't actually go out and build a 3-span slab bridge or whatever else. You can make something smaller or whatever else work. So it's very, very nice for counties to work with that. Those are the two big pushes that we have there. If you turn around and do another project on one of these, well, for instance, we tried to do a new bridge on the high-risk rural roads. They don't allow new bridges, but we can widen or extend or whatever else. So we just got awarded a project there, but now we have to turn around and put the bridge on another program to try to get that done, unless the county wants to pay for that. I will tell you that as far as the on all of our the federal secondaries, we are actually in really, really good shape as far as structurals
I had heard
and things
talk
like that.
about for the last couple, that's why I was wondering where you're at.
We've been very fortunate. We have some, and we're trying to address one of them up on 290th. It is extremely narrow, but again, and even our bridge inspection guys that do our inspections for us said, yeah, you know, all things considered, based on what other counties are, we're in great shape as far as the secondary routes. Now, the local bridges, you know, we're no different than anybody else. We've got 300 bridges across the entire county.
How many?
Yeah,
300?
about 300. And so you basically get from a sufficiency rating from the upper teens to 20 up to 100. So, but like
Yeah,
I said,
I was asking, because it's kind of interesting to look at this. This one county had a $5 million bridge, and it was an 80-20, and so they used their ARPA funds to fund the 1 million, the 20%. And they got it done, because they didn't know if they were gonna get that bridge done, because that's an expensive bridge. But it was just things like that I'm just curious on yours.
We're pretty fortunate as far as the county goes. We don't have a lot of long bridges.
Right.
Most of ours are 3-span that I know of, because I don't know any more than that. A lot of them are just a single or 2-span.
Do you still use the, what do they call those, the half column?
Yes, actually, we use quite a few of those.
Gotcha.
Those are very, very efficient use of our money, because we take out a pipe and put those in, you know, in a day's time, and do really well.
I didn't mean to take a lot of time there. Anything else on your budget here, like in the shop? Fuel, I was looking at fuel this morning there, but it looks like it's...
We've been very fortunate.
on that.
Jesse started this many years ago, keeping the budget at 500,000. Last year, everybody got to worry about it, and we ended up at 543,000, but we had budgeted 500.
Yeah.
So we felt very fortunate, and of course, this is through the end of April. We are at 156,000, so we're basically in line to stay at that level. So, like I said, I got to give him credit for that, because he kept fighting for that. Because the previous years from now, we were what, 250, 340,000. You know, so I mean, we've been way under that. So, going down the line, personnel, contractual, projects, commodities. Again, with the rock and sand, we had 1.5 million. You know, again, we're gonna have to probably go back and make another concerted effort to put rock on the roads again, and we'll probably have to contract it out. So we'll
How many of the 48 miles that were originally 2-inch overlays in 2001, I think that was about the number, something like that, 48 miles. How many of those are still blacktop, and how many have got switched to gravel?
We have the only roads that I know of that we've turned from asphalt to back to rock would be the 3 miles going into Albany.
So most of them are still?
Yes. Now, to say that they're asphalt, again, they've been blade patched. We are still.
They're solid surface.
Yes. Hard surface. Hard surface. Yeah. They other than the major projects that we've done, microsurfacing, whatever else, we still have that same amount. And so that's, again, it's cool, but it's difficult, because again, all we're doing is blade patching and chip sealing. We're
Would
still.
that be like the road that goes from Tampa to Ramona, or Tampa, I mean, those east of Tampa, that
Yeah.
would be
we-
what you're talking about?
Yeah, we redid that. We did a full depth reclamation and double chip seal. We're gonna do some micro surfacing on this year. We've got some patching to do on that as well. We've got some soft spots there that we've done some geology on. But yeah, we're trying to maintain those as much as we can and maintain the chip seal as well. So, contractual, both our contractual and the commodities for the shop tend to be going up. We're having more repairs, there are more costly repairs. We've had some motor grader repairs that have been pretty substantial, but again, we're trying to keep things going. The one thing that I had wondered about, and maybe it's just something for Tina, was under special bridge, no, it wasn't special bridge. It was special road equipment. For 2023 budget, they had $712,000.
Yeah.
And I don't know where that came from, because what I had our actual was only gonna be 362,000. So.
If you look on, you don't have this, but if you look on page 21, what he's asking, if you look at the middle column, which is 23, the budget authority would have been, with cash, okay, extra cash, would have been $1,035,000. It's the very bottom number in the middle column on 21. And based on those two new graders, like Randy was talking about being added in their payments, that's gonna go down fairly quickly, you know? So I'd have to look back. I'm not sure why the 712, here's a question.
Well, and then under, we were looking at our revenue for daily receipts. For 2022, we had $279,000 worth of purple wave equipment.
Yeah,
Well, you see all your reimbursements?
yeah, 300.
Well, and that's why I was trying to find out.
Someone's question, sorry, I didn't look it up. We hand typed all these, so there could be some things wrong.
Yeah. Well, like I said, just looking at it was,
Oh, he was just, this one here didn't match to this budget.
I didn't know if there was something else in there, but.
23, and here's the budget authority, and I assume this just got transferred over, I assume that's the number. I don't know, we'll figure it out. Yeah.
Okay.
See, actually, special road machinery equipment doesn't have to be budgeted, it's
Right.
actual. But I've always tried to do the other two columns because of this whole thing of lease purchases, cash flow, and making sure that, you know, it happens every once in a
Well,
while.
and again, I
What's
mean,
that?
I believe it was last year, 2 years ago, I came in and asked for 26 million for asphalt, and, you know, that, you know, again, asking for the moon, but, it's just like anything else, that money is,
That's why I asked that question a while ago.
yeah. But again, it's, you know, we've got some projects going, but again, it's a continuous project. And to ask you, you were talking about the price of our chip sealing and stuff like that. Typically, our chip sealing runs $15,000 a mile,
Wow, yeah.
and we do our own.
Yeah.
But if we do an asphalt overlay, depending on how long it is and whatever else, we could be running $250,000 a mile.
That's what I was hearing, somewhere between 200 and 250.
Yeah, because unfortunately, we're 50 miles from any asphalt plant, and so we get charged an extra $10 just to get it here. So it runs roughly $100 a ton. So, and again, that depends on how much you do, where you do it, things like that, but that's a
If you had
huge.
your own asphalt plant,
What's that?
if you had your own asphalt plant, how much would that save you per mile?
You're still going to, I'm not gonna say you're gonna save a lot, because the other thing is when you have your asphalt plant, you still have to bring in materials, you have to bring
Yeah,
whatever else.
if it was just cut and dry, like it wasn't your entity, it was.
Well, I don't know what that would be, because
I'm just saying, $10 or
Well,
$100
you would save at least that $10 a ton, because you wouldn't have that high a freight
and
from
how
here to
many
there.
tons per month?
Well, if you're gonna
2
do
inch.
it 2 inch, you're talking.
They don't include the cash forward.
Yeah, that's what it's on.
Yeah, because we were trying to go by actual items.
So.
Absolutely.
And where does your 325 reimbursement go to then? Does it go back to the road and bridge and special bridge?
Special
equipment
bridge,
there? Goes back in there then?
Yeah,
Our
so
special
I
bridge.
can, since you're asking questions about the sheet, I can give the clarification. On everybody's department sheets that they filled out, we went by the budgeted line items for each thing. In every budget, you'll see that there's a cash forward amount, and that's not included in there because that's nothing that we have put in there for them to be able to spend. We're trying to
Okay.
reserve that. And so these ones that the departments filled out have the actual expenditure line items listed, but not the cash forward. Your total budget is on this sheet I gave you. So if you look at the special equipment, so like it's the second line on the front page.
Right.
If you look at the yellow, or excuse, the one right next to,
Yep.
oh yeah, it's the third line. Yeah, see the 1,035,644?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the budget, the total budget authority, which includes that 762 plus the cash forward.
Okay.
And then, no, not the 325, but on the, cash forward 2023 column on the budget was 273,539. And then the reimbursements is a separate question that I can check on and see exactly what that was. But anytime they sell something or get a reimbursement in the current year, it goes as a reimbursement. If it's something that we bought in a previous year and sold,
So
or
if you look
any
on-
receipts go on it.
If you look on 21, the one we were looking at,
Yeah.
you'll see the third number down, 325, 546 in the first column. The first column, you'll see from this, on 21, the bottom number there, or bottom fund, you see the third number down in
Yeah,
the first column, 325. That's the sale of equipment, so that would be like where they sell, and it just goes in as a receipt to the.
Well, and I think maybe part of some of the confusion is on the line next up there said equipment sale. So you basically just put the equipment sale for 22 in just a regular reimbursement sale.
I can't answer without running a report
Right.
right now.
Okay. Yeah.
There are
And-
specific things we can put in as a receipt and things that we can put in, that we put in as a reimbursement.
Where are you looking
So,
at that?
Oh, it's the spreadsheet she gave me.
he's talking about right here, where I'm putting in receipt
Oh,
and
yeah,
equipment
receipt,
sale
yeah,
together.
Yeah. And like I said, that's
Well,
just-
the
And
reason
sometimes they're-
I'm taking you back to this sheet here, and you don't have it to the commissioners, is on 21. Everything in that 22 column is from the audit report. So it's already had adjustments, it's already had, everything's been,
Okay.
I mean, there's still some, April operates at a high level on some of her line items because of materiality, but I like to have that audit report in, and that's where that 325, 546, so that's why I usually, it's nothing against digging it in. Oh, the general ledger gives you a lot more detail, but that's, for this purpose, it says 325, and that's been the audit number.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Joan had asked your question, we're talking about roughly 1,500 tons per mile. And if we figure that at $100, we're running about $150,000 a mile for a 2-inch overlay. Now, again, that's just putting it down, that's no inspection or edge wedge or anything else that goes with it, that's just the asphalt.
That's also part of why you try to plan your projects when there's a
Yeah.
KDOT plan in the
Yeah.
area,
Now,
contractor plan.
I will tell you that I've
So that
been
cuts off about 50,000 a mile,
150.
cuts off 150,000.
No, you said
No way.
$10 per ton and 1,500 ton.
Yes.
That's 15,000.
Yeah,
Yeah.
15,000.
but,
Alright.
but
So,
the
yeah,
the
so you gotta
problem-
do 10 miles to pay for the,
10 miles for
to
150,000.
pay for your $150,000 asphalt plant.
Right, but the other thing
That's
is.
just to pay for it, not
Yeah.
to justify it.
Yeah, because then once you get an asphalt plant, then you have to have a paver, then you
Yeah.
have to have more people and.
Yeah, I was gonna say the people would factor there,
Yeah.
would take
Because
that
that-
15 down pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess you've had a paver in the past that they finally got rid of because of trying to find people to work it, so. I will tell you that I think McPherson County works pretty hard to get theirs done because they have their own plants and paver and stuff like that, but they've got a lot of money to play with too.
And we're kind of running on our time schedule.
we are.
What other?
One last question
specific
I have.
questions?
If commissioners turn to page 12, there's a line item that we've stuck in there, and I didn't circle on yours one, I must have missed it. But it's Road and Bridge Building. It's on page 12, right in the middle there. And the way we've done this in the past, get up to speed, we've always put a bracketed, you know, number in the memo over to the left, $2 million. But I've got 250 in the middle and 250 in 24, and 24 is just the 23 column, really. So I didn't know why we're sitting here. Is that still, I haven't read your minutes because I'm not your auditor anymore, so I'm not sure what all has been happening, but is there anything still working on that, or is that just?
I think,
It's a dream.
well, yeah,
It's a dream,
well,
okay.
it's just putting money in. At this
Yeah,
rate, it's
we're
gonna
just
take us
yeah.
10 years to get
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
So we need to.
So what I need to do is put the 250 from the middle column over in the 24 column and make it 500,000, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it
Unless
was-
you're gonna spend any of that money on renovating the building that you bought
Yeah.
this year.
And what building did they buy?
Two commercial.
They bought a building across the highway, it's an old beauty salon right next to the ambulance department.
1240 commercial.
And
Oh, yeah.
they're planning to move the
Three
road
departments.
bridge administration.
Yeah.
Oh, right there.
Planning and zoning.
Oh, that's when you were talking earlier about the building, I didn't know where you were going, yeah.
Road and bridge,
Okay.
planning and zoning, and emergency management.
So that'd be something to think about, if you're actually gonna wanna
Spend
use
some, you
part
couldn't
of that
do that.
money
Yeah.
to work on that building, then you
So
may wanna
we
leave
can
it in
take
the middle
50,000 of
column,
that and use it.
potentially, or decide where else you're gonna pay for it from.
Planning and zoning, what was their?
Emergency management.
What was the wild budget on that building?
The wild budget,
Yeah.
I think you authorized up to 300,000, but we're gonna try to keep it under 250. if I remember right.
I mean, that's just good information
Yeah,
for
just
him.
give you the
Yeah.
number.
Yeah.
But it shouldn't all come out of road and bridge.
No, you got three departments.
Yeah.
I just take it all out of Marcy's, that'd be all right.
So
Well,
if that-
Marcy and Sharon's are both in the general fund.
Yes.
So the question is, then we need to continue to budget 250,000.
Yeah, but we also need to budget out of that,
Yeah,
whatever.
Right.
Portion, so it
It's
won't,
gonna
so
be for
that
that.
line item won't be
Yeah.
500.
That's
It'll be-
250.
Still need a shop.
Yeah, that 250,000 was actually for the shop.
Right.
When they started that, yeah, so,
Which the shop is still
yeah.
Hadn't got any
in
better.
poor condition.
No, and new buildings aren't always the answer either. Or I just built a $4.4 million building for these types of entities, and the roof's leaking, they can't get it figured out, the bathroom's all messed up,
Dickinson County's had a
It's
problem with their new
it's
building.
unbelievable.
Cloud County had to go back and spend an extra $2.5, $3 million out of the road bridge fund just to fix their new building, and
it's nuts.
Yeah.
Poor, some of it is poor, I think, just,
Construction management of buildings, yeah, so,
anyway,
But
that's all I have.
Where's the contractor in those?
yeah,
Yeah,
well,
they-
that's.
They probably tried to cut cost and have them self-manage the project, and that bites you in the.
Yeah, I don't know, but I will tell you that yeah, Andy up in Cloud County is very, very upset because that money came out of his budget to try to work on things, so,
Yeah.
okay.
That's all the
And-
questions I have.
in 2022, all of the equipment sale receipts were input into the 705 line item instead of 702.
Okay.
So
Well,
it's-
like I said,
It's kind of
Yeah.
6 of 1, half dozen of
Sure.
the other.
All right, other questions from commission? Guess Scott's got his information. Do your magic and come back so that we've got
I don't have
extra money that pay all the requests.
Yes,
and
just-
still have money left over.
Yeah, thank you.
I can dream.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you, Bryce.
Sharp dressed man will take care of it, so, yeah. Thank you.
All right, Kurt.
I got them all ready.
Be right back for one start.
We'll give you a chance to rest for a second before Scott gets back, so take a deep breath.
Ambulance is on the Circle 14 for us.
Circle 14?
Yep.
He's getting you trained well already, I can tell.
I do my best.
Keep the meeting moving.
Before we start, Tina, do we have a number to put in for the road and bridge numbers on 2024? Which numbers do we?
Well, I mean, it's only if you wanna keep track of what they're asking for, and he didn't do his electronically, so I didn't total those numbers, but it would total at the bottom, so. Yeah.
It's the one. It's what,
Okay, of what he presented. Okay.
So that's all.
6,236,028.
That's a total?
6,236,028.
What was it, 6?
6,236,028.
That's a $310,000 and 438 increase. From last year.
I see the decrease.
From the 22 actual?
From 2023's current budget.
Yeah.
So like-
Yeah, no.
2023 is
That's
7,700,000.
Am I looking at the wrong one?
Yeah.
Gotcha, I'm on the wrong page, sorry. I was on
If we would have
13
pencil, we could
circles.
erase it.
Okay, yeah, that's
Yeah,
okay.
that's my fault.
But that's for the whole department, or is that
Yeah,
just? the
I
road
can
No, I
input
did
those
the-
numbers
Okay.
and just.
All right,
say
I'll
that,
just let it go.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what Tina puts it
I
in
was
there,
gonna try to keep track.
and it's
We
pretty.
we'll keep track of the ones that we can, and then I'll get you those numbers.
Sorry, I thought
Yeah.
you were all in the detail.
Yeah, that's okay.
Sitting there with your calculator.
It was all over the place, and some of the lines aren't filled in, so I was like, I
Right,
don't know
yeah,
where we're going here.
exactly.
I mean, there's some numbers that are less, but then there's other numbers that are way higher, so. it's-
And that blacktop personnel number is not right. It says 17.
Yeah.
but
About 175.
Sorry.
No problem. Well, Scott, this is Kurt with EMS.
Hi, Kurt.
This is one of our department heads' first time through the budget process.
Awesome.
So
Okay.
Kurt's had a challenging start, but he's done an excellent job.
Yeah, he's definitely grabbed the bull by the horns.
He has. He has.
My card, that's somewhere there, I don't know where.
Oh, yep.
And if you have questions, that's my cell number, so you just call it. Okay?
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
It is the hot
It is my first year, and I've done enough panicking on the numbers that are in front of you, so. What I'll do is, you got the numbers in front, I'll try to explain kind of what's going on, answer any questions for you, if that's what you need.
For Commissioners,
Come up with
page
something.
14 of the handout I gave you, so you can kind of see the top of it.
All right.
And hopefully we're on the same page, yep.
Yep, there we are.
So, all right, just start working our way down in terms of revenue. Right now, if everything stays as is, I estimate we'll make about $590,782 this year, which is a little bit below what we budgeted. Maybe we'll get lucky and we'll go higher, but that's kind of where I'm estimating at this point.
While we're talking about revenue, let me just ask you a quick question, because that's why I circle it for the commissioners. I usually don't overestimate, I usually more conservative, but it is showing 600,000 there, you know, like in your 23 and 24 columns. One thing I found out, I didn't realize, at a couple of other counties where they run the EMS, the 22 year is higher, or 21 and 22 was higher because of COVID. And I think in one county, it was like 1,300 runs compared to usually 900 runs. I mean, it was a big difference. I mean, I was really amazed by it. Is that true here? Is that, it stays about the same?
We're about the same. We've gone down a little bit
Yeah.
from the COVID era, but we're not a big round.
Huh, okay. Yeah, thanks.
The aging
Yeah,
population.
Yeah.
older population.
Yeah.
It was steady.
Now for our 2024 proposed, I got the 629 on there. Essentially, and I mean literally 2 days ago, I was informed that Medicaid is increasing their reimbursement to us. Based on averages, we estimate $50,000 to $55,000 extra in reimbursements. So based on what I'm expecting this year and adding on to next year, came up with that 629,000 estimate,
So we're still conservative on the budgeted number.
potentially,
By-
hopefully.
By
What was the
almost
gross amount
40.
again?
On which?
You said that Medicaid is increased by?
We estimate 50 to 55,000,
Yeah.
probably additional reimbursement next
Yeah,
year.
and so what would be the total, you think, of the fees then, for 23 and 24? Total that you bring in?
629.
620, I thought that's what you said.
Yeah.
For 24, not for 23.
Oh, for 23,
What do you
well,
think
for
it'd be?
23, I'm estimating 590,000.
That's what that's.
Is that my goal?
Yeah,
Sorry.
590.
Yeah, you got the right line there.
Just a hair
Just
short.
a hair under, yeah.
Yeah.
Where's the
And like I said, we may
590
get-
at 603?
Busy and make more.
Right,
but-
that's the budget. He's saying the revenue's probably gonna be
Oh.
less than what we were
Yeah.
expecting
Okay.
this year, but more next year.
Yes.
Okay.
The next two lines, honestly, Tina, that's almost your area more than mine, because I don't know exactly how we're gonna bring all that in or what the average has been. I know we've budgeted 2,500 on reimbursements. It kind of varies looking back, it looks like.
Yeah, on the revenue, you know, really we kind of just look at historical, and we don't necessarily expect most of the department heads to figure the revenue part.
Right.
And, I mean, it is helpful on, like, your, fees and things like that, but,
Those are kind of say, if we look back a little bit, and I'm just kind of estimating, but like you said, it's.
so we have not been using that, we hadn't been actually using the credit card processing fees line for, I mean, we set it up, but we haven't used it until this year, and so, we are.
Does that help your bad debt? I mean, does that help you get paid with the credit card?
I think so,
Yeah.
yeah. And then reimbursements, you never know on those, because you can see we're only at $117 so far this year. And,
Yeah.
and, last year was only 653, but then
Year before
year
that.
we had more.
So it's the biggest shot on that.
So reimbursements was the COVID thing,
Exactly.
right there.
Well, you had a donation
Yeah.
for an ambulance repair in one of those years of about $10,000. Somebody donated to repair an ambulance, I believe.
For my purposes, Kurt, that, like I mean, the little things are not as, I mean, I'm not saying they're not important, but like that where you say the Medicaid change from 50 to 55, those are the types of things that's nice to know, because that helps with cash flow and understanding, you know, how it all works. I mean, if it's $2,000, that's important, but it's not probably gonna break the, you know, the budget process, so that's a good thing. Yeah. Thank you.
Anything else on revenues?
Ready to move into expenses?
Okay, this is a scary number.
Yep.
With
everybody.
a little bit different. I am requesting 3 supervisor positions to be added for next year. We originally had them, they kind of went away with the salary increase, and then there were some other changes, and it just wasn't put into the budget, or wasn't in the budget for this past year. I know talking with some of you away from here at times, we've got to get something back, whether it's supervisors or assistant or something, because it's killing me. So we put in basically on the salary schedule that the county has, and came up with the number that is in front of you, the 1.4 million on that. Typically in the past, we have been operating under by a couple $100,000 probably, and I would expect that to potentially happen. However, I do have some people next year looking at going to paramedic school who will stay locally, and we will have multiple days we're gonna have to cover. So if we don't have positions, we're gonna be paying overtime. So it's one hard rock, take your pick. We're paying overtime, or we're just gonna have an extra person on that can cover that spot. When I look at the full thing and trying to add those two, I'm essentially overseeing 18 full-time, part-time people and 19 volunteers by myself. So we've got to get some more people on there.
Just a quick question, so your staffing, like your full-time is 3, is it 3 on a shift?
4.
Like on at a station?
2 at a
Two at a station,
yeah,
and
4
so
per day, 2 at a
are you
station.
talking about adding a third?
Correct.
Just a person that's a floater for each shift, that's the
Correct,
supervisor?
that would do the daily overseeing,
Which-
helping me out, and if somebody's sick or gone, they can just move into that position.
And then they can also, they would have a vehicle and they can
Correct,
respond.
of which we have, so.
So this is a position that we had budgeted in the past with Travis's last budget, but you might remember that, at the time, we were having a lot of trouble hiring, and so the commission increased the EMS wages and so for that budget year, we did not go ahead and fill the supervisor positions, but instead increased everyone's wages. So this has been budgeted in the past. but not, it's, you're seeing it a lot more expensive because the wages have changed so much, so.
I know Kurt's new. I read this and I believe, I understand his point of view, but I think maybe it's time that we serve the rest of the population of this county with get another ambulance on, and I wouldn't mind, maybe that ambulance has a supervisor on it that can't come and cover up when there's absence and stuff like that. A third of the population lives south of 56, not counting Marion and Hillsborough, and has no full-time service. I think it's this 3 people here could put a good start for another full-time service unit.
And in the big scheme of things, it is a start on some of that too, where if Peabody's short, a supervisor can go down there and assist them versus us having to take an ambulance from up here.
Yeah, I'm seeing, whenever something's called a Peabody, I'm seeing 2 units no matter what.
Yep.
I'm seeing so effectiveness, I don't know that we are effective. Our volunteers have done a great job, but there's only so much they can do, and that's why you're seeing 2 ambulances run on a run down there.
So
I think-
why do we
I think-
run 2?
Well, they're calling.
There's times they only have first response down there, or they're just a BLS crew and they need an ALS person down there. So we're sending a lot of times 2 ambulances to 1 call, which is, like I said, it's not efficient. It's costing us money to send a truck 40
Yeah.
miles just to go down there to assist.
And that is one of the things that in the past, when you had talked about those shift supervisors, it would be a paramedic. And so if you have a volunteer crew that's BLS or first response at Peabody and they can bring the ambulance, the supervisor that's a floater over that shift would be able to take the vehicle and go over there and make a full unit out of that unit that we already have.
Take the
Yeah,
supervisor
correct.
rig instead of
Yep.
the.
So that was
Yeah.
kind of
Efficiency.
what
Yes.
the idea was in the past, just as history for
Yeah,
everybody.
It's one way or the other. Either you put a unit on and you have that, or something. I mean, it's time that we serve the south half of the county, with full-time service, because, but also in that same position, I see where we need some help for direction. I will say that there was some complaints been put around about some of the supervisors that we had and not being around and available. So if we're gonna put a supervisor on, we need it to be efficient, or else some of the public's not getting served. So,
Find
And I
the
have-
right person.
huh?
Find the
Yeah,
right person.
You gotta find the
like you
right
said.
person, I agree.
And I have heard what you've talked about, and I've already started a plan on getting people trained correctly for that position.
Yeah.
Not just putting somebody in there. And then part of that long-term is when you all fire me, if one of them could step up. So there is a developed program as part of that supervisor position as well.
I don't see that in the plan, but,
I think worst case scenario, hope for the best.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll have to say, I've sat in a lot of budget meetings, but
Never
I've
heard
never
that.
heard that comment in a first-time budget meeting, which, that's great. I mean, you're telling us,
well, yeah, but yeah,
This might be my first presentation, but I've been around a while.
but our system fails us.
yes, it does.
It fails us very severely when people leave, like him.
Absolutely.
Or Bryce leaving, our system fails us because we're not having people ready to go.
Yeah, we're not loaded up.
Huh?
We're not loaded up with.
There's not a deputy
Yeah.
director in
Yeah.
place.
That's a whole problem today, is institutional knowledge is walked out, like in all governments, and they don't have a plan. And, you know, when SHL's, my former firm said, you know, we don't have anybody to take over and go, and that's something that's on my heart, that, you know, that's why I have these young people sitting here, because it may be repetitious to have 3 and 4 people go with me, but it's the only way you can teach them.
Yes.
You know, this meeting today, I told them, I said, you know, you're gonna learn a bunch today.
Mhm.
And the same with you. You know, when you can have that real world experience and you're passing the knowledge on to the next generation, our society today doesn't do that. You know, that's why we got a lot of problems. Yeah,
Everybody wants to keep that to themselves.
that's right.
And it's
Well, they think
sad.
it's power, or they think it's, you know, I mean, there's a lot of reasons, you
Yeah.
know, but
Yeah.
you just gotta share it. And I appreciate that he's training, or anybody
Yeah.
else, that's awesome.
Anybody, yeah. So this is a cost here that I'd like to see, keep sort of thinking about what we do with it, how we spend it, stuff like that.
And I say, well, usually we've been under budget on that, but this is worst case scenario.
Yeah.
I would like to say it's gonna be $1 million.
So like I'm just going here on history on the sheet that we have from you. So like, can you kind of, just so I can kind of visualize this. If you go back to 21 there, where it's 929 personnel services, and this wouldn't be under you, but I'm just trying to figure out how many people would that have been at 929 to kind of get a comparison. Would have been like, I think you quoted some numbers, well, 18 is staff, or what was those
Back in
numbers you?
21, I don't know what the
But what
staff
was the numbers you just
are,
quoted a while
so-
ago you have right now? It's
I
like-
have 12 full-time.
12 full-time.
Crew staff,
Okay.
but 19 volunteer,
19
part-time people.
volunteers, and that's
They're paid for
that's in
all.
addition to the 12
Correct.
full-time, right, okay. And that's hard to find today too, isn't it, the volunteers?
Oh, that's non-existent.
Yeah, and they're waning on our side too.
Yeah,
I mean, I think Dave's Tampa crew up there still is fairly staffed.
Yes,
Yeah.
we are.
Tampa is-
But some of them is even a paramedic that's working in another county.
Right, but then you got the overtime hours that don't allow them to be volunteers.
Correct.
Well, isn't one of your nephews or something?
Yes, but then it interferes with volunteer hours if he's over, well, that's with Marion County.
That's with
Yeah.
Marion County.
If they work in another county, then they can.
Yeah.
So yeah, in his case, he can.
Yeah.
But a highly qualified person
Yes.
and willing to take those volunteer hours.
Right.
But we've got another one in the area that works for
Oh,
Marion
County,
County.
yes.
That could be.
Right.
That can't volunteer.
Right.
And
Yeah.
tries, but.
And I think that's just an EMT there.
Yeah, the other one is higher qualified.
Yeah. But, yeah, you can't find people to take the course. and
Volunteer.
Volunteer.
Yeah.
yeah.
It's tough, and we lost Florence. Florence started out years ago and had the best ambulance service in the county. Then they've been decreasing all the years, and then we made the agreement with them to keep, when we took the ambulance service over there, we made the agreement to keep the ambulance there if they had people, but now they don't have people.
Yeah.
And so, sorry, that's just
Yeah.
one of the.
Yeah. Gotta have people to keep.
Yeah,
that.
gotta have people.
Absolutely.
And I see Peabody being next door to that, because the people that's there has done a great job for a lot of years, but they're in their 50s, if not 60s.
I don't do Mitchell County, but I do Copper City, and they have a really nice building. They have a really nice ambulance, but nobody to rent, and it just sits there. We were just there the other night, I was talking to them about it I was on the audit report that time, but we were just talking about that. One of the commissioners came from Mitchell County to give them assurance that they could find people, they would still have the ambulance, but you just can't find the people.
Yeah.
Well, I hate to be pushing for time, it's good discussion, but we need to keep moving.
We'll bounce down quick contractual, just kind of for FYI, if we continue to spend like we've been spending, we will actually go 128,700 this year, which is well over what we budgeted for the year. However, most of that has been because of our breakdown issues, so hopefully, once we get some new ambulances in, that will settle down a little bit.
Right.
But in general, for next year, I did put in a 5% increase from what we had this year, just because of the cost of everything going up. We have certain items that are doubling in prices in the last 2 years. So I don't know if the 92 will, or the 97 will cover, but it's a start. Education training, no changes. Commodities, same thing, 5%. Some of our supplies and such, once again, have doubled. We are in the process of trying to do some agreements with the hospital. If we can get it all through, it will save us 50% on some of our supplies, which might only be a couple $1,000s, but $1,000 here, $1,000 there will add up eventually. Some of the other items we're looking at, or other things we have going on, contractual, trying to see how we can cut those as well.
You got the ambulance at 275, and that was something on your sheets over here. I have 270 in both 23 and 24 year, but is that an ambulance that we bought in 24? Is that what you're looking at?
Correct.
Yeah. Or is that out still? I mean, an ambulance is hard to get. Is that already ordered, or is
That's
that?
We have an ambulance, right? You found an
We
ambulance.
got that one coming for this year. We got the COVID one coming as well. We've got to get on a rotation. Our trucks are 2012s, 2013s.
Okay.
150,000
Yeah.
miles. There's a reason that 128,000 expected is that high.
Yeah.
They're end of life. I do have some preliminary quotes for new one next year, and it's going to be falling into about where we were this year, 250,000 into
Okay.
board approved earlier, but gave a little increase on that just to cover any upticks that might be there. I expect that to be under that, but I'm just trying to give a little bit of cushion. Capital outlay, if you look at the little notes at the bottom, we're trying to get a backup truck up here as well. Get back to normal staffing, if you want to call it. The cost on that actually would have fit into a $40,000 capital outlay. However, I found out yesterday that the price is now $65,000 for a cardiac monitor. It used to be $33,000.
Oh, good.
Sure about two, huh?
Yeah, if I'd have known that was gonna happen 2 years ago. Also, we've switched reporting systems. Right now, our crews are going on calls, have to come back to the stations to do reports. We get the mobile computers, tough books, something to that effect. They can do everything in the truck on the call, and also goes paperless for us. Saves time and money on that, and those are probably gonna be around $5,000 as well.
Is that per ambulance or is that per person?
Per ambulance.
Per ambulance, okay.
And then, it's kind of addressed earlier in the year, but we're having issues with the furnace down in Peabody, and that's gonna have to be replaced potentially this year or next year, if it finally does give out, and that's gonna be anywhere from $4,000 to $6,000 estimate right now.
You said the furnace, like at the station?
Yes.
Okay, so we don't own that building. So
My
would that be
understanding is we're responsible for it though, according to the lease?
I think this has come up before.
Yeah.
And somehow this is one of them gray areas that we gotta cover.
Now, if that's not right, hey, it saves money.
Well, I mean, maybe there could be some sort of agreement between the building owners and us where we can cooperate on it, but generally, if you
Yeah.
are renting a space, you don't pay for
So
the replacement.
We're not paying nothing for it.
Oh, yeah.
If it's a triple net lease, sometimes you do, like where you equipment, so that you'd have to look at that.
And like I said, it's been discussed before, and it was.
Where's the agreement?
Well, it's with the fire department.
Yeah, it's county
For
fire.
But I didn't know, what's our rent?
It's not very much.
Yeah, it's kinda-
I
I
have to
forget what
look,
it
but
is.
we are paying now that we moved it, but it's not a lot.
Oh, since we moved,
Uh-huh.
but we wasn't before, in the old building.
Yeah.
Okay, it's just, let's see, the new building up there on the road. Okay.
At least I don't recall.
I don't remember paying that, that's why I asked that. Okay.
So, now if I say if that agreement is not what I understand,
Oh,
then hey,
could
that
be.
saves us $5,000 too, and it
Yeah.
would be a cut, so.
Could be.
But, I did cut 50,000 from the building portion. I don't foresee any major investments next year on remodels or new buildings. We do have a big one coming up yet this year for the Hillsborough stuff, just trying to get it still completed, but that won't affect next year's stuff, so.
Kurt, quick question, on that 290, that's the director vehicle
I
replacement.
think that was put in the wrong line.
I was gonna say, that didn't
Thank
look-
you.
I would love to have a
I'm sitting here going, holy smoke, they're paying
Yeah, those are-
$250 for an ambulance, but the director's vehicle is
vehicle's
$290.
Those
Two-seater,
lines are
four-seater
switched,
car.
the descriptions are switched.
It's got gold gold paint on it.
Yes, yes.
It's convertible.
Man, Kurt, you got more pull than I thought.
I know. Yeah, that.
So what should be done there? I mean, is that?
Does that go up one line then, or
That's
just?
one
That's
line.
the ambulance replacement.
Yeah.
Okay, so it goes
Oh,
up.
it's,
Yeah.
they're backwards on the description.
Yeah,
So
I think they're backwards
that's why I
on the
just put it where it was. So
Yeah.
just flop those numbers.
Yeah.
The director vehicle replacement is blank then.
Correct.
Okay.
I believe we should be good for next year. The
Okay.
following year, we'll probably have to
Very good.
replace the supervisor vehicle if everything is still in place.
Now, if the ARPA, the COVID ambulance comes in, that's not in this budget, not showing? Or-
That's in the ARPA budget.
ARPA budget, okay.
It's not out of the ambulance.
It won't show it here.
Correct.
That's it's something that will mess you up in the wrong, just further down the road, not seeing this. I mean, you gotta keep it in mind. I mean, it's not gonna hurt us this way, but try planning for ambulances, is what I'm saying.
Right.
We're still are,
Yeah.
we're still are planning
Yeah.
with
Yeah.
270,
Yeah.
275.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wondered how that other one's gonna be paid, the ARPA, yeah. That makes
Yeah.
sense.
In the ARPA.
Yeah.
Okay, anything else to wrap up?
And then just on my end, the 2.037 million is the highest it has been in several years. Like I said, if we can get some stuff, even purchase capital outlay this year, it will definitely bring it down, and I don't expect to have to spend that much, but that's an absolute high amount.
How much are you gonna need to spend on the Hillsborough building this year?
Still waiting for a quote on that, it's just radio installation overhead. We don't have, I couldn't even tell you. I'm gonna say probably 4 to 5.
425, not 45.
Yeah, 4 to 5. No, we have the radio there, we just don't have any of the speakers, and we don't have radio coverage, so we just gotta get that covered, so if they're in the building, they can hear everything, and it's gonna be a wiring job more than anything.
Okay.
Other than that, it's just minor stuff here and there going on, so.
Okay, other questions?
The building, cutting that number down. I don't wanna say to keep that number up when you need to keep, to balance some budget, but just like what Randy said, if we're gonna go with a full-time operation down south, we still need to be plugging that kitty and building that fund
Maybe,
to do a building sometime.
maybe for service expansion or something like that.
Service expansion with the bracketed full price and then
Yeah.
start building it.
And it's kinda in that line, it just kinda, the remodel new, and it's 400,000 you see on your
Yeah.
page 14.
Yeah.
That's what it was originally set up for, and I don't wanna lose focus.
And that was back when Hillsborough, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Well, that's when we were building,
That
yeah.
was when
Hillsborough.
Hillsborough.
Yeah,
It was-
so
but-
how do you wanna change that? I can change that, what do
We
you want
just
it to
need
be?
to keep it for the future.
Well, Instead of
Yeah.
putting it as a building, I think maybe if you want to be
Ambulance
transparent,
expansion or
put
something
like
like that?
ambulance, future expansion or something, I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't
Keep the
care, I
building
just want the
for what you
concept
need the
to
building funds
remain.
for.
Right.
'Cause, yeah, that would be the next big thing, building wise, either we have to remodel or build in Peabody or remodel Marion or something if we add more crews.
And you might get somebody in Florence even too, who knows,
Yeah.
who moves in.
So,
Okay. Any other questions, Scott?
Got it.
Commission? All right, Kurt, congratulations on the first budget.
Good job.
That was fun, wasn't it? Would you give him his piece of paper now?
Yeah.
He wanted his piece of paper when he wanted.
That'd be the.
Kurt,
Good.
Kurt, quick. Yesterday I was in Wichita, I'd seen a white Freightliner ambulance.
Don't get them.
I mean, they're made to go 300,000-400,000 miles.
They are terrible. I came from them.
Okay,
I'm
well,
not
I just
having
seen
anything to
one.
do with them.
I mean,
Well.
Ford and Chevys don't last
Yeah.
but 100,000.
but you're also buying tires all the time on those.
Yeah.
Okay.
We had
Your
those up in
company
Dickinson when I
tires.
started there. They are the worst thing in the world for anything and everybody. And
It's
there's
an
a lot.
overroad semi.
It's all it is. It's just rough. They're expensive. They might last, but they're terrible.
Well, you'd only take them down the pavement too. You might break your teeth out
Yeah.
going anywhere else.
All right, thank you, Kurt.
I just seen that.
Now you heard the other side of the story. Good question.
I'm gonna
Joel,
smoke-
welcome.
I'm gonna smoke
Hello,
right
morning.
now.
We're only running 10 minutes behind.
It's all right. I'll try to keep you on track. You're gonna be short and sweet.
No, I don't want to shorten you. You take the time you need.
We'll be sweet anyways.
What page are we on?
7.
7. County attorney, hold on.
Well, hey, Scott, you've done Howard a good one. He's done keeping us in track, so you've lost your job. Yeah, he's page 7 circles. While you was out, he was.
Well, I heard that all day long at Pratt, so
Oh.
yeah, I probably am at
Okay.
risk here.
Let's see.
That's good, I'm glad to do that, that's awesome.
Okay, so Joel, you've submitted yours, and we have yours on our laptops, that's on the overhead, and then
Okay,
Scott-
there we go.
Scott has submitted a separate one to the commissioners with some other information, so we're kind of looking at 2 different documents here.
Okay.
Now walk us through yours.
Let me see there. Okay, so that one there, really the personal services, I pulled that from, I guess the budget worksheet that the clerk's office had sent out, so I just followed what that is. Our wages have gone up in our office. Well, I do appreciate that. I will say we are still underpaid. Looking at jobs that are posted online, I mean, people are starting out in county attorney's offices, $75,000 a year. That's about what I'm making, and that's prosecuting traffic cases. Law school attendance is down, so I think it's going to be a continued shortage of attorneys. But I will say that you know, you're looking at other places. I had a call from a friend to go back to the public defender's office. He offered me 6 figures to go there. So I mean, it's that's just where we are. But like I said, salaries have gone up, so I do appreciate that. But that is where we currently are.
Point ticket.
Contractual services, I think that's the biggest real jump here. I talked about it the last time that I was in here. One of the reasons for that going into the trial that we have that was kicked back to us, I think that's going to be a significant increase in our contractuals. We kept our contractuals, at least the last couple of years that I've been here, around that $30,000 range. And we typically budget maybe 50 or 60 in there, so we've kept that down. But this next year we'll probably break the bank, so to speak, with what we've got, along with the prosecutor by cartel that we're changing to going paperless, but also would like to add in the next year to allow the other outside agency access that would allow them to send everything to us electronically, instead of printing it off, us scanning it back in, take a step out. I think it would add maybe a step to them, but it would just be scanning it in and sending it to us, because they put their reports into something different than what we would be putting into. So that would be just coordination between our agencies. Everything else, juvenile detention, commodities, and capital outlay are really about the same. I think buying computers and things. I think to buy a tablet for working up in the courthouse, since we'll be going paperless. Looking at probably a conference table and some chairs will be probably the biggest expenditures on those line items.
Storage systems.
What's that?
Storage systems.
Yeah, so we might have to up it for that for storage systems.
Okay.
I kind of forgot about that, so yeah.
Is that happening all across the state? Because I've heard that carpel now, like, I do 5 counties, and I just heard that several times. Is that, most of them go on paperless like that now, with that
Yeah.
same system?
So who everybody had was Full Case. They've
Full
quit
Case, yeah.
supporting it
Oh,
since
okay.
going to Odyssey with the courthouse is doing. And Carpel really is the only one diving into that prosecutor software system.
Cool.
There's not really any others around here that are doing that, so.
I didn't introduce myself, I'm Scott Lloyd, sorry. But that's something I was wondering about.
You were here last year for this.
Yes, yes.
Oh, that's right, yeah. I can't.
Not first time.
Seriously, out of the thousands of people you work with, you can't remember one?
It's not his first rodeo.
I won't take offense to that, it's all right.
Well, don't feel bad, because the other day, one of my employees stopped by the Galva office where I'm out of now, and I couldn't think of their name.
That comes with age.
Yeah.
Early onset.
Other,
One other question I have, this is probably more at the clerk of district court level, but remind me again, in Marion County, do you have a panel system like where they find the attorneys, or do you pay by the hour? You know, like when you get somebody to cover, like, it's more the clerk of district court, because that price has went up so much in the other counties.
And I don't know what it is, what our price is that we pay for special
Yeah,
counsel.
because
I've
that's,
looked.
I was just curious, because I think the state of Kansas said the hourly rate's going from 80 to 120 an hour.
And that's for like the bids.
Yeah, for the bids. And then I think I only have one of the 5, and I didn't know what Marion's county, I'll ask the clerk when it comes, or clerk district. That's a big price jump, like in Jackson, it's a new one I got. Oh, unbelievable what that budget's jumped just because of that one thing that happened, going from 80 to 120.
And so I don't know if that'll be, I don't know if that, I mean, correlates.
I guess
to-
just for my understanding, we can ask the clerk, but like in a panel, you take the total price and you say, I've got 7 attorneys, and you divide that total price by the 7. Okay, so it's not like an hourly rate as much, but if you're in the hourly rate, you actually have to pay that jump from 80 to 120. And I'm still trying to understand exactly how that works. That's something I've heard in that whole area, not really the county attorney, but it kind of feeds over, you know, between the clerk and the district court. What is that when you get, I just can't think of the name right now, where you're providing the attorney for, you know, the state is doing it on some cases, but you, the local, have to provide it too. Do you know what that means?
So, I mean, the difference, I think, is, you know, doing the felony versus misdemeanor
Yeah.
work. So the felonies are from the Board of Indigent Defense Services.
Right.
And they have that contractual rate, and then the
Right.
county has a different contractual
Right.
rate. And yeah, I think the felony rate's the 120, and I believe the county rate, I don't know if it's 75 an hour for misdemeanors or 80 an hour for misdemeanors.
Okay. Well, we can ask her, I was just trying to understand in each county, because it was different in each county, and I was trying to understand what the differences were.
And yeah, I think that
That's a
is
big
just
jump, 80 to 120 per hour.
what the counties are.
Not
I
that it's
think-
not needed, you made it incredible, I mean, I can't believe, I'm all over the state. County attorneys and city attorneys and those types of attorneys are literally non-existent. I mean, it is unbelievable. There are some attorneys driving like 100 miles to take care of a city, you know, just because there's nobody there to do that. Yeah.
So is each district setting the rate then?
Well, that's what I don't know, we'll ask when the clerk
And I
comes down.
I can't remember who sets like the misdemeanor rate. I don't know if it's the 8th Judicial District that sets that rate or not.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think part of that problem is, you know, if you're looking at, you know, when they're jumping that $120 an hour, if you're looking at $120 an hour, if you work 15 hours a week, bill 15 hours a week, which is, you know, billable hours is not the same as a working hour.
Yeah.
It's $1,800 a week. If you're working 48 weeks a year, that's $86,000 a year.
Yeah, the jump in one of those counties is like from 75,000 to almost 200,000, just in that one line item. Yeah.
So I think that's part of the reason why they're having a difficulty finding county attorneys, because that pay is where it is.
Yeah.
other questions, Scott?
Nope. Jill, I'm sorry, I didn't remember you from
Nope.
last year. I thought you looked familiar, but I'm sorry.
That's all right. That's all right.
See, actually, I didn't meet with the department
Well,
last
that's,
year.
you may not have.
Yeah, and I don't remember, I mean, maybe remember seeing the hall, but I'm sorry, I didn't.
There wouldn't have been.
I wouldn't have had a meeting.
He's got some brothers too, so.
I didn't make a bad impression, so that's.
No, you look great, I like that tie too, yeah. man.
At court.
They're tracking.
Other additional questions? Okay, all right, thank you, Joel,
All right,
I
thank you,
appreciate
Joe.
it.
Thanks, have a great day.
Yeah, you wouldn't have done it.
No, yeah, I just think like that, it's actually.
Right. So you're off the hook.
No, I'm.
Okay,
Scott,
Department
we're
of
on
Aging is
15.
next. So
Huh?
For aging, we're on
Okay.
15.
15, okay, thank you.
Hi, Lou.
Hi.
This is Lou New.
Just let everybody in here, don't they?
No, sometimes they don't.
No?
So Lou, welcome to the excitement of the budget
Yeah.
preparation. This is Scott Lloyd, that helps us with our process.
My card there,
card
somewhere
right
right there.
Oh,
Grab it,
thank you.
yeah.
Yes.
So So we'll turn it over to you for
Yep.
your
So
presentation.
basically, we have this handout, we have the sheet
Yes.
that has, and basically you say no, nothing new.
I am,
And then your budget,
She's only been in the spot for,
I've been there 39 days.
39 days.
days.
So-
Wow.
so.
Veteran.
To say there's nothing new, it's it's.
Yes,
It's all new.
it's all new. So, I talked to Linnell, she's, one of the gals, she's the only gal that works with me.
Linnell's still there.
Yes.
Awesome.
Good asset, she is.
Yes, she is.
So I kind of talked to her and, you know, we kind of felt through and with Tina's assistance, found out that I was able to get a lot of stuff done this year that was already in the budget. Or we didn't have to go over our budget. So Linnell's computer is gonna be updated. It's on order. And then our security situation, that actually come under budget, so we was able to get that done. So our van is running just fine. We are
Wait, how
gonna,
many vehicles you have now, remind me?
we have two.
And
We have
so
a
you
caravan
A really
and-
nice van, and then you have an older van.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. And the older van doesn't get used very often, but the caravan does get used quite a few times a week.
So, have you done this in other counties or this?
No, sir.
Well, the reason I'm asking is, this is something that's come up and here in Marion, I've never really dealt with, we dealt with a van here and a van there. Like, some of these got this state funding during COVID. I mean, like Osage County has 12 drivers and, I mean, they got almost $200,000 of funding to have this transportation. Well, then this year it's cut in half because COVID's no longer here. So that's why I was kind of wondering here, because Pratt has the same problem, and that's why I was, are we not part of the transportation program here?
No, no.
Okay, I was just
I
trying to.
think we used to be way
Used to,
back.
I thought we were.
Way
at
back
some
when,
point,
from
yeah.
what Linnell said.
Yeah, I thought so.
We talked about it at one time.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Now, but you take people like with your good van, you take them to doctors, stuff like
hair
that?
appointments. Uh-huh.
Right.
Yep, we've actually been taking a gentleman to Wichita for treatment twice a month.
Yeah.
And then, so every other doctor's appointment, he actually goes to Newton and then to Wichita, Newton and then to Wichita, so.
So you got a pretty good system set up. See, what happened here is, in these other counties, is they found out someone was being taken from Osage County to Dodge City to visit family. And, you know, we started looking at the trade, like the trade. So do you have a certain mileage you
Yes.
stay inside? I mean, will you go outside of Wichita length, or, I'm just trying to understand.
No, I mean, if a
Kansas City,
Marion,
would you go to Kansas City?
well, that would be up to the driver.
Yeah.
And we're lucky to have Bob who's willing to go to Wichita.
Oh, yeah.
So that's our only issue is we do have volunteers, but our volunteers are up there in age.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, and Bob, he was supposed to go in for a heart cath. And then they decided, no, we're gonna do open heart surgery. And the family says, wait a minute. So it's a different path that they're taking, but something happens to Bob.
Yeah,
You know?
absolutely.
You know, our ambulance crew has a 60-mile sort of set.
Yeah.
I'm
Should
thinking
be service.
Could be this plan here that you
Well,
can put
you
in
know,
factors.
may not be a problem today, but that's an area where
It could
with
happen.
fuel and all that,
Yes.
they were taking somebody to, I guess if you go to Kansas City, you go across the state line, you gotta have CDL.
Oh.
Over in Missouri, you gotta have CDL, and all of a sudden, that's a problem, because they don't have CDLs. So I'm just trying to, the only reason I'm asking, I'm just trying to understand.
But you got a good point.
Yeah.
Just having some
Yeah,
development
great
for it.
point, yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Gotta have a good reason to go to Dodge City.
Oh, yeah. Right.
I think they have a casino out there, don't they?
You was gonna run the casino.
Yeah, I'll try.
Yeah.
Those are money maker.
Casino down here that's within the 60 miles.
Yeah, you know what, that's true.
All right, let's get back on track.
Yeah, okay. So, let's see, what else? So, we're not looking at anything to happen in 2024,
Yeah.
so
This
that's
looks
why I
great.
filled this out.
Because you got new stoves and refrigerators and stuff in the last few years, haven't they?
Well,
Your contractual.
it's through the, senior center, it's through the, food program.
Okay.
So that's not on us, that's,
Okay.
yeah, that actually, yeah,
Yeah, that's not
under
under
counties.
Okay. It's just in that building, excuse me.
Yeah, yeah. It'd be nice if they could cut a hole so that there was a window that we could look out. But we have to get authority. Anyway, sorry.
Well, I think it's good to talk about, like, if there's certain things that you really
Improvements.
need potentially, or improvements, you know, it might be possible to work with the senior citizens to, if they give permission, to kind of make some upgrades.
Sure.
So it's good to talk through those
Absolutely.
things with,
Yeah.
during
I
this
mean,
process.
I'm in there by myself in the afternoons. And we talked about the safety issue, which I got over that. I use my little doorbell thingy. And it does work out well, but, it's just so dark and dreary, and somebody made a comment yesterday, well, why don't you move up to the front desk? I'm going, oh, well,
Too easy to access you then.
that's
You
true.
would get
It's
anything
just, it would be nice if it was a more inviting atmosphere.
Who owns the building? Do you?
Senior citizens.
Senior
own the building?
citizens do,
And
yeah.
you just-
And we rent 2 offices.
2 offices, yeah, I couldn't remember.
And here's my wild thought. I could save $400 a month. And I don't know why we've always been at the senior center. I don't know why. I mean, is there not is there an office here that we wouldn't have to pay rent? You know, I'm just thinking outside
Or
of
just the interaction with the.
Exactly, the community, yeah. And there's no stairs or anything like that, so I get it,
That's where your clientele is.
yeah.
No, these counties have an incredible, I mean, you've got a great resource here, because like my mom still lives in Chautauqua County, which is Sedan. They have 1 day a week, they have the senior center open, and you bring your own meal.
Oh.
Because I was trying to get her involved with more stuff, but they just don't, I mean, I'm used up here, huh?
That just sounds like fellowship.
Potluck.
That doesn't even sound like.
I mean, we take it for granted up here. Everybody up here, because I used to work with the Council on Aging in McPherson County, and they have 12, you know, so, I mean, it's amazing.
Yeah,
Down
we
there,
want-
there's nothing. I mean, it's just like unbelievable.
I mean, we're lucky to have 3 food sites here, so.
Okay, a couple other questions here. I don't want to keep us on time, but on the insurance side, you know, where you, what is it? We provide the insurance. It's not really for your, it's for
No,
the.
it's for the cooks.
It's for the cooks, okay?
Yeah.
And where are we at on that? Are we, I mean, we got the dollar amounts, but I didn't know how many are we?
We do 2.
2, okay, I couldn't remember.
But we're budgeting for.
We're budgeting for 4, but we're only doing 2.
2 paid, 4 budgeted. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. That's the line, it's that insurance NC
Yep.
on page 15, okay?
And then the contractual is, on average, is 24, 26,
Right.
24.
Yeah,
But you've got a budget at 17.
yeah.
That's because we've split out some of the
Right.
items.
Yeah.
So they're gonna,
Okay.
Tina and I talked about that. So the, and I actually had it wrote down on my other paper, I'm sorry. But
We reclassified some things from contractual
So
to
it's
other
not
lines.
actual change, it's just a
Right,
reclassification.
right, that's correct.
Okay.
Okay, Lou, and so one more thing to get you on the same page with us. In the budget, which we actually work on, we put a bracket for vehicle replacement of 38,000 for a van. And that's,
Yeah.
and what we do is we try to set so much aside
Yes.
each year, okay? What would that, is that 38 still, I was kinda hearing maybe a little more expensive than that, cause it's hard to find them, or is that about the right price, or?
I think that's.
You gotta,
I was gonna
you gotta
say.
have
Yeah,
all
you buy
that
a
equipment on
3/4 ton
it.
truck.
Right,
Yeah.
right. And so it looks
Closer
like
to
that.
50 or?
Well, I think wasn't the 5,000, wasn't it in part of the contractual that we took out?
No.
Or we hadn't been doing it?
Well, there was a van purchased
Yes.
a couple years ago, but we need to start putting that back in.
Mm-hmm.
And so that, I think what he's asking is how, we need to build it up, so we have to add to that line item every year.
Okay, so we're gonna start doing 5,000
A year, yeah.
a year.
You may need to do.
So
Might be
10
more,
10 years
yeah.
you can buy one then.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
So it's
Yeah,
like a
that's not enough.
5 to 7 years, kind of what we've always done in the past. So whatever that price is.
Closer to 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you might need to put 10 on.
And then you have the capital outlay line item, because that's what that 26 is, just in there.
Yes.
And I was gonna tell the committee, if you look at that budget on 15, her cash carryover, unencumbered cash at the end of 22 is 91,000. So if she wanted to put a window in the building, I'm not sure that would be a problem. I mean, I'm just saying, because what's happened is we budgeted for 4, that's one of the things, we budgeted for 4 and we're only paying 2.
Yes.
And there's,
Yes.
and the van, there's just some things there that I think, that's why she's got some extra unencumbered cash built up, yeah.
Well, then come this year, have you done that? If we didn't pay for them for 2 years in a row, and we've got this extra money, do you reduce that capital?
Yeah, so what you could do is you could look at the unencumbered cash and you look at that line item and you say we're only funding 2, but we have unencumbered cash to pay for the other 2 for maybe 2 years. You don't want to use the cash up too much, but
Right.
but she's
Right.
got some availability, and you could take that. Let's just say you took 25,000 out of that fund, not taking it out of there, but actually levy in another fund for that 25. I'm just throwing out. I'm not saying we're taking money away. I'm just
No,
saying
I get it.
there's.
Put it on the vehicle fund.
Yeah, or yeah.
If you look at the year to date though, it's already right about 40,000 totaled
Yeah.
out.
Mm-hmm.
And if your cash carrying over, it's, 50 this last year? You're not hitting your 6-month mark of,
Well, and that's
Your
not,
reserve.
that year to date is only through April.
Right.
Because we don't have numbers from,
right, so that's what I'm saying, so by now, so if you did that divided by 4, it's 10,000 a month. You got another 10,000 on top, just by doing simple math, we should be at 60,000 cash carryover for a reserve.
well, and keep in mind that this worksheet does not include the budgeted cash carryover.
Mhm.
This only includes the budgeted line items for each department. So for the total, you actually have to look at
Yeah.
Scott's pages and
Yeah.
this.
I see it up there.
Okay.
Yeah, I
And
think.
it's low, so
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying.
Anyway, they're just things to think about. I don't have any other questions.
All right,
Yeah.
any other commission questions? All right, thank you, Lou,
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Yep.
Yep, great job.
Thank you.
Yes.
On day 39.
I'm not counting.
Didn't have the hours, just today.
Just today.
Thank you.
All right, before we start with Rebecca, I'm gonna take just a minute, everybody stand up a minute.
If I can.
Yeah. He's got his back on track, so we're on time.
Yeah.
So would you move some of that money to the vehicle fund? Just to,
Well, I mean, I think what's happening is we budgeted those $4 for a long time. And we never spent it, so we just keep budgeting for it. So yeah, you could either put it in the vehicle line fund, or you could, let's just say you reduce the levy for a year or 2, by 25,000. Well, that means you could put 25 in another fund to help pay it. I mean, you don't want a lot. What Jonah brought up is kind of what I put on those 2 sheets. I went on and did the calcs on general fund and road and bridge, because those are your big ones. But like if you take that 10,000 a month, what he's talking about, she would be at $60,000 and she's at 91. So you'd have 31,000 that you could, and that's just a rule of thumb, but that's just a
But you
way.
also want the reserve too. And that's what I kind of look at the cash carryover as your reserve.
Yeah, if something goes bad down there, you don't want to have to go to the general fund every time. That's, all these funds should have enough to, if something I don't even know what could go, I mean, you're renting, I don't know what could go bad down there.
What's our expenses, which, there's nothing to spend it on.
Yeah.
Computer and I don't know.
That's all.
Our office chair is.
Put a window on that north side.
That would be nice.
It'd be nice.
Yeah, standing out right off the bat.
Well, I thought maybe you were all getting ready to leave.
They were honoring you.
Yeah, isn't that great? Have everyone standing?
I'm sorry, I didn't stand, I'm sorry, I didn't stand up.
Yeah. Boy, you get the attention, see?
I'm wondering what's the story.
We're old and can't get
Yeah,
up.
we gotta stretch.
Yeah, we do have to get up every once in a while.
Yeah.
Looks like we should have Lou give us some stretching exercises.
Absolutely, yeah. Took us through the workout.
That'd be on YouTube.
Tina,
Yes, I'm not sure where she went. I think she's kinda in and out, so if you want to,
Okay.
I mean, if
Yeah,
you
it's
wanna
fine.
go on, I think you
It's
can just
fine
go
with me
on.
if you'd like
Yeah.
to get started with
all
that.
right.
She probably's got the numbers memorized.
Okay, register of deeds, and let's start with the 2024 budget planning.
Yep.
Everything on there is pretty much the same as it normally is for my office. Joe is working part-time now rather than a full-time position. And since Hannah was moved to deputy, Joe has been working about 15 hours a week getting the old documents into the system. Next year, she will probably just be the backup person and not have that many hours. Nothing unique that I know of, nothing unusual. So we're just continuing to provide what we need to run the office and continuing to get the microfilm digitalized as we have the opportunity. Okay, let's look at the tech fund next. There are a couple of major things that in the past have been paid for out of the Register of Deed Tech Fund. One is the support for the DMS. That's basically the software system that most of the departments use for pulling up information on the computer, for entering data. That fee, which runs about $35,000, has been shared by the clerk's office and the dean's offices in the past. The other thing that is a major expense out of the tech fund is the UVS fee, and that's what we use to view the images. That particular program is used by the deeds office, the clerk's office, planning and zoning, and the appraiser's office. So this year, when I got hit with a very unexpected $2,000 fee for an upgrade for RVI, I talked to the other departments about maybe being able to chip in on the upgrade and also to help with the funding for that for next year. So those who haven't talked to you yet will be talking to you about that.
What was that called?
It's Real Vision Support.
That's 2,000 a year? Or
The
2,000?
2,000 is for the upgrade.
Upgrade, okay.
The support for the year was about 3,300.
3,300.
So that's a big chunk. Okay. The budget proposal, pretty much as we generally do, each deed that is recorded gets a certain amount of money for the tech fund, and that's how that fund is put in. And then we use it for anything technology in our office, as well as trying to back up information and provide digital copies. So that's kind of the way it's always been on that one. And then when we slip over to the other part, for personnel, it's $112,396 for personnel. That's about $3,000 less than what it was last year, and that reflects Joe going more toward part-time. The other three things I left as we have in the past, with contract commodities and capital improvement, all staying at $2,000. So that's what I got.
Quick question, I can't remember, are you on, what is it, CIC, who are you on?
How long have you been working with counties?
Since, I've been worked here since 1986.
I think their current name is Augmented. They were Thomas Reuters, they
Yeah,
were
Thomas Reuters, yeah.
Inventrek, they were Mandatron.
The reason I asked that, because the registered deeds across Kansas that had CIC had some major problems. That's why, I couldn't remember what you had.
Yes, the problems I have been reading about on our listserv have made me very glad we did not change when we talked
Yeah,
about
that's
it.
incredible.
Clerks and treasurers and revenue
Yeah.
sheets.
Anything else?
Okay, that's all I have.
So you guys can stand up and exercise.
We'll take it.
Yeah.
Hey, Rebecca had a question in my office
Oh,
yesterday, so
okay.
I'm just throwing you right under the bus.
Okay, I was gonna try to talk to
Sneak
Scott.
out.
So, did you wanna ask Scott?
Quite often at the end of the year, the Register of Deeds office has returned a substantial amount of funds to the general fund.
Yeah.
And my question was, because digitalization is so expensive, is there any way at the end of the year those surplus funds could be added to the tech fund rather than going back into the general fund?
I'll answer it this way, and this is a commission decision, okay? But and I've not even told them this, but I've learned quite a bit from these other counties, okay? So I'm just gonna use Jackson County as an example. So they've got 7.7 million sitting in their capital outlay fund. And what they do there, it's really amazing. When they have the department head that saves money, they take the amount in the general fund that was saved by that department when they're done and transfer it for that department into capital outlay. So it's still general fund money, it can still be transferred back and forth, or it's like a capital improvement that you've got. But they do that with all the departments because they want to give incentive to those departments to save money. And so now their big question, commissioners have 1.5 million in their own budget just for capital outlay. Isn't that amazing? So I've seen that now in 2 counties that's doing it that way, because you got to incentivize people to save money, you know, in the departments. And so that's just something, I don't know if when you were in the clerks, do you ever hear about any of that? Because it's kind of, I mean, it's just all, that's why I like to do multiple counties, because you learn how maybe someone that just set up that, now they got 7.6. Now they have a casino, you know, they have that big casino, Prairie Van's there, and you know, they've got a lot going on. Yeah, they've got a lot going on there, you know. But they also got a lot of problems there too. But I'm just using that as an example. I don't know if you could transfer it to the tech fund by statute. You could you?
And that's what I
See,
said. I'd have to look at the statute because I didn't know.
Here's the deal, in the tech fund, once it reaches $50,000, the statute says that, now you still have the say of it, but the statute says that you can use it with other county offices. But yours, I noticed, I was just looking this morning, yours is below the 50, so.
Yes.
So I would say you probably wouldn't want to put it in there because that's a very specific fund that's based on a calculation.
Right.
But what I just shared with you about the capital outlay, that would be a commission decision, but that's something that, you know, let's just say we start doing that in the next 10 years, you could put away, you know, a fairly substantial amount. Because that's a question I get all the time. I'm in the general fund. Why do I need to save money? Because it really doesn't matter. Because it just rolls over and I lose it. I mean, you see what I get that question all the time.
Well, I think that's interesting, because we always look for ways to incentivize departments to, whether it's efficiency or equipment or whatever, and just never seemed to be a way to do that.
Couldn't there be a digitization fund?
Yeah, you could, and I mean, in that capital outlay.
Or just instead of capital outlay, that gives you more options.
Yeah, I mean, you can set it up however you want. The thing I would watch if you start doing that is, like, I got in Pratt last year for the first time, and they all do that similar to the equipment reserve fund. They do a very similar thing where they transfer the net difference that they save. But once it transfers to that fund, the commissioners have the full authority of that fund. So some of the departments are a little,
Yeah, we
because
don't
the
give them that much power.
The squeaky wheel gets the grease is what people are always worried about. But what I'm trying to work with them on right now is to write the policy so everybody's very clear how that's used. See, what happens is people will set them up, but the policies won't be there. So then it kind of gets, oh, okay, well, I'm just going to use it for this or that. And so I think if it's written up right, I like the idea of if somebody's going to save money, then they should get some opportunity there. Now, what they're having to fight up at Jackson now is how much is enough, okay? So is 7.7 million too much? So what we're looking at, and I'm just new to that one, we're gonna do some calculations to say, maybe it should be 5 million, and we should start returning some of that money back by reducing the mill levy to make the difference. I mean, those are all conversations you have to have, how much is enough, you know? And that's why this cash thing, I've kind of come up with this 15 years ago or so, because you look at the cash and how much is enough in the general fund. The general fund you want really healthy, okay? But no, that's just thing. I mean, those are things I've learned in the last 2 years of these new counties, and they're good things. I mean, they're
Well, under the environment and what we live and work in now, that general fund is just paramount.
Yeah, it is.
I wonder if you could do something within the her general fund budget to add a line item for digitization savings and keep adding to it, like with a bracketed number, because, you know, what would stop departments from trying to inflate their budget so that they could be under? You know what I mean? And then also, would you have to do put that on the transfer schedule in the budget, and how do you reflect that?
If you transfer
If you're
it
transferring out of the general to the capital
yeah,
improvement,
yeah.
how do you reflect that on the,
Yeah.
I was just curious about that, so, I mean, those are other things
They
to
just,
think
they
about.
just do it as, the counties, both those do it as either a capital improvement transfer or equipment reserve transfer, so that it still remains general fund money, so that they can bring it back if they get in trouble.
Right, do they have to show it on the
Yeah.
schedule of transfers,
Yeah.
on the budget side, or just on the actuals?
They do it on the budget, we put on their amount.
So you just put
Yeah.
maybe a,
Because on the transfer, you don't have to have the exact amount, and you don't even have to follow that amount. You could have more or less, but it's a expenditure just like anything else, so you can't go above budget authority. So that's the only limit that you have there. But I don't know, it's another reason. I kind of like Tina's idea that if they don't want, setting up that fund has got to be done right, or it gets a little messy. But like yours, if you have that expenditure, we just, like the building or anything else, vehicle, we just put a line item that says digitization, and put a bracket, and it's, I don't know how often, is it every 3 years you make that? When do you come up, is that the 30-some thousand, or what is?
The 30,000 is what I have unencumbered, plus a little bit of a cushion for what.
No, I mean, what's the cost that you're saving for digitization?
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't have a specific line for that, so as funds become available in the tech fund, I've been using them for that. Right now, I've got US Imaging working on a bunch of microfilm cards.
Right.
Doing
But
that.
is there a dollar, is there even a dollar amount that
What's
we were
the
shooting
goal
for?
of
What's the
dollars?
goal to get to the end, I guess?
That's a really
$100,000 or?
That might touch it.
Yeah, that's what we would do. See, what we do in that bracket is we just put in whatever that potential cost is. Now, it could change down the road, but it's nice to know, because that way they can kind of, okay, we look that line, we need 100,000, we've only got 20.
Right.
Okay.
And by the time you consider particularly some of the older oil and gas
Yeah.
books and those kind of things that
Yeah.
really need to be redone,
Right.
you're looking at a monster
Yeah,
investment.
absolutely.
So is that a way to structure it to where a highly efficient department head says, I'm saving the county money every year, and this other department's spending it?
Yeah. I kind of like it. Jackson County's done an incredible job at 7.7 million. I mean, now they have some other resources.
It's an interesting concept.
Yeah, it is.
And to be fair to the other departments, ROD doesn't have a lot of expenses. We're not having to buy gasoline or tar or rock or new vehicles. And so it's probably easier for ROD to be able to give some back than some other departments.
Yeah, but it's, yeah.
But yeah, I hope you guys explore the idea.
Yeah.
Okay, it was a good discussion.
It's funny when she said tar, I was thinking tar on the car, not tars,
Yeah.
okay? But Southeast.
So I'm not a Kansas in my birth.
All right, thank you, Rebecca.
Thank you. Excuse me.
Thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate your input.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, Scott. Have you been? Go on in.
Sharon.
Hi.
Come on in, we'll wait a minute for Scott.
So Sharon. I put your actual, your questionnaire and then the spreadsheet of the total budget. I didn't include the personnel stuff in here.
Okay.
So,
Thank you.
Tyler, what page?
For planning and zoning on page 9.
Thank you. I couldn't find it. One page on
What page?
it. Nine.
It's under, there's county counselor and then it's planning zone environmental.
Got it.
That number matches.
May I hand out one other sort of document or? you think
Sure,
that'd be helpful?
absolutely.
Okay.
It's because it's the general fund, we don't have cash carryover in those departments in the
Gotcha.
general fund. Yeah,
That's
why. That's right. I mean, it's nice, I like it when they're all matched, but it's just like, you've gotta have some money to
Yes.
This is-
at the end.
Is this page here?
No, it's not quite the same.
Okay, okay.
Oh, okay.
I'll
Perfect.
explain.
Thank you.
All right.
These.
Okay.
All right, we're ready to start, Sharon.
Okay. Thank you, Tina, for putting those up on the screen. So I'm not sure where you want
You
to
can
start.
start wherever you
for
want.
sure. Okay. So the way I came to the numbers that you see on the screen here was I took our 2023 actual expenses and made an estimation of what I thought it would cost for the remainder of 2023, and then just made an estimation about what those expenses may be for 2024. So we have additional staff, we have additional people in our building right now, utilities, fuel, insurance, and maintenance on mapping have all gone up. Wages have gone up. The overall increase, that sheet that I just handed you, this is our old school method. Sorry, I had to
Oh, no problem.
fill this out to help myself
Sure, absolutely.
see where we were at compared to 22 and 23. So you can see there at the bottom, the very last column to the right in red, that 35,053, that would be the change from the previous year.
That's on the handed out sheet in case, the one she just gave you on the table.
So the bold numbers, let's see, the bold numbers are the increased numbers on your little spreadsheet, is that right?
On this one,
Yeah.
those are for the separate categories like personnel,
Right.
commodities, contractual.
That's what makes up, the difference there is what makes up the 35 at the bottom.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
That also includes personnel.
Did you, it looks like you bought a vehicle in 22, or 22 last year?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So we got to start over again on that line item?
Yes. There should be $5,000 in that line item now, and I'm asking to save $5,000 more this year.
Absolutely.
She's on like 20-year rotation.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I get in the vehicle about every 20 years.
I know, I remember that last time you talked about how old that vehicle was, yeah.
This is pretty embarrassing. A little sketchy. It's left me stranded a few times.
Oh, goodness.
Okay, so on the budget planning narrative,
Sure.
there, one item that I'm not sure what to expect is a copier printer, like the big machines that we use collectively in our office. We have one that came with us from clear back when we were in the health department on Main Street. And it's paid for. We just have a monthly contract with Document 360 for maintenance and ink and all of that. However, we're moving to a new building and we will be sharing that building with 2 other departments. So
So
I'm
do you
not
have,
sure what.
do you have any providers in Marion County for those types of services anymore? For like a copy machine?
No.
Something I did in my office, I wasn't sure how I was gonna do it, but it's called now, it used to be called McPherson Business Machines, but it's called McPherson Business Solutions. And it's kinda like Southwest Airlines, they only buy one type of copy machine, and they've got a bunch of them. And so I just pay so much for black and white and color, and I pay nothing else. And they bring it out to my.
That's what 360 does.
Is that what they do too?
Yeah.
I mean, I never had handled that at SHL, I didn't have any idea what to do, but that's pretty
somebody
much.
in Wichita.
Yeah, it's just really handy.
It's about, you know what you guarantee so many copies a
Yeah,
month.
yep.
And I think the county ought to, because every department buys from a different person.
Yeah.
You got one service guy
Yep.
that can come to everybody. I don't know how we get that established.
You can have your administrator work on that.
Nice.
Right?
Nice.
Yeah.
I mean, we just need to go with one vendor.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
I know, I wasn't meaning that in a
No,
disrespectful
no, you're not.
way. But, I mean, those kind of things
It just
are.
reemphasizes the
Right,
need.
those kind of things are what an administrator's
lease
gonna look for.
You should lease a copy machine now, because every 3 years they're outdated.
Oh, yeah.
So,
And then
All the
five-
plastic sprockets and everything.
In 5 years, they're
Run.
making parts.
and with what you're saying, you know, everybody has one on a contract now, but they're all coming up at different times, and then they all have, each department also has different needs as far as what they need that to do.
Yeah.
So you'd have to look at all those things and make sure that you could still provide each department's needs,
And
so.
it's an eye opener too, the difference between black and white and color.
Oh, yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It will show you what a good administrator will save you in money.
Make my brother cringe.
And I am not volunteering to work on that project.
All right, we
Okay.
look at it in the future. Other questions? Are we gonna keep working down the list?
Sure, I don't expect any personnel changes from next year. And I just briefly described some of our unique situations, moving to a new building, additional departments, additional staff. All those moving expenses, new letterhead, envelopes, business cards, setting up phones, the IT services, all of those things will have an additional price tag with them. So it's hard to know exactly what to expect there. And I think we're still waiting on the final attorney bill from the Stonebridge case, which I think Kate Camp pays for a portion of that, but we may be looking at a large sum of money for that.
When you say large sum of money, what are you thinking? Or do you know? Maybe you can't say.
It's hard, it's hard telling.
Can't really say, yeah.
Can't say.
No problem.
They've managed to drag out for quite some time.
Yes.
Is this I didn't ask this at the road bridge, because I took out looking out there too. So does this add square footage to your room or office, or is it, why was the reason to move? Because you were down, were you still across?
Yeah, we're
you're
across the street.
Because they all
So-
three work together.
Oh, yeah,
They're
that's true,
separated
yeah,
now.
that's true, yeah.
To clear up space in this building for other departments and usage, and then our 3 departments seem to work together
Work
quite a
together a lot,
bit,
yeah.
so.
So
just
first of
made
all, you got
sense.
road and bridges in the courthouse, which opens
Yeah.
the courthouse space.
Oh, yeah.
Planning and zoning building is in need of major repair,
Yeah.
understatement.
Yeah.
This building became available, then
Yeah.
emergency management also is in public health, which the hospital is
Yeah.
taking their space back.
Yeah.
So we needed a space for public health.
Sure.
I mean emergency management, I'm sorry, emergency management.
Yeah.
So the 3 do make a nice fit
Oh,
in that
yeah,
building, and the
absolutely.
square footage is appropriate.
Yeah. Cool.
I believe we've kind of discussed everything else on this list. Do you have any questions or any clarification on anything else?
This is more of a question, just I'm trying to understand. The pictometry, do you use that also, don't you?
Yes, we use pictometry. We also use, what is it, RGIS, which is SAMS,
Yeah.
I believe.
So how many departments share in that? Because I was asking somebody the other day in one of the counties, they weren't dividing it, so I was thinking, well, they should be, to get the bang for their buck, they should be, because I couldn't remember what ones are divided into that one. It's you and
Appraisers,
appraiser.
clerk.
Are you
Do
talking
use
about pictometry?
Yeah.
Yeah, but we pay that out of sales tax. We don't
Yeah, I
charge
know
any
you do,
department.
but I was just, they were just trying to figure out how to pay for it.
Oh, yeah.
And they don't have the 20% sales tax, and I was just thinking, well, you ought to share between the departments.
Yeah.
That's why but I couldn't remember how many divided that up.
Yeah, but clerks use, here, clerks use it some, yeah, we use it.
I know like on the RBI updates, that Rebecca may have talked about that, so
Yeah.
we've split that. That's also included in my 2024 projected expenses for the 1/4 or whatever portion of that.
Okay, thank you.
I will say one thing that I did this year that I usually don't do in the past or in previous years is my numbers are odd numbers, and typically we just allocate $500 or $1,000, where these are $479.95. So if you'd prefer to round those, we can.
Yeah, we only use the contract service commodity, I mean, the bigger numbers. So,
Okay.
I mean, it's not, see, that's something I get asked all the time too. You know, why doesn't the state budget have this detail? Well, if you had this detail in every department of the state budget, that thing would be like 100 pages long. So it is a little harder, but it is nice to, you can have this detail to monitor, the department heads, you know, can watch that. And then for state budget purposes, we try to streamline a little bit, so, yeah.
Okay.
I like the detail. I mean, if there's a question, you can go back and look at it, but for the budget form, we don't really get that, that far in the weeds.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay, other questions?
What kind of vehicle did you get? I didn't ask that.
2019 Chevy Silverado.
Wow. Yeah, there's a lot of other departments that had a $269,000 vehicle, and I couldn't figure out what that one was. No, I'm just kidding.
It was 290.
Oh, 90,000. That's what it was, yeah. I go, man, howdy. I'm just kidding. Well, I'm glad you got a vehicle, that's awesome.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
It's been nice to have a reliable vehicle.
Yeah.
Is she not stuck on the road?
Yeah.
It looks better too.
Yeah.
Better impression when you pull up.
Yeah,
Definitely.
absolutely.
Yeah, we did have a lot of negative comments with that old Explorer. It was a little bit embarrassing.
You don't have to use baling wire anymore.
It was kind of red duct tape there for a while.
All right.
Sharon, can I get a copy of what you brought today? Yes, ma'am.
Here, Tina, you can have it.
I see you got mine too.
Okay, thank you. You're welcome.
Okay, all right, thank you, Sharon,
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Thank you all.
We're way ahead of schedule. Sharon's so organized, we got through it all fast.
Thank you.
So efficient, we got ahead.
Yeah.
Do you want to take, you let me know you're breaking?
That's what we planned, but if you've got something you'd like to cover with us?
No, I thought I could go for the next like 10 minutes
Yes,
before that.
absolutely.
And just talk.
You bet.
So what I
Awesome.
did, these are just things I want you to kind of remind to get you back up to speed on what we're doing. I usually don't, I don't know, Tyler worked pretty hard the last 2 days to get this because we had the actual from Barney, so we had it, so we thought we'll just push through it. So if you start on page, you have to remember this is just a really rough draft. So if you start on page 2, and I'm just gonna flip through there and I'll just show you some things that we have to remember, and it kinda helps me get up to speed too with where you're at, because of actual, when it's audit, it kinda shows what you've done. The 2, you know, is just the transfer, that's nothing really, I didn't know if there's any new indebtedness, is there anything that's coming down the track, any kind of bonds or things most of the stuff you're paying for is coming out of your cash, unencumbered cash.
Those bonds is already on this year.
It's already on.
Yeah.
If there's anything else you think of?
There should not be.
Okay, none?
And I'm really not looking at any of these purchases on the road and bridge.
And on the next page is the lease purchases. So I think so far, the only thing I heard was a tractor mower potential. But that's not a big, I mean, it's big, but it's not big. Is there anything else that I need to be aware of?
Lauren had a question about the Ford Explorer.
Yeah, she did have a question on that email. Look at it.
Yeah, let me open her.
Yeah, look at that.
There's 3 things on there.
Yeah, she had 3.
Actually, I might go with 4 when I found it.
Anyway, we can ask Tina. Tina will probably know that answer too. But anyway, is there anything else on page 4, circle 4, that you know that we're gonna be coming down the track here, either in the rest of 23 or in 24?
I think you have to watch these lease purchases pretty close right now, because I don't know what a typical lease purchase is gonna be, 8%?
Right, yeah.
The last one I
The
saw.
time for them was when we did them.
Yeah, the game has changed.
Yeah, the game's
has
changed,
changed,
so it's a cash game.
Yeah.
Gotta wait a year now.
Yeah,
So
but you
I
also
saw a
want to pay
fire,
up front.
I saw a fire truck lease, last week, and it was about 4.75, so it was still, and that's all they do is fire trucks. So
Oh.
they probably gave some kind of a, discount that way too, I don't know. But yeah, it's in the banking world, it's really, the rates have really changed on what you can get money for. I was trying to think if there's anything else, kind of quickly update me, so the building now, so that kind of takes care of your building for a while anyway out there, and then that frees up your whole road and bridge department down in the basement. Is that gonna be used for other offices, or?
Yeah, there's gonna be reorganization down here
Yeah.
somewhere, but we haven't figured that out. We just
Yeah.
gotta get the space available.
Yeah, sure.
Everybody wants it.
Oh, yeah, that's a nice area.
Everything.
Already IT and security, there's a slice
Yeah.
off that that'll fit with the expansion in IT.
So when you say security, that was another thing, when I was looking to do was, at one point, we were putting security in line item, just kind of build up. Is that something that's going forward now with security, or is it?
Well, we need to put it in, we have had security, we've had a contracted security guard for some hours,
Okay.
starting last year and also this year, and it's not in the budget anymore. So we're just paying that as general, and that is,
We have a line item on page 8, security line item. There was nothing in the current year, but there's a budget of 25,000. I'd circled there. It's in the courthouse general. You go down to about third line from the bottom there. And that's why I was asking. I saw that this morning. I was trying to figure out, because I knew at one point you were talking about, like, because of the court and all the different security issues, I just didn't, see, like, I love coming here because, well, there's only one Osage. I have to dump all my pockets. I mean, and not that that's bad, I feel like I'm getting on an airplane when I get there, and they're trying to be safe, but that's.
Every other courthouse that you go to is that way?
No, that's the only one.
That's the one.
Yeah, the other ones you walk in. But I was just curious, because that could be a big, they were talking at Osage, they'd redone their whole court system upstairs. And they used diversion, they used some other money to do that, but it is a big price tag to get everything in a secure setting.
so we're, 43.2 is the number for this year, and it's actually gonna.
For 23?
Yeah, it'll probably go over, because there's been some months that court has gone over, so I would say probably 45.
45,
In the
oh,
current
45,
year.
in the current year, okay. In the current year, 45?
Current year,
Okay. And then what do you think for 24?
That's a great question.
Budget 50?
Probably.
I mean, we're with the same company, same rates, right? So it'd probably be about the same as what it is this year.
Okay, I'll just put a question mark there.
But,
Anyway, that was, okay, so let's
I
go.
actually asked district court, I asked Jan if maybe they could put that in their budget, because right now, I have to get in the middle of all that, with
Yeah.
the scheduling and the budget. And, they said, well, not this year, but maybe, not this time, but maybe the next
Next year.
So,
Okay, we'll keep
This
moving.
coming up for 24,
No.
you couldn't?
no, cause I think they had their budget, the court had their budget done
Yeah.
quite a while ago already, and so, but they.
They're just gonna come back to us and ask for a budget increase.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's kind of
I mean-
it's really,
6-1.
it doesn't matter,
Exactly right.
because it's in the general fund. But the main thing that it would solve would be that they could determine their schedule and I wouldn't have to be involved in that part of it. Because right now, they do a schedule and send it to me and I send it to the security guy. And I have to be involved because of the budget.
That's your middle guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you take some of that money and put it to their budget,
Right.
and then keep some of it back for when you want them. Is that how you do it? Or did you just put it all to
Potentially,
them?
yeah, or just.
It's all in the general fund, so it's like it, I mean, you're trying to track it, I mean, that's good, but.
Yeah, it's basically tracking.
Yeah.
But if you just added to their budget and said, all right, you guys are responsible for making the phone call, getting them
Right.
here,
Yeah.
doing
Yes.
everything.
That part would be great.
That would be better for them and for us,
Yeah.
because they,
Then we're transparent, just paying courthouse security.
Yep.
It's a single dollar amount.
Absolutely. That's good.
anyway, just something to think about.
Okay, let's keep moving here,
Yep.
we've got 5 minutes.
We can go to noon if you.
Okay,
Yeah, we-
so page 5, just showing you the sales tax number, and I know you track that every month. I'm fairly conservative there, that's 200,000 each, so if you remember in the past, that 200,000 each on the first circle on page 5. So that's 400 grand that we're under conservatively, under what was in 22, okay, so you can keep that in your mind. Down here, I wanted to kind of get some clarification down here, because this was kind of all over the place. Diamond Vista, Sunflower Wind, what numbers do I put in those two lines? Is that something that was just in 22, or is that something that happens every year? I can't remember.
It was 24 supposed to go back up, right, on the Diamond Vista, because they finally recouped their funds, and then
I was thinking even 23.
So we can get those numbers. That's just things that again, this is a real rough draft. I just circled things that I noticed and then if you look at interest on idle funds, is that, I mean, I know they went up quite a bit. Is that number right? 339 in the audit? It's an audit number. That's a big difference, for what we've been having in the past. So 300, it's right below the circle Sunflower Wind Farm. I didn't circle it, but 339.
Spend some money, huh?
Huh?
We could spend some money.
Yeah, so that'll help the general fund quite a bit. Next page.
I was surprised by that too.
Yeah. But it's true. This is funny. Now, I'm getting a little bit tracked, but could not believe this. I was training the county treasurers the other day, the Southern County treasurers, because they had a meeting. They wanted me to come down and do FDIC/pledge security coverage. Because that's a big thing right now. Because most people don't know what that is. I mean, I had a city call me the other day and go, "We got 700,000 in the bank. Are we supposed to be doing any pledging on that?" I go, "What?" I mean, so I had to train up them real quick. But this lady, I'm not kidding you, one of the treasurers had a CD. I don't know if you ever heard of Cedars, where you can, what it is you can invest the money, and you can, the local bank will farm it out at 245,000 at other banks across the nation, okay? And they can get pretty good rates on that, and then you're always under FDIC coverage, so you don't have to worry about the pledge. But the lady looks at me and goes, "Yeah, I had one in Silicon Valley Bank." I said, "You what?" So she did. It was 245, and she got her money out of it. I couldn't believe a little bitty county down in southern County. Yeah. Wow. Anyway, so the next question on page 6 was multi-purpose building, but it sounds like we've got that answered. I mean, I assume you want to keep. I've got it circled there. Do we increase that amount from 200,000 to 400,000 in 24, or are we going to use that 200,000 in the middle column to help pay for this out here that you're doing? Or you may already got those funds identified. I don't know. But we have the 200,000 in the middle that eventually would have been the multi-purpose building, but it sounds like you're kind of taking care of that for a while. So I didn't know if you want to keep.
no, we're not really taking care of it.
Just rotate, or you wanted to.
That's
We
Randy.
still got the spot for it.
Yeah.
Randy's spot.
Yeah. these are just, I want to just bring these up, because these are things you can think about, things I noticed, okay?
Well, and let me just say, that if we are doing renovations this year, that's where I would pull it from, there and the road and bridge building line, depending on what you guys, what division that is, so. General, like, random building things, we are pulling from here,
Sure.
so.
Okay.
Well, I would agree with that, but I still
That's
don't know.
planning, and then road and bridge would come out of their own line item, and then, planning and the emergency management, yeah, okay. Okay, the only other one I saw here was, Diamond Vista expense, was that just a 22 thing, or what was that? The auditor's report?
That we used some of the funds that they had paid in to transfer out to, fund the Marion County Land Bank,
Oh, okay, okay.
so.
Down below, you can just look at this sometime. The reason I did this, I always do this, kind of see where you're at in the general fund. So you're at 6.35 months, which is it's pretty good, you know. That's, I had a school district that, I had something the other day was 0.09. That means they're less than 1 month of cash carry. Isn't that crazy? Oh, goodness. Okay, keep moving. 7, I don't think I had any questions there. On 8 is the general, and Tina and I can work through all this, but where we had the security there at the top of page 8, these are like courthouse line items that just kind of get put, there's no other place to put them. So those are just things that I circled just to know we're gonna have to work on. The 80/20, I was trying to remember this, I lose my memory here, like you saw earlier. In the middle column on the road and bridge and sales tax and all that, we backed those off last year. Was that what I can't remember what we did in 23, because we just rolled this over from last year's budget. Is that how we funded some things, or what did you see right here?
Oh, sorry.
Down here. See, it's 337.
Yeah, you backed them off because we had to levy for the bond payment.
Yeah, that's what it was.
So that's something you're gonna have to think about, how you're gonna fund capital improvement this year, because
Right.
we took some of that money to put towards the bond.
That's right. So that's something that we'll be thinking about. Remember how it's 80%, and then we divided up these, we divide up 7 mills, 2 mills, goes to capital improvement, and then the remaining after you do that is the other part of the 80% that stays there. And I think they've been, in the past, they've used it for chip and seal, but I'm just, yeah.
Yeah, we're using it for blacktop materials.
Yeah,
basically.
okay. Next page, 9, vehicle replacement, I changed that on planning and zoning to 10,000 in the column other side. Now, county administrator, I just rolled it over the same pricing. I don't know how that's in 23. We're already halfway through the year, so there's half of that would be. I just talked to Pratt when I went down there, and they had. Now, county administrator probably be a little different, but the finance director, they had 4. I think it was 4 resumes, and not one of them would work. You know, it's just hard to find, and what you have to pay for that person. So I don't know if 140 would get that first line, that 90 up there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just being honest with
And
you there.
we'll iron that out.
Yeah. But I didn't know, I just circled it, and then I didn't know this is another catch-all, the 20% here. You know, Tina and I can work through these numbers, but these were just line item things. Next page, 10, is bond and interest, and that's, now we have the payment set up, so that we should be good to go there, shouldn't we? Okay, that's all set up. I haven't put neighborhood, I haven't even messed with neighborhood revitalization yet, so that'll all have to be put all the way through.
You have to do that last, don't you?
Yeah, I have to do that last, right. Page 12, we've already talked about this a little bit. I did put down the numbers at the bottom. Your road and bridge is 6.3 months, so that's and you have to remember that is only at the point of time, 12/31/22. I have this one clerk now, because she's been to some of my K-Mags in the city side. She actually, when she gives them the unencumbered cash report every month, she actually has added the Excel spreadsheet over there, and she shows them how much they have based on the current month's expenditures, what kind of cash carryover they have based on the months. It's kind of, she just always keeps that in front of the council members, because it's a good reminder that, you can't go out and get a line of credit, so you always, if you're gonna spend it, you need to make sure so it's just something to think about. I don't think, I circled a lot of things on page 13, and Bryce went through them, but the road and bridge fund, we'll just have to work on that in a little bit. 14, the Kurt, I mean, he seems pretty he came from Dickinson County?
Mhm.
Yeah, okay. Seems pretty knowledgeable, and I think, we can massage, like that future expansion, the one they brought up there, kind of, whatever you wanna call that, but like we put a line in there for future expansion of service. We can kind of figure out how that works. Appraiser's cost, we haven't been in that one yet. 15 is aging. That one's setting pretty good. We've already talked about kind of the unencumbered cash carry over there. Elections, got a 24 is the presidential election. Do you have any special elections in 24?
There's a lot to talk about with elections, because
Yeah.
not only do we have
Yeah.
the regular primary in
Yeah.
general, we also now have a presidential preference primary, brand new election in March, which will probably be around $30,000 expense to the county.
Presidential
Now the
preference.
primary, yep. Instead of having caucuses, the parties are gonna have us do an actual election.
Wow.
And the state legislature voted that into law this year, so.
Unfunded
They look
mandate.
everybody else.
Now, it's not necessarily completely unfunded. I think this year that they're potentially gonna pay,
Yeah.
the state will pay, but you just never know.
Well,
And
it's
you
kinda like-
still have to budget the
Yeah,
expenditures.
next year, you might just pull it up, or next time you just pull it up.
Right.
Okay, election, let's see, are you getting any, one thing I've been hearing, you can't find any election workers. Is that something that gets paid more?
So
We
today's
are-
really good.
We're
Yeah.
doing ours.
Does,
We're
I
Tina
forgot
said
to
there's
ask-
a lot to talk about in elections.
Yeah, there is. I forgot to ask the emergency the ambulance, what is your starting pay in the ambulance department? You know?
18 or 19 for.
Different for
It's-
Really?
We're paying
For-
pretty high.
Oh, that's awesome.
For,
That is
paramedics.
$13.59. So I went home and told my wife, I said, would you want to have the EMS guy come out at, new guy at $13.59 or the McDonald's guy at $15 in the kitchen? I mean, you look at that, isn't that crazy?
So we do have a scale that, but we're starting, most of our people are like,
Yeah, that's good.
toward the
Because
upper
they're,
side.
I mean, you're not gonna get, yeah, that's good, okay. Health, we'll talk about that. Employee benefits is we'll talk about later. I think I circled, the rest of these funds we'll talk about when they come in. Anyway, I hope this, I mean, I like to have this done if I can, because then you can make notes on it as you go and it reminds you. And you can take it home and kind of look at it after you've talked to all the department heads. And then remind you, next time we come back, we'll have all this plugged in that we've talked about today. And then that's where we can kind of work through it. Yeah, okay? Your assessed value, I was gonna tell you that too, you probably saw that sheet, but.
Oh, I didn't give it to
no.
them.
Oh,
we
you didn't
haven't.
see it, okay.
No, we
I
haven't.
didn't
Can I
give it
say
to
anything
them.
about it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I haven't proofed it.
Yeah, it's 168 million last year, so that would be 168,761 was 1 mil last year on the final abstract. The current assessed value is 173,778,039. So that means 1 mil went from 168, so really right out on the dollar, $5,000 a mil you picked up on the increase in assessed value. So, I didn't do that sheet and all that this time. I don't know if I even did, yeah, I did, okay.
Times 70.
75.
Yep, so 75 times, yeah, 75 times 5. So $375,000. So that's about 2 mills. About 2 mills, 173, yeah, it's about 2 mills that you picked up just in assessed value increase, if it ends up being.
I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, if you've done it, it's golden.
yeah. Barring any crazy circumstances, it's pretty good.
Okay. Are we going to lunch for an hour, or is that what it says on here?
Last week we had 5 minutes, so.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness.
So we got lots of time.
Okay.
So if
So
you
you
got
want-
other, if
you
you have
want-
other things you wanna cover, we got time.
Not really, because I mean, it's more
More
just.
helpful to have the department heads in here to.
True.
Yeah. So if it takes a little more time, I mean, you want us back earlier, we don't have to go that full. like 12:45 or something?
They're not starting till, I mean,
Yeah.
the department head.
Oh, that's true, they won't be.
They won't be here
Yeah,
till 1.
yeah.
So just plan on 1.
Okay, 1 o'clock, okay.
You're on here.
I think we're on our own. We've got a full hour.
I thought Tina tried to give us an hour and 50.
This conference will now be recorded.
Safe streets. Road and bridge.
Stuff they
Do you?
But it's per
County,
cities,
Okay,
towns.
let me see if somebody can switch me. I will, okay, all right. Okay, all right, thanks, Elena. How are you? I'm okay. Thanks, Tina. My sister's just smaller and she makes the tape focus on.
Oh, okay.
I want.
Yeah,
That's not very good, is it? No.
Okay, bye.
Okay. I will leave these here for.
Maybe just check back in later and we'll
Yeah,
see
see
what's
if
what.
somebody can-
Yep.
What
Yeah.
treat you right?
I got this.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is he at home, is he?
No, she's gonna go pick him up.
No, he's upstairs.
Okay, so I'm gonna just have, you take one of these and pass them around, please, because she needed to add something to what she submitted
Oh, okay.
online, so.
Okay.
And then we can probably come back to hers. Man, that table's filthy. So, there's one for you, Scott, whenever it comes around.
Okay, we're back to our budget presentation. We're going into the health department budget. Crystal just had an emergency call she needed to attend to, but we will go ahead and then take a look at the health department budget. Sheets.
Not too terribly long. She was here for budget last year.
What page, John?
Page 16, I think.
Yep, 316.
On the laptop, it's 22. All right.
Yeah, they got cut off printing.
Yeah, at the bottom it did, yeah, the levy did, yeah.
She was missing.
So this extra sheet is a replacement for this one here?
Mhm.
The one you're looking at on your laptop?
Okay, gotcha.
Because it's 559,868, and that was 553 on the laptop.
Yeah.
Yeah. The thing I have here, I always have to kind of double check with is what I circled on page circle 16 that I gave you, is the receipts, you know, what's coming in, what's going out. At the top of the page, it's not on the bottom, it got cut off there, but at the top of her page, there on 16, you can see her cash
Yeah,
carryover.
but and her budget is the second budget, it's the bottom one, not the top one, just in
Yeah,
case you didn't see.
Yeah, hell. But the top line in the second budget on 16, at the end of 22, she had 254,000. And this is very common across most health departments right now, because they had all this funding that came in during COVID. There was just a lot of things happening, so they didn't a lot of times use probably what you would call the ad valorem tax. She's raised 105 there last year. So you see that very often. I think most of them, the ones I've noticed, the other meetings I've had, most of them have spent that money down that came in with COVID. So now they're probably gonna be back to their regular budget, you know, and their resources and stuff. But that's what I was gonna have, that's one of the questions I was gonna have for her is, and remind me, where is she, where's her office now?
Hospital.
By St. Luke's.
It's a hospital. So
No, it's in the clinic building attached to
Clinic
St. Luke
building,
over there.
Rent the space.
yeah.
She did do, I think she's got a pretty good outline of
Yeah,
which
what the-
grants and what the income would probably be. She would have completed all those, so. But I'm sure you'll probably still wanna visit with her.
Oh, well, yeah, it's just, I I just wanna make sure I'm not overestimating income. But they have a pretty good cash cushion. That's not always been true in the health department, you know, or in any of the health departments, but the problem is, if you wanted to use some of that, if you take away some of the levy, so it's 105, and you say, well, her cash carryover is a little higher, so we could use some of that levy. That's one of those where the first year you do that, you supplant, right now 105, they call it, but if you took it and you made it 75, then you actually get your state aid reduced in that next year for the amount that you reduced the levy by. So that's why you usually don't reduce the levy in the health department, no matter what the fund balance is, so. So you probably don't have any capital outlay type expenditures, you just lease the property with the doctor's office, so.
But that's ending, and
Oh, that's ending.
we're gonna have to build or move.
Oh,
So
okay.
there will be some.
Oh, I heard you say that, I heard Dave say that earlier, but I didn't know where's it moving. We don't know that yet, or you can't say?
Next week.
I don't want to make it start a fight.
There's not a consensus. It's 2.5.
We're going to
2.5.
move the health department.
Yeah, there, that is correct.
Leave it at that.
We all
Leave
agree
it at that, okay.
So, anyway,
Hospital wants a space back.
but on her budget planning sheet, on number 3, she does talk about possible new build or move, so. And then also some things that they would potentially need to buy are listed under the top area.
Now, you still, I was looking at, in the fund with Morris County. You still do the WIC with them?
We're doing it different though.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not the same as what we were doing before.
Okay.
And I mean, we can, possibly, depending on what's happening with the, you know, we may have to visit with Kristen later on some of those.
Did that ever shut down totally and then you restarted, or has it always been going, the one at WIC over at Morris?
I feel like we have restructured it and we're doing something different now, but I don't know that.
Because it comes from it's on, that fund is on page 26 of the thing I handed in, and all it is just the actual. And the state of Kansas, it looks like the money comes straight from the state of Kansas, just for the WIC money, just flat
What we
fee,
were-
and then you
what-
just,
what
do you
we-
help fund a
No,
person?
what we were doing was, Marion County used to do WIC for us and also for Morris, and then we were charging Morris. And the way that we're doing all that has changed.
Okay.
And so, right now, I don't know the answer.
No problem, I can talk to her.
Because it's changed and we're doing something
We
else.
still help each other, but not sure how.
But it seems like we're contracting that out.
Okay. They were one of the ones that shut down their last government practice there in Council Grove. There's nobody there now doing audits in that area. See, it used to be all these little firms did the local government audits, you know, you just they were in each of the cities and they kind of took care of them, but that was another one that just totally shut it down. Let's see, I was trying to think, because this one got any vehicles?
Yes.
We have that is one thing we need to be looking at here, because
See, I don't
we
know.
had, we purchased a Ford Explorer last year on a lease purchase, and so we need to make sure that payment gets in here.
And was that the Ford Explorer that maybe Lauren was talking about?
And it's a Ford Explorer, and it was 32. So basically how did we do that? We paid for it, and then we reimbursed the county the funds.
We got the lease purchase after we just pulled the trigger and got the thing.
Yeah,
Because
so
the
we
vehicles
bought
are so hard.
it out of the
Oh, yeah.
general fund,
Yeah,
and then we
gotcha.
reimbursed the general fund with that, and the lease purchase payment should be budgeted out of health. And I don't,
They had money budgeted for it.
Yeah, they got a line item like But there's no amount there, that's why I was making sure, it says vehicle computer replacement on page 16 at the bottom there. There's a line item, but we could change that to lease purchase, I guess, because it's, you know, lease purchase, you're supposed to put in the line item in the budget. Unless
So
you-
we'll need to add one then.
So you'd add another line to keep replacing it? Or, I mean, on the next vehicle, or are you wanting to keep, or we always do lease purchase?
I don't know, that's up to you.
I mean, you still need to be building the kitty.
Yeah, if you just rebuild it, then you'd be helping, might be helping.
Well, I guess I was asking, she has $254,000, and I was just curious why we didn't lease purchase. That's the question.
I think we could still get it cheap enough, because we weren't sure where we were gonna come in.
It's on there, I guess, yeah. No, that's not, yeah, that's, when we go to 22, is that on the letter?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's on there at 4.06. So, I don't know what, I mean, your interest went up a bunch, I don't know what your interest rate is now, it's probably getting 3.5 off your account, something like that.
On what?
Okay, so I'm just looking at use of funds.
Right.
Okay, so your lease purchase is 4.06.
Right.
But your county treasurer is earning probably 3.35.
I don't know what they're.
I don't know, I'd
So
have
we
to
haven't
ask.
had that report lately.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, that would make complete sense to cash purchase it straight out, because you're only making, on that money, you're only making 3%, and you're paying 4%.
Yeah, and she's got 254,000, and you can't transfer that out of her fund to any other fund. You know, you can only spend it out of that fund. Now, the only way you can get the money out of there is if you reduce the levy, like I told you earlier, but if you reduce the levy, the state takes the money back for that 1 year. So I mean, that's the only, and I'm not questioning what you did, I was just asking why it was lease purchase.
Well, we had 35,000 budgeted over the years.
Yeah, it didn't show, right now,
We didn't use that to.
yeah, it didn't show that as an amount built up there, but I'm just curious.
I don't know what happened. I thought we had, maybe we skipped health.
Skipped.
I don't know.
It was on a 20-year plan.
I can't remember why we decided to lease purchase it. I'm trying to think back.
I remember that.
So a lot of their income is grant funds and it's designated for specific things that they can use.
Maybe
it
that
for.
was the reason.
So, I know, like during COVID, we got a bit squirrely on the billings for a while, and we were not bringing in nearly the revenue that we had budgeted for health. And so I think it was, the reason for the lease purchase was just to get the budget and the cash and everything back on track and know where we were at.
Yeah, sure.
Essentially.
We'll accept that.
Yes.
Clean house gets straightened up.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, and there was a transition because we also had, like, the grants and the way we were budgeting, are on it, it wasn't quite up to, because the grants are all different years. So
Yes,
some of them
they
are
are.
October, some of them are June, July, and our calendar year is a calendar, right,
Right.
our year's a calendar year, and so Krista was trying to figure out how to put everything in there.
Okay.
We didn't have anything going. City name, vehicle computer replacement, it don't show nothing.
Well, you had 6,000 in there in the budget, and that's at the time she needed the vehicle.
We hadn't been putting any in. Dave said, he was just
We
talking
just
about.
started.
We had just.
I think we just started
Yeah.
probably,
Okay.
I'm not
I
positive.
thought we had money.
Well, it's not on here anyway, that's why I was asking.
2 years ago, I thought we had money in the budget.
Not, well.
Well, I think we did, and then it didn't get put in or
Okay.
something, so. I don't remember exactly what happened. There was some weirdness that caused
Well,
us
the
to do
health
that.
department's kind of been, like I said, squirrely and
Yeah,
change of leadership,
yeah.
government and COVID.
Put them all in the hat and shake them up.
They kind of just,
But, I mean,
they kept
there's
throwing
nothing
money
saying
at
you
you.
couldn't pay it off if you wanted to, but.
see what our average investments are looking right now.
Last time we heard it was still down around point something last time.
No, we've had a report since then, because our interest income has gone up
Yeah.
immensely.
Tremendous.
Yeah.
But it'd be nice to see, because there's a lot of
That would definitely
A lot
tell
of
you where to-
financial
where to stop
institutions
your
are
lease
offering
purchase.
specials again, which they hadn't for years.
She did have something on number 4, that there's a new grant over the next 4 years on her budget planning worksheet, so. And that's the one that she talked to you about before, and that she is changing her personnel for taking someone to full-time for that position, so.
Great.
How she be right now, or you wanna just move?
No, we can move
Got it?
on, we can move on.
Okay.
What's Deidre?
Retired.
Last year,
She went,
last year's the year we put in 6,000.
I
We
think she
started
was
to
doing
build
a
it.
traveling thing.
We never got anywhere. I got the last year's.
Maybe that was,
Yeah. I was appraiser.
Appraiser did.
Appraiser had enough.
I thought the health
Yeah.
department had money too.
Well, they did, it just wasn't that line item.
Okay, all right, we ready to move on to the appraiser?
Yeah.
All right, Nikki?
Well, Nikki,
Wake up.
You come up early, well, by golly, we're gonna get you in early.
Thanks.
All right, Nikki, have you met Scott Lloyd?
Maybe.
Maybe.
you were in on this last year.
Yeah.
But Scott,
I was gonna say, I don't know that he was here or not.
there's a card there for
Card
you
there.
for Scott, so you got his contact information. All right, we are ready, we're ready to dive in.
Okay, I don't really have much change. My education budget is a little higher than normal. But with new staff, or newer staff, that means more classes, hotel stays. That could go down in the next couple of years, just because the more training they have, the less classes they go to.
Providing this day.
Right. Hopefully they do. My legal publications were higher last year, and I don't know if that was just from, I don't know if they're charging more, or all the help wanted ads we ran.
14.
Could have been.
Sorry, 14.
So that increased, and then my subscriptions, maintenance and publications increased. That one might be a little confusing. We moved 1,300 from capital outlay into that because it's now like Orion maintenance instead of,
An outright purchase.
like
of
an outright. That was in the budget, it was just under capital outlay, so we moved that up. And then Rebecca had asked about splitting the RBI maintenance contract, which I guess she said this morning may be split between the planning and zoning as well. So that may lower it some. I budgeted a third of it, but now it may only need to be a fourth, so. That's all I really did. Not a whole lot of changes, but, that's the only increases I had on my budget other than personnel, which was just what the clerk gave us.
Okay. Scott, do you have some questions?
I don't think so. There's pretty clean. How many employees you have?
8, well, 7 and a part-time.
you're, maybe this is the right question to ask, you're contracted?
No, that was
She's
Carl.
not. Huh?
Well, yeah, she is contracted,
I
that's
do
right.
have a contract.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Most of them
She's
do.
under personnel
She's there on personnel, okay, yeah.
for the budget.
Yeah, forget that.
I mean, well, if you include Carl, I have, but his last day is, I think his last day is gonna be the 12th, so.
His last day's what?
The 12th,
The 12th
Yeah.
of June.
yeah.
Okay.
And you're still fully staffed.
Yes, and I still have my part-time.
That's impressive.
Yeah, and well, and that just happened.
It just
In
happened.
the last couple of weeks.
That didn't happen very often.
That's why
They
there's so much
haven't
training
ran
going
yet.
And your vehicle is newer?
I have one new vehicle.
Yeah. So do you want me to keep that line going there, then we just, so we'll be at 10,024 for the next time you replace a vehicle? Okay.
Keep building the kid.
Yes.
Buy another one.
Yes.
Okay. I don't have anything.
Okay, commissioners, questions?
No, I will ask Tina, are we gonna see a line item for personnel, total raises from last year to this year? We've got it all split out into every department right now, but are we gonna take a
I
look at the
emailed
total?
it to you.
Yeah, there's a spreadsheet.
I sent you
Okay.
the personnel numbers separately.
It's on
this
same
It's a
email.
separate
Okay, I
document.
missed that, then.
There's-
I've been through it
The
then.
two things open.
And right now, what's in there is, for next year, is like a step raise for electeds in January, I think, and a step raise for everyone else in July.
Right.
Okay.
There is no cost of living or anything, and that's just the budgeted number. That doesn't
Okay.
mean that's what we have to stay with, so.
Good enough?
So we keep the open communication here. I just point this out to you, and it's nothing about, the unencumbered cash in this fund is fairly high. And we're setting it, at the end of 22, when the audit was done, it's 273,000. So that is almost 75% of your budget that's just in cash. So I'm just saying this because you're newer. That would be something as we look at the budget and look at all the different funds, there might be like a reduction in your levy to take, because that's the only way we can get the cash out of your fund if we needed to use it like somewhere else. So it always has to be done a year ahead of time, like when we do the budget for 24. So I wanted to, sometimes we don't communicate that, you know, if that would happen to, that would be, they'd say, oh, Scott, you need to find us another $50,000. But that would be a place where we could, and still you would have, you know, cash available. I mean, you got plenty of cash, so that's just something I wanted to make sure you weren't surprised when we started getting the red pen out, and all of a sudden your unencumbered cash goes to, you know, half of that. I just want to make sure we had that conversation.
I didn't even know I have that, so.
Yeah, so, I mean, some of these funds, I think through COVID and all that, they built up a little bit, you know, just because of different you know, I don't know why.
Well, in her case, there were so many open
was
slots.
staffing.
Yeah, open
So
slots,
staff.
yeah.
And then, I mean, we had probably at least 1 or 2 years where all the education was done virtually, so there was no travel.
That's right, yeah, you wouldn't have travel and all that. So one thing, just like if you were just looking at it, you would say, okay, in 24, this is what a full-time staff setup looks like. Here's what it's gonna cost us and all that, okay? And then to make sure we don't run short before the 25 budget, we wouldn't wanna cut, you know, a lot of cash out of it, but I'm just saying, there will be a chance to get some cash there to use somewhere else, okay?
Well, shouldn't we go back to the some number for each department that's comfortable to operate on, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's where we should be.
This 3 to 6 month thing, I mean, you can use it in any fund.
Yeah.
And that, again, that's just a rule of thumb. I mean, that's just something I came up with, but general and road and bridge are, you really wanna make sure you do it in there because those can eat you up really quick if you don't have enough cash. This one here, I mean, if she's got a full staff now, the employee benefits are paid out of another fund. So it's not like, it's not like that's gonna hit her. Now, the employee benefit fund, if she's fully staffed, that means we gotta make sure but, 75% of your budget is set in cash. That's a pretty good, pretty good chunk of change. Yeah. So, yeah. Anyway, that's just nothing negative. I think the more that we're, when we talk to department heads and all this, the more open we are and just saying, what can happen, because budgets are tough today, with all the different things going on. So, yep. But looks like you've done a great job. Yep.
Any other questions? Okay. If not, thank you, Nikki. We
Yeah.
appreciate it.
Oh, thank you.
Yep. Next one. So, we are actually 20 minutes ahead of schedule. To maybe go back to Commissioner Dahlke's issue, would this be a good time maybe to talk about the way, you were talking about the wages, spreadsheet, all the wages. put
If
into
it's
one.
in an email. is what you
Right,
said.
right. But would you wanna look at that now?
Well, I guess maybe everybody else has looked at it. I don't know what kind of increase we've had.
Right, well, this would be a chance, we've got some time, take a look at it. If any
And I didn't
commissioners
give
have
you any
questions.
comparisons between the years, like sometimes if you say, well, what would it cost to do 1% cost of living,
Yeah.
whatever, I haven't done any of that, so.
I just thought this might be a time to, since that question was raised, have a chance to take a look at it.
Go to the other side of the organization.
Yeah, there's all kinds of pages. in there.
Oh, that was what
I
she,
don't
oh,
think I
Cherry,
sent
yeah,
that
Cherry,
to
yeah,
you,
Cherry
no.
sent me,
But I did
I
send
thought I
it to the
saw it.
budget.
670.
Oh, I don't remember, she sent it, yeah.
Yeah, I think she did send it, I remember seeing it somewhere, but I couldn't remember.
But I,
Here it is, right here.
Which we're taking
Is it-
care of
is
for
it
23,
estimates?
24.
yeah.
Where's that under?
Which one?
Additional items you sent?
No, it was on the one where I sent the packet.
Packet, yeah, it's the second one there, Ken.
The
Second one on the packet.
packet has 2 attachments.
Did you guys get that? You wouldn't have that either, would you?
What?
That email they're talking about with personnel? I'll forward it to you.
Second little box shakes you just a little bit. At 170-some thousand a mil.
173.
173, that's 5 mils increase just for,
That was the number.
It was 877.
What are you talking about? Are you talking about that second page?
yeah.
So most of that is from changes that were made this year.
Yeah,
Right,
goes from 595 to, oh, okay.
because
Yeah, that
you
don't,
guys
excuse me. That
did
don't
some
go-
changes for this year that weren't budgeted.
You don't show 22s, do you? Yeah.
Didn't raise it. Oh, yeah.
See, it don't show 22s.
It's history.
No, it's not. We haven't recouped from it yet. We got a recoup here coming up.
Well, when we prepared the 2023 budget,
That was-
during 2022, you didn't put anything in to increase personnel for
Right.
23. But then you did increase personnel. And so that is why you're seeing that bigger difference, because you made a change, it wasn't
Yeah.
budgeted, we're covering it from uniform money and other
Correct.
things. And then now it looks like a big increase because it wasn't in the budget for this year.
Gotcha.
So, but each one is just one, what Cherry did is elected's one step in January and everyone else one step in July, and and no other types of increases.
Okay, so make sure I understand what you're saying here. So in this one that has the yellows and all that on it, you have the 23 budget, and you have the 20.
Is that the last?
I don't know.
So-
Oh, that's the totals? Oh, that's because each one, oh yeah, that's each one has their, okay,
Oh, what you've got there is the 23 estimates for the rest of this year.
right. Yeah.
That's not what they're looking at, they
What are
don't
they-
have
what are
that,
they-
they've got the 24.
Do I know?
That's the other one that was on there, but you didn't open, it was this,
Oh,
that one, 24.
I should know what they were looking at.
Yeah, hold on, I don't. they're looking at all these departments, and
Is
so
there a summary?
it's toward the beginning, it's the second.
First 2 pages.
And they have theirs as a PDF, not the spreadsheet.
Or first
Summary
3,
with 3 supervisors? That's what they're looking at?
first 3 pages.
They're looking at, sorry, I haven't actually been seeing these, because Cherry did them all and sent them out.
Second page.
So.
Oh, there it is, right there. Okay.
Yeah, you got it.
That's what you're looking at?
Yep.
Okay.
Find us some more evaluation.
Yes.
Yeah,
I think you missed something.
You know, we're gonna have to sue the administration for not putting in the Excel, because that would have upped our volume.
Of course.
And then we would've got more of a tax.
And so make sure I understand this, the increase in the 24 budget, what you have here by department, the increase is larger because there was nothing put in 23, but there was a
Major increase.
But there was increases given.
We funded it
For-
from another fund.
Okay.
Which impacted this year.
Yeah.
Also, that summary that you guys have does not include the ambulance 3 supervisors.
Oh, yeah, 'cause that's what it's next.
Because that's a different, I don't know why it's not showing in this.
Yeah,
Yeah.
14.
So,
14, and yeah, you're still showing the 1207
yeah,
there.
right. So
That
that's,
would have been the, without it. And then
oh
this
wait,
is
there it is.
Yeah, it's 140.
Yeah,
right there.
okay, it's on the
That's
third
that second
page.
one.
Yeah, it's there.
All right,
Okay.
Krista's not coming back, she's going to Newton.
okay.
Is that her son that broke?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's 2 or 3 years old.
Oh, goodness.
That's why she needed to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say.
Just saying.
I
So,
fully understand.
so the difference that we have to fund is 877,000, is that what we're saying?
I'm not gonna know until we get it all in there, actually, and I haven't.
That's a good answer.
I haven't vetted
That's a
that
good
number.
answer, that's a good answer.
So your comment with the appraiser was is gonna be used
Well,
extensively.
we didn't.
Well, and
we-
every department is gonna
Yeah.
be having that issue because
Yes.
of the changes that were made, which were needed,
And we knew at the time.
It benefited
Right.
those people in the department,
right?
so.
Sorry.
Yeah.
No, you're fine. I was just trying to figure out if it's 877, if that's what the difference is, and I gotta figure out how to fund your budget.
We needed more
That is
evaluation.
to be determined.
Evaluation.
It's your job to figure it
So
out.
375, or 300, whatever that was.
Yeah, that's a drop in the
375.
bucket.
So we still got 500,000.
To go, yes.
Well,
That's just funding this.
we're gonna pull out of the wind farm for this year.
But this budget, we've gotta come up.
It's for next year.
It's for next year.
And we've gotta come up with it. Uh-oh. Yeah, you hit on our dilemma.
Okay.
You ready to go home now?
No.
They'll find it.
Your work is right there, you don't really have to know anything else.
I was telling them at lunch, that's why this is my favorite part of my job, always have been. You know, audits.
I'm early, is it okay?
It's
Sure,
absolutely.
we're just wrapping up a little bit, but that's all right, come on. If we can get in early. it's okay. We were thinking-
I was just saying, that, you know, audit, you go back and you paying up the wounded. Budget, you look at the vision of what you as a commission or the county, and you look at it and say, how are we gonna fund that? And that's, it's kinda like trying to put a puzzle together. You know, even though I hate puzzles.
That's what you do, though.
Well, I do, but my wife loves puzzles, so my job is to put one piece in each puzzle, and I'm done with it.
So you just find the corner piece,
Yeah.
the one that's got the square corner, you just set it down? That's what I do.
Yeah, absolutely.
The one quote has to be in the right corner.
I think I need to get to know your wife, because I.
Oh, her and her mom, they put together like 1,000 piece ones like that, and I go, anyway.
All right, Marcy. Marcy, welcome. Have you met Scott Lloyd before?
I have.
Okay.
Yep.
Very good.
Know your face.
Do you need a card? He's got one right there.
I see that.
Yeah.
Now, these are new.
They'll help you, get into doors and things.
You don't work in ATMs. That's what somebody asked me.
We tried.
Okay, where's May?
He didn't use the RF reader in it.
That'd be wrong.
I charged my lunch to him.
Page 8 on your handout.
Now, would you like me to go over this one?
That'd be good, you explain what you put down there, that'd be awesome.
All right. You asked the question, what equipment purchases do you anticipate in the year 2024? As many of you know on the commission, we've been working with the ID card printer. It's been set in 4 times since January. The model number that we currently have, they are just repairing them. They are not with used parts because they're not making those anymore. We have, as of yesterday, Butler County and on the secondary for this, we are putting in a Homeland Security grant to purchase ID card printers for everybody in the South Central region.
Good.
So that is on there. You will see it in my budget. If that Homeland Security grant gets approved, that will never come to fruition on our end. But I wanted you to be aware of it, so it's in there. So
Is that like your excited Butler County audit too? So is that like how many counties are in that group, you know?
The South Central group?
Yeah.
It actually, I could send you the map.
Well, I was just
but
wondering if
it's-
the money, when you say the Homeland Security money goes in there, because someone's gonna have to audit it, and I was just thinking, is Butler County ramrodding it, and it's gonna come to Butler County and be dispersed out, or it's going into your organization, or that?
It is going to, Homeland Security actually puts the funds in the funds. For example, our salamander system is, usually we purchase those, you'll have to send out a bid, you have to have 3 bids to turn in.
Yeah.
Whoever has the best ID card printers, then we'll go with that company, and when they send out the bids, we take that and the committee chooses which is the best and fits in that budget range. And then that check is written straight from, it's actually KHP who kind of holds those Homeland Security funds.
Kansas Highway Patrol?
Yes,
Okay.
sorry.
Just making sure.
Sorry, I'm trying to do better with the acronyms.
Yeah.
They hold that money, we send them who to send the check to, and they send directly to the vendor.
I got you.
So there's really no, where it
So
comes
nothing flows through
into,
any of the counties?
no, the counties get the equipment.
Right, absolutely.
But we don't get bills, checks, nothing from Homeland, so. The RF cards for electronic entry, it's not a lot more money per card, but because we're going to do, if we decide to go with this, because we're gonna do the courthouse all at once, that's gonna be a little bit more than just the minor amount of cards we do in a year. So I did put that in there, but that's one that you guys will decide, you guys will tell me whether or not you're doing it.
Give them everybody new cards, is what you said?
If the courthouse entry goes to card reading system, we can use these, I just gotta buy different cards. And they're a little bit more, they're just thicker, and they're a little bit more per card. So, because those RF cards, if I were to do a mass amount, like all the courthouse employees at once and give them new ones for that electronic entry, that's gonna be, I have to buy more cards than I would.
Does that mean I have to set my table up on the lawn now?
But that's only if, as a commission, you guys decide to go to that type of entry into a building.
It's even got
Well,
the
that- I
surface
put it in
shape
mine.
and colors.
No, not, he's talking about for the
Oh,
actual.
no, I got I thought they'd cover I'd make my budget cover the cards, but
But I did, you know, we are set up. We have the backbone structure now
Right,
after the
the
project that
wiring's
we
in now.
did. We just would have to do doors and control panels and stuff if you wanted
Spend
to.
the $200,000 for lofts.
Yeah, probably at least, so.
Yeah, so I put that in there just in case that's something you guys wanna go to, because you've mentioned that to me, so I wrote that down in there. The third item is the accountability in the T-card system for large events. Most of you on the commission already know this, but I'll explain this for the budgeting people in the room. We have large wildland fires and large events like the Peabody flood and things along those lines. We need to come up with a system that we can keep track of the responders coming in and out and the vehicles coming in and out of a large event. We've had both Doyle Creek and the Middle Creek fire, and we do not want the county to get a phone call from somebody in Chase County saying my firefighter and that firefighter's vehicle never showed back up home and find out that they're still on scene. So that's a life safety thing. It's, you know, something we're working on right now to try to do it kind of with the equipment that we already have. And we are kind of starting really small. We took a clipboard and dremeled holes in it and have been using it that way. We'd like an actual system. So I did put that on there.
AirPods.
What?
AirPods. Just start dropping AirPods in everybody's pockets.
Yep, an AirTag.
And then
You get an AirTag.
Then you can just watch them walk around the whole place.
That would be amazing. I would love that.
You would.
But that's a little more expensive than the
Yeah.
T-card system. The T-card system is a lot cheaper. The big one is number 4. That's the one that you guys have probably already heard about. The federal government, FBI, CISA, decided that CJIS, which is Criminal Justice Information System, they decided that anything that is CJIS information must be encrypted. They decided to make it even more fun by saying it could not be ADP encryption, it has to be AES encryption, which is like a 256 key encryption. And then they said, here's the mandate, and it's unfunded. So, one of the things we're trying to do, and you haven't seen it yet because we haven't finished getting all the parts and pieces together, but we're in the process of writing a grant, or seeing if we can write this grant to pay for that, because the current radios that we have are not are compatible with AES encryption.
So all this we bought on the radios and got them up to date, and now they're already outdated? Is that
Yeah,
what we're
well, they have
Five years,
ADP, yeah, they have ADP encryption, but they're saying it has to be 256 key encryption, and we don't have that. Our APX 900 radios will not handle AES.
When's the date for this unfunded mandate to be, for us to pay for?
This one here,
I mean, if you didn't get the grant or whatever.
we've seen 2 different dates, and we don't have an actual document from the state saying we are audited by KHP. We don't have an actual date from the state saying here's your deadline. FBI says it's 2025. And that's why it's in the 2024 budget, because that's what the FBI is saying. However, the states are trying to work with the FBI to make that a more flexible, and you have to have this % done by this date, you have to have this % done. So until we see that final document from the state, we won't know for sure. But I don't wanna wait and then have to have a scramble. So that's why it's in there. The entire amount, or the radios we're looking at, would be $409,500. If we get the grant, it's a 10% match. So the 10% is what you see in my budget.
$4,950.
Yeah, under capital outlay.
So even with these 800 radios and all that, the talking between like like the fire department, all these different, so all these have to, I mean, they would all have to be on the same frequency.
Okay, it's just CJIS information. So when they pull you over,
Yep.
and I'm sure you never get pulled over, but.
Don't say that right now, 'cause I haven't been pulled before. I have a heavy foot, okay.
They call in your license plate number,
Yeah.
your name,
Yeah.
your driver's license number and information. That information is now, the FBI is saying, nope, that's protected now. You have to only say that over the radio on an encrypted channel. So it mainly applies to law, and that's why I only have on there that we're purchasing 91 radios. And that's why you'll see it in the sheriff might talk about that FBI regulation as well in his. But that's why, we're taking care of law. Law is the one that has to.
So this would only be like, it'd be all the city police in your county?
It'd be anybody that has to talk to dispatch.
Dispatch.
And they have to transmit encrypted information.
Wow, that's 409,000 just for that.
Just for our share.
No, 409,000 is the
Total.
total.
That's
our share. Yeah.
That's
So
Marion County.
Yeah.
Could potentially ask
40,000.
for contribution from.
I don't know, how can FBI pass legislation? Answer that, please.
That would be nice to know too, because
I don't think that's possible.
Somebody has a good lobby.
in the emergency
Lobbyists.
services side, when this
FBI
thing came
regulations.
down.
All right, let's bring it back to.
Yeah, it's not pretty, so, but that's why that's in there. The weather station is only if we do not get approved for the Maisonette project, which so far looks really good. So that's set up with, K-State and Homeland Security and everything like that. We're trying to get a weather station in Marion County, because when you guys look at the weather, you see Newton, you see Emporia, you see Manhattan. This is gonna make it so you see Marion, Kansas on it. So that's why we're trying to get that Maisonette. Office furniture I put in there because we did not have it in the budget for the commercial buildings, and I don't have a dollar amount, because honest to goodness, we're gonna try to piecemeal what we have, but, so I put that in there. The mobile wireless extender, that would be for, one of the things that came out of the Doyle Creek and the Middle Creek after action report is, which all of you know, we had a problem with communications and nothing worked down in those bowls. So I've been speaking with Verizon and some other cell phone companies to see if I can get what's called a wireless extender that I can just take out of the back seat of the EM truck, stick it on the top, and I can get some expanded service right there in that area. And then the other one is about $100 table to stick the projector on for presentations, because I've had more requests for presentations this year than I had previously. Personnel changes, I don't have any that I anticipate. Unique situations, I did put the FBI mandate on there. What I already told you about the printer, the credentialing printers on there. The drought has, of course, as you guys know, increased the number of wildland fires. That's why we were looking at the accountability system. And the request for assistance from emergency management has increased the past year, both for planned and unplanned events, which some of you know, because you saw me at Florence and Chickawawa and all that stuff, so. One of my, and this is just simply an idea, but under number 4, to help with some of those larger wildland fires that we seem to be getting more and more of, maybe recommending using risk management that is only used if we have a declared disaster. So if the commission declares that this is a county disaster, then, and you know, don't have the funds come out of emergency management, have them come out of risk management, but only in declared disaster type of things. And then of course you see the unfunded mandates and the end of life equipment. So all the other increases that I have, which is only one, is the fuel costs. I did explain why that line item went up a little bit. So when you look at the actual budgeting sheet, contractual services, and I put it down on the bottom on the budget notes, that's where I put, it's $300 for that mobile extender from Verizon. So that's where that extra 300 came from under contractual services. Since I already contract with Verizon, it would come from them. Commodities line item increased. I broke it down for you based on the budget notes. You'll see fuel 1,000, the credentialing system 4,000. Now remember, that's the printer, and that's only if we don't get that from Homeland Security. And then the security cards, which you guys will tell me whether or not we do that. And then for capital outlay, that's where I put the FBI mandate, the 10% that the county would pay. So those are, I mean, without looking at some of the grant stuff that we're working on, it's pretty much the only other thing I have in there is fuel. So.
Scott, do you have questions?
No, I'm done. That's very good. I was gonna, I did, this is not really budget related, it's more that mobile wireless extender. So someone told me that in Gal, I had a horrible cell, and they said that, I don't know if any of you have this, but I guess you can add that in your building, and it really helps. Do any of you have that? You have that? Maybe you told me that last year.
No.
Is that what you're, it's something like that you just put on a vehicle and it extends your cell coverage?
A little bit, yeah. It's not as big as the ones that they can mount on a building, but.
Yeah, you're just a small.
Oh, you got a small one?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like that then. It's just a, kind of like a little extra antenna that just is magnetized and you put on the top. During COVID, you may have seen it mounted on school buses. If schools were having a problem with their mobile service during COVID and they were doing a lot of video conferencing, Verizon did have where they loaned that out to certain school districts, and they stuck a bus up on top of the vehicle where the teachers were, and that's how they improved communications.
Cool, thank you.
Okay, commission questions?
Anything I forgot?
Marcy, you're very thorough.
Okay, because I'm a little nervous because it's, I really only looked at this past year, so. And that, but if you have any other questions or need any other explanations or information, I will be, once I have some, for sure numbers from TBS on what we're talking and what that numbers are gonna look like. Before I submit that, of course, I will bring it to you guys to tell me whether or not I can submit it. So, but just to kind of let you know. And if you have more information on that FBI mandate, the sheriff's after me.
What did you say was the date?
The way you said that, that came out all right. The sheriff's after you? What'd you do?
Oh, yeah, his appointment on the budget thing.
2025, we have to have that bought by 2025?
Yeah, the states are still negotiating that, and Kansas is part of that, trying to figure out how that exactly, what that's gonna look like. Cause like.
Can you get the radios? I bet they can't produce them that fast.
Oh, I have, and we're trying to go, now for us it might be easier because we're not going, like KHP is getting, and I know you guys might not know radios, but they're getting the APX Next. Those are the top of the line radios that you can get, and they're getting hundreds of them. So yeah, I'm not asking for those. Those are not the radio brand I'm asking for. No, those are $12,000 a pop per radio. We can't even swing 10%.
I must say, this is my 5th county, and you're the first one I've heard to say that of the emergency management people. So you must really be on top of it. Because I'm not. That's the first time I've heard this.
She's the best one in the state.
Yeah.
That's right.
And the reason why you'll see it under emergency management, we're trying something different in our county, and we're trying to, emergency services is all talking to another, fire, EMS, law, emergency management. We're trying to work more together. Since I'm kind of the one that does the notes for all those groups, that's why you see it in mine. It doesn't have, if you want to put that capital outlay in another department.
Well, no, I didn't mean that
Yeah.
so much. I just meant, I haven't even heard of the FBI mandate. No other county has mentioned that. So.
He does a bunch of different
I
counties.
just, I did 5 this year, and so that's kind of scary if that mandate is in all 5. I mean, it would be, so I mean,
Yep.
Do you want me to, I can forward you, we got a copy of that,
Yeah.
if it's all right, I mean.
Just email it to me, because then what I'll do is I'll email the other 4 counties and say, who's supposed to be, be on top of this, because that's a lot of money.
Yeah, and
Why
it's,
I wonder why it's under FBI and not Homeland Security.
because, well, they're working with Homeland Security because it is CISA too, which is that, what's
Cyber Information Security.
agency, yes, under Homeland, they're doing it together, so. Is it okay if I CC them on the email I send to him or not? Can I just
Can you
send it
just
to you?
send it to everybody individually? It'll be
Yes.
safer to do that. So
Yes.
send all the commissioners and then, yeah, that'd be good.
Okay.
And if you wanna send it to me too, that'd be great.
Okay.
Because, I'm the busybody and I'm the government.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to tie them to me on your email. That would really be a problem, especially since it's FBI related.
And the sheriff's after you.
Yes, but he's at 2:30, I think, so.
So there's no hiding from the sheriff. That's right.
No, I'm in his office, so no, he knows where to find me. Okay, anything else?
All right, thank you, Marcy.
No problem.
Appreciate the information.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Good luck today.
All right, Josh happened to be out there?
Yeah, he was in the clerk's office. Can't see him. There he is.
Hey, Josh, come on in.
Hi, bye.
No.
Not asking for any more money, do I have to be in?
Oh, there's just a little bit more I'm asking, that's.
Oh, yeah.
That's the price of admission.
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
What circle page are you on?
Noxious weeds, 17.
So Josh, we've got your report on the laptop, and we've got Scott's report on paper, so we're gonna be going kind of back and forth between the two.
Okay, which
But
one?
let's start with yours.
Well, which one do we want to start with?
Yeah, it's your game.
Your presentation. We gotta
You
see
lead
if
the
we
way.
can fund it.
Noxious weed.
Noxious weed, that works.
Yeah, contractual, but that one's gonna be close this year. I put down, I'd like to at least raise it just to $5,000, just kinda, that little buffer if we could, but, that's there. Commodities, I know we raised that last year, and I'd like to just go ahead and keep it the same this year. Everything's looking good there for now, so hopefully nothing comes up, but we should be, we should be good there. The transfer out to the other capital outlay, normally we've done $5,000. I'd like to, if I have it in my budget at the end of the year, to up it to $10,000, trying to recover some of that from the purchase of the side-by-side. So that's it. If I can be able to swing that, is the way I'd like to go on that one. Other than that, personnel services, it changes every year. That's the clerk side of it. So other than that, that's all I have on that one really. So.
Okay, Scott, any questions?
Yeah, so if you look at your budget, what he's talking about is I actually got the budget draft done, just kind of to see where everybody was at.
Okay.
So the ending cash in your fund at the end of 22 was $192,737. Okay, and the reason I explain this to everybody, because some of these funds are this way. For some reason, they've got extra cash sitting in them. So that would fund your budget for almost 2 years, just the cash.
Okay.
So if you do, I have this little rule of thumb I use. So if I did 6 months in this one, it would be $57,942, and you've got $192,737. So there's I'm just giving you a heads up, there would be, if we kinda, we're just trying to, because budgets are tough today with everything going up and I mean, what you said, I don't see anything out of line, you know, like even the transfer to replace noxious weed, capital outlay because of a purchase. That's just something I've noticed on some of these funds that they have, not just yours, there's several of them that have quite a bit of cash in them. And see, the only way we can get the money out of there is plan for it in this budget for next year. You can't just go, the statutes don't allow you just to, once you've levied it for noxious weed, you can't just make a transfer from noxious weed to another fund. So that, I'm just giving you a heads up, I don't know what that, when we get in the middle of just trying to figure out how the budget's gonna work. But there's a couple I've told that because the amounts are larger.
And I think one reason his was larger this time was because of the commodities was not as high as they were last year.
How is that working now on, you're still you're still paying for, the landowner's paying 75% of the spray or the chemicals?
Way I figured for our levy, which, I went off the county levy, was 1.5. I can do 75 to 100%.
Yeah.
And I just run it at 100% just to, it's an even, what I buy is what the consumer or customer will come in and buy it
So
for.
you actually pass on the cost to the.
Yes, that's how it works.
So you don't take the 25. Have you always got that way?
As far as I know, yeah.
I didn't know that either. Because most county, the other ones I work with, because I've asked that on everyone, I just kind of, sometimes you just have to keep asking because you forget, but most of them are the 25, 75.
I thought we were doing 25.
Yeah. See, and the reason I say that creates, that's why the levy has to be in the noxious weed, is because if I'm buying it at 100%, but I'm only receiving 75% of that because it's giving a break to the farmer, rancher / person, then I've got to fund that other 25%. So if it's $100,000, they're paying $75,000. We got to come up with the 25, and that's just a simplified version. But and some of those chemicals are fairly expensive, so that's what. Yeah, so that's why I was asking. Good to know. Is that something that didn't change? That hadn't changed. No, you know. Okay.
It's been that way since I've been on the commission.
Okay.
We sell it for what we pay.
Really? Wow.
But
Okay.
that, if he holds a chemical for 2 years and the price goes up, he still sells it for what he bought it 2 years ago.
Oh, I see.
But you can't go to Tractor Supply and buy it for that.
No. Okay. Cool. Thank you. I learned something today.
I can go and see you.
So we buying big jugs and selling little jugs. We don't charge for repackaging.
I might ask this one too. I heard this the other day on one of the counties. There was one chemical, I guess the state has come down and said there's, maybe that's just up around Topeka, but I guess the state mowers go down the highways and they drag these weeds, they're noxious weeds, and then they get them into your county. I can't remember the name of it now, but one of the chemicals for one of those was $36,000 or something.
What did you just bring it to us?
Yeah, what was that one that was so many dollars per ounce?
It was what we bought it for was $13.50 an ounce. It's $275 or $270 for 20 ounces, a 20-ounce bottle. $2,700 for a box of it.
Yeah.
That was for Johnson grass.
Yeah, it was a John, but this was a native, some kind of a native grass was one of them, and then I can't remember the name of the other one. I'm just talking. Yeah, I got 30. I said, whoa.
Do we have both on that? Because I can see the cemetery's got a lot of Johnson grass down there.
I have Plateau and then
You got Plateau too?
the Outrider too. So yeah. If you're looking ounce wise, cheaper ways to pay the $270 for that. That'll go forever for a person, but so.
Any other questions on noxious weed? All right, solid waste next.
Do the solid waste, household hazardous waste. Contractual, which we have our HHW contract with Big Lakes to pick up our bulk items that we bulk. I did, for some reason I didn't put a price in there. Oh yeah. With the price of, to get rid of all the chemical, the wood paint, and everything, there's transportation fee that the company's coming down. We're trying to, it's coming down to us basically anymore. This year, with just being part of the way through, it's gonna be a tight year with that budget. Because we've got another load that'll go out in July, so it'll be end of July, beginning of August when I get that bill for it. So I asked for just a $10,000 pay, $10,000 more on that to try to help kind of keep.
Have you seen an increase in that?
Yeah, we've just, we'll take latex paint for instance. I get a lot of that. We've been bulking it. It was costing me maybe $80 to $100 last year just to get rid of it. This year we're up anywhere from 120 to 160 depending on where it's at and stuff. And that's just per barrel. We're sending out 5-6 barrels.
Well, even like at Pratt County, they would tell me that they have usually 4 to 6 trailers they haul, or when they haul it off, and they're already at 6. And they started looking in their communities, and there's a lot of elderly people that have passed away. So they were cleaning out their houses. I guess they have all these chemicals. I mean, isn't that crazy? I mean, it was like quadrupled or something like that. Is that common across?
Yeah, that's I see that a lot, especially you coming in the springs. Elderly pass away through the winter months, and the family get together when it warms up. And they bring it, and I see the increase there. Spring and fall really is when I really see it. So.
Page 18, if you guys didn't find that.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. At the top.
Yep.
But the personnel service, that's, leave that one as is. Commodities, I don't use that a whole lot. It's at $1,200. I just leave that one. And then the capital outlay, there's always been about $5,600 in there, just leave that there. So I don't have much on that one, just a little bit increase for the contractual, so.
Questions?
See, that's another one I'll just talk about. It's got 95,000 in cash, and your total expenditures were 35,000 last year in '22. And even if they were, I mean, we're just looking at that. I'm not trying to say we're going to take your cash away. I've noticed it when I was looking through this. I went, wow, a lot of these funds have a lot of extra cash in it. Yeah. Okay, perfect. Thank you. And then you got
Transfer station.
Transfer station. Yeah.
22 or 23.
23.
Yeah.
I went by there yesterday. I hadn't been down that road for a while. I was doing some stuff in Marion City, and it looks really nice, everything. So, this may be a dumb question, but do you pull in on the railroad track side, go around?
Yeah, you go around on the east side, around the north side.
Yeah, and then I saw the exit on the other side.
Yep.
Okay.
Start the personnel service.
Be the first person that's ever said that.
Yeah.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Well, it looks better than when it did when it first started, when we put that thing together.
Thank you. That's all I can say. Thank you.
He's been talking to local people. He's from out of town. He appreciates that.
Well, that's what I said. When we got Wichita moved here, this is the greatest thing ever.
I mean, I thought it looked
Compared
pretty.
to Wichita, yeah.
Yeah, I thought it looked pretty cleaned up. I mean, very, very nicely taken care of. I don't know. I just got
Been working on trying to keep it clean around there.
It's hard.
It is. I'll start on the personnel services. I did do a little changing on that one. The wage for the director has been at $9.83, and as much as I try to do down there and try to keep going down there, I just asked up to $1,500. You know, that's just I thought was fair, whether it is or isn't, but that was that was an increase on that one that I'd seen and thought about. Contractual, so that's where what we pay to Butler County and some of the others that we have contracts with that comes out. It'll be a close year. The commodities, I did ask for a increase on that from 55,000 to 80,000 due to the fact, we have fuel prices that are going up, the prices keep the trucks going, trailers going, they've gone up, so that one will be a really close, probably be over budget on that one this year and stuff. As purchases this year, I was looking at, I'd like to look at a trailer for next year. I don't know if I would have it in the budget this year to even look at one for this year, but we still slowly, trailers are about every 5 years, and we're still running on some of the 5 years and a little older, so.
Now, do you remind me again, do you do all your own hauling, or do you contract some of it?
We do all our own hauling. We haul all our trash or MSW down to Butler County. Our recycling goes to South Hutchinson.
Yeah.
So.
The reason I asked that because others contract, they were saying, I think it's Osage, but they can't get trailers. They couldn't get the trucks to come to even take the trash away. It might be one trailer or two trailers behind. It's kind of puts a cramp in your system when you can't get it out of there.
Yeah, I don't know who they have contract. I know
Ham. I think they call Ham.
Yeah, there's quite a few around this area that I think Dickinson County, Morris County, they all have Ham quarries, and that's what they do, just bring trailers and drop them off.
But they stopped dropping them off. They're supposed to. That's a pain. That's a pain.
Yeah, it is.
That's cool. Okay.
Any questions there?
I think
Yes.
that we need to maybe look at the trailer situation, period,
Yes.
because I don't know if that's the holdup when Josh gets calls for demolition. Plus getting it off the floor. I don't know the whole setup that he has, but two different contractors has expressed their concern about how come we can't get rid of demolition quick enough. Josh has to hold them off. The house down to anybody, I think it was a week. He got them in yesterday or Monday.
Yeah, last week, it was a short week last week.
Yeah.
They talked and said, well, we got cities that are trying to catch back up and get hit double time with them, so that was a.
So you have the trailers. Do you go and pick it up, or you leave them there? You don't have the roll off containers. Do you have those?
No.
These are semi-trailers down in the pit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Our problem is getting it from the pit to El Dorado and moving it on down,
back.
moving it through our system.
I got you.
That's our problem.
So should the trailer be an Ida line?
I just think we ought to look at it. I mean, I don't know what condition. I know they're not good.
Right, right.
And I know they're 100,000
Every
now.
time we order one, it jumps
Goes up.
20,000.
Yeah.
That's in the capital outlay.
Okay, it's a capital
Yeah.
outlay, all right.
That's what we use
Yeah.
that for.
Yeah, I think it's sitting at 100,000 for the capital outlay. That's usually what we use the trailers for. We was at 120, 140 last year, and then it dropped for this year.
We've got one coming that we gotta pay out of this 100,000.
No, we need a check, and holding a check till we get that trailer.
Out of last year's.
Out of last year's fund.
And yet we got 100 this year.
Yes.
It's no brainer to me.
Was that check for the whole amount, do you remember, or was that a deposit?
We did a 10% deposit, so what was ever left of minus that deposit.
So the check was for the balance?
Yes.
So when's the trailer coming?
hoping I can get an answer. Last time I heard it was May and June, somewhere in there, but I hadn't heard anything, so I need to.
I don't think they're gonna get out
I can start pricing it.
Oh, you're-
So,
Sort of an important part of our process. It's like the truck and the driver and then the trailers. Yeah.
Because some days they get 2 loads a day out of this.
They should get 2 loads a
I
day.
see them going by.
yeah.
I meet at 7:15 every morning, and sometimes I see them at noon.
Yeah.
So the things you would buy there would be trailers, that's a big ticket item, and we've got a line in here for maintenance for 100,000. We put a bracket there to kind of put money back, so it would be, now it would be up to 40,000 this coming year in 24, the way my budget's, the way it shows here. What other skid steers have been do you use skid steers? I can't remember, or backhoes, or what?
We had skid steers and backhoes. We got a
And
skid
those are
steer on
pretty good shape.
order.
Oh, you got one in order.
So, yeah, that would actually come out of this budget here. I think we were right around 60,000 for that skid steer.
Got semi-tractors
So-
too.
Oh, and semis, yeah. Wow.
We don't have that broke down far enough, really.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, just to understand the big ticket
what
items.
you're doing, right,
that's-
the trucks, the
that's,
trailers,
Yeah.
and skid steers.
We have all the pieces.
Backhoe.
You know what we could do on this one, because we got some room here, it's not a levy fund? We could come down here where it says on yours on page 23 here, we could say where it says maintenance, we could just say, capital purchase items, or call it something like that, like the large item, and then just indent it and list each one of the, like the big ones, so like the trailers, the, maintenance we could leave in there like it is, and just put it there. Skids or equipment, I guess we could break them out, equipment, backhoe, just so everybody's aware, because if you weren't aware of that, because the reason I say that is because this one is based off of solid waste assessment fees. It's not like you can change the levy to make it adjust for the purchase, so it'd be nice to make sure I mean, we got some cash in it, but 329,000 at the end of 22 it would go pretty quickly on some of these, like your truck or, you know, whatever you're buying.
Buy one of each would be all good.
Yeah. Yeah. Would that be something you'd be interested in?
Oh,
It
yeah.
wouldn't take much just to do that.
Yeah,
Just kind of,
we want to see what it looks like.
yeah, kind of see them down below there. Yeah. Okay. And then we'll put a little bracket, we'll try to figure out, my card's right there if you want to take it. But we might call you and see if there's any, like, pricing, you know, kind of see what we want in the bracket.
We usually
you know.
try to set a target.
Yeah, we set a
So
target.
we can remind ourselves when we
Yeah.
see that.
Yeah. Okay. Well, maybe I just ask you that real quick right now. So a trailer, you're thinking, how much is a trailer when you replace it?
Well, we bid one out last year. It was $97,000.
97, okay.
It'll be 112.
And then the skid steer is, you just get one in, so that was like 60?
We was right around 60, I believe, right?
Is that a cab or not a cab? Because that seemed cheap.
It's, well, government pricing.
Okay. Well, I had one the other day though, I thought it was 90, somewhere. I don't know where I was at.
Yeah.
Bigger model maybe.
Maybe bigger model, okay. Let's see, what else? You said was. Semis, yeah.
I might as well figure 140 for a new semi.
140, okay.
Are you using the white one or the yellow one now?
The white one went down over the week, and I just found out about that one today, so we're waiting on parts, and parts are a little over $2,000 for it, so.
I can tell you, the white one was a used piece of equipment when we bought it. The yellow one was new, but it's getting to be 8 to 10 years old.
It was we got it, I think they consider that was an 08 model, so we're over 10 years.
But do you have 150,000 on it yet?
I've got 300,000.
300,000. Last time we looked at it, there wasn't many miles on it. That's the reason why it wasn't bought. We expect 300,000 or 400,000 out of one.
Yeah.
And you're just now getting to see it if it's an 08, 15 years down the road.
The white one we have, I think we're pushing 400 on it.
Yeah. So.
It's time to get some money in that.
So what's the backhoe, do you have a backhoe too then?
Yeah, we have a backhoe.
Is it newer, older, or what's it?
It would, we just finished painting it off this year.
Oh, that's 1 year, okay, yeah.
bought
So
that.
a new one of those is like.
18 or 19 is when it got bought.
4 years ago, 4 or 5.
We'll see, that'll have to come up soon.
That'll be
Still
coming
pretty new.
up.
That'll be another $100,000.
But, I would bet.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you just, yeah, might as well just put one line in there that's got 150,000 target. Once you hit that, you buy whatever you need. Whether it's that, or that, or that.
Yeah, what happens if you get 2 or 3?
It went down
I know.
100,000 from the beginning of last year.
Yeah, the backhoe and the tractor's gonna come and do it at the same time.
That's where you rent one and buy the other.
I know it's handy for a skid steer down there, but, you know, it's just one of them things. There's a lot of places that only has one piece of equipment. Skid steer's handy.
Skid steer's real handy. That's my favorite tool.
Do you guys have a tractor on lease?
In fact, I just went and bought a whole bunch more attachments.
The one that we just paid off,
I went and bought
The
a
backhoe.
stump
the
puller.
backhoe was on.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah,
Okay.
slides.
The tractor, he had mentioned that.
We bought that
The trailer.
roughly around 65,000
Moving motor
used.
around it.
Okay. Yeah.
So we paid that one off.
This guy had a whole bunch of
We
them,
had
so I just started buying
It's
everything.
got been 3 years ago.
That was 19, beginning of 20.
20,
So
3
we're,
years ago, 3
yeah.
Tina, I was just talking, one thing, you know, like that payment for the, transfer station, you know, where that 148,000. When we look at this and kind of get this all broke out that way and kind of see what the pricing would look like, that one line might be something we have to put in like the general fund as a line item down at the bottom, or, I'm not sure, it just, and I don't know how that, we didn't talk about this, but how would that, you know, I know when this was set up, I mean, I was here, you wanted it to be self-sustaining off of the fees that are generated from the trash, so that's the only thing I could see where someone would say, well, I thought this was supposed to be self-sustaining, and we've got a $150,000 payment, we're paying out of the general fund. But that's it, I'm just there's no sense, I'm just talking.
That's why it's very important that we make money down there. I mean, it's very important that we make money. That's why when they brought in this program we wanted, it wasn't collecting the money for 3 months, some of it, up to 2 or 3 months.
Yeah.
Well, it's very important that we collect the money
Because
and
you
make
look,
cash.
if you look on page 23, and Tina brought this to my attention too, but if you look at the beginning of 22, it was 410,000 cash in that fund. And at the end of there, it was 329, so we've dropped $100,000 in cash. And if you had a couple of these other things here hit in 23, you know, we could drop another 100 or more, because there would be additional, you know, things that maybe not come up. So that's something, this one here, we've always had, I mean, ever since I've messed with it, we've always had to watch it.
We need to raise our prices, maybe.
Well, I don't know what did we go through that when they didn't they change the price of what
Well,
goes
we
out
have
in
the
tax?
solid waste assessment fees.
Yeah, I think it goes out in
And the
tax.
residential was raised from 81 to 100. And,
That figures that you just said don't look good.
Right.
That don't sound good, it don't look
well,
good.
and, you know, what are our fees on the floor, you know, what's our revenues from the certain items, you know, that we do charge for, and are we consistently charging, or do we need to raise those, too? Because that's another way to get some.
This has been has it been 3 years when you come up? How long has it been since you've been here?
Yeah, 3.
So you just-
Sharon's making a whole summary for you, because we
Yeah.
printed off like the information about all the different categories of how, on that solid waste fees. And I was kind of waiting for a price list from you, Josh, what your current rates are for what you're charging over there too. If you could at some point get that to us. But, she's doing like a timeline of when we changed it, when we raised it, what each category is bringing in. So we'll have that for Monday.
Great. Well, what I'm getting at is, we went and built it, we done it, we started paying for it, we ain't looked at it since. That's the bottom line.
You
We
can't
ain't
afford
looked
to.
at it. Well.
You got it's just,
Well, if it goes any farther, it's gonna go broke.
Right, that's what I'm
Yeah.
saying, so you can't afford to go put all the other stuff in there that,
He wants to raise rates. not fix it.
Well, I'm not saying raise the rates, I'm saying just look and see.
Well,
Be
quick question, I
resourceful.
can't remember how your rates, like in McPherson County, the McPherson Area Solid Waste Utility, I pay so much for my building down this, across the street, and then I pay one for my house. So that $100 residential, is that what you're saying?
Mhm.
So each person on their tax statement will get the $100, and that allows them also to come and dump at the transfer station, doesn't it?
Yeah.
See, that to me, I mean, I know some people would rather jump in the ditch maybe because they don't wanna pay the fee. But to me, that's a pretty reasonable fee. I loved it. I mean, I got 4 miles to go drop it off later, and then they still pick up my stuff. So, I mean, that's pretty good. That's a lot of service.
But the next thing, even though we see it is, and we don't see it here as commissioners, Tina does, but we have new buildings going up, and how do we, and I don't know, Sharon, is she the one that's in charge of making the price for them on new buildings?
Are you talking about residential or commercial?
Commercial.
So on commercial, we have, it's all laid out in the resolution, how many, what
Right.
we're supposed to be charging. And generally, we do work with planning and zoning for them to go out and see how many, or sometimes we'll call the cities and find out how many dumpsters they're getting and how many times a week they're emptied, and that's how that's structured, so.
Yeah, it's something that we don't see, that we ask questions about and wonder why. I mean,
But we never have raised the
We never
commercial
raised
rates
rates.
since
Nope.
we've started it.
Since day one that I know of.
Right.
Yeah.
But they're, yeah, I think it's, one commercial unit is $132. And
Yeah.
a lot of businesses have multiples, like, yeah, they pay like several units based on their trash pickup and
Right,
and
right.
number of dumpsters.
So residential pays 100, commercial pays 100.
132 per unit.
If they have.
If they're a certain class, but there is classes too on there, that goes higher. The
When
more
we do
bigger
change
the
orders,
user.
so I see a lot of those $100 coming off.
Well, that's for if they're houses that are uninhabitable or they're no longer, like, the only way we do it is if the appraiser changed the classification, like they're not livable. So.
I didn't know
Or
if-
they've been torn down.
Or if they've combined the lots, or,
Not, no, not usually. Like
Okay.
if they're two inhabitable houses where people could potentially live, they would each have one.
okay.
Well, there's 3 business owners sitting here. What do you guys pay on some of your buildings? Do you ever look at
I
that?
pay on buildings that have no trash.
Yeah,
So I've got 5 commercial buildings too, that produce no trash.
but they're
I pay-
commercial
I pay
buildings, so
commercial.
it's subject to the fee.
So the bottom line though, the bottom fee,
Yeah.
the 100, okay.
I've got 3 addresses, only 2 of them have trash.
But you pay on all 3.
Probably, yeah.
Yes.
It's on the property tax.
Yeah, it's just,
I mean,
yeah, Hillsboro's pretty light on property tax over that area,
Do
so.
you get your trash picked up twice a week or once a week?
He brings his in.
Okay.
On top of that.
I'll vouch because he comes in on Saturday mornings.
The city didn't like my trash container. It's too heavy for them.
No, but what I'm getting at, that's.
So the old man picks it up.
But that's what I'm saying though, is.
So a lot of us aren't even getting service,
No,
and we're
but
still paying the rate.
The city's
Yeah,
not.
Yeah, but if
the rate is, we don't.
Oh, no,
it's
I mean,
not
yeah,
for
by a
service.
service, it's
It's
that's right.
only for
The
the
city picks
transfer
up
station.
once,
But-
twice a week.
They-
They're sporadic.
not-
They pick
not
up once
producing
a
any
week.
trash.
No, they've got
So,
the, Marion has
that
it
in a
split up in
sense
4
is-
And the others that don't have
areas
trash
that
pickup.
they
That's
pick up
interesting.
once a week.
And recycles is hit and miss.
All right, we're probably getting a little off. The main key is we do need to re-examine
Look at it.
our income expenses and our fees.
Yeah.
And it sounds like the process has already started.
Yeah.
So we will look forward to those numbers, but it
Good.
absolutely needs to be looked at. All right, anything else, Scott? No. Okay, anything else from the commission? Just very good discussion.
Scott, we've got one machine we paid off this year at the transfer station. The Turner printer.
That was paid
Actually,
off
we-
last
we-
year.
We should,
Yeah.
yeah, we actually had, we paid it and we didn't know it, so we're getting a refund on that one.
Oh.
The one I asked about?
Yeah.
The one I asked about?
Yes.
All right, thank you, Josh.
All right, thank you.
Ready for the sheriff? Who's after Marcy?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's after Marcy.
Did you catch her? Yeah, did anybody see Marcy?
She left.
She left really quickly.
And she had no idea that came out of her mouth either. She's like, the sheriff's after me.
Hi, Tate. How are you, dear? I'm good.
They bring full force here.
Oh, yeah.
You get an answer from your question.
Yeah, he hasn't come down. I've got his original card when he started out back here. He's got his picture on him now.
Making more money.
Now you gotta.
Oh, the picture on the back.
Oh, yeah, there is, yeah, there's one of you.
Mine's got a credit card number on the back.
I got the one with the RF.
We're done. Budget solved.
There we go.
All right, Sheriff, where would you like to start? You guys can fire away all you want. All right, Scott?
So let's just start and go through each one. There's several different ones here. So we start with the let's just start with the sheriff. Is that okay?
Yes, that's fine.
Sure.
I'm gonna have
Them do
their
Yeah.
theirs.
Yeah, let's start with sheriff. I was telling somebody the other day, I was doing a new county, and I said, yeah, I gotta be careful when I deal with the sheriff doing the budget because I wanna make it out of the county. Make it back home.
I didn't know what you drive. Find out real quick.
Yeah. About anything that go at 15 over.
Except I can't get one of your employees is safe. I don't know, I can't think about it.
So are you on this sheet? Which sheet are you on?
I'm on that sheet.
Yeah, that's
right
great.
here,
Just
yeah.
go through there and kind of say what the.
Okay, number one, what equipment purchases do you anticipate in 2024? The purchase of 3 new vehicles. We're gonna purchase probably 2 out of the requested funds and then try to purchase 1 out of the lake control fund. Purchase of a new bulletproof vest, and these are for the expired ones. We gotta go through them, but we're gonna go ahead and replace them. We've got several of them that are out of, probably either out of date or right at the date right now. We're gonna purchase several new tasers. Tasers come out with the Taser 7. We're running the X26, which is about 3 generations below what they're out of now. We need to, yeah, they're still working, but we're out of, all of our cartridges are expired. So instead of buying $100 cartridges, we're just gonna upgrade. We're looking at probably, with a 1-year warranty, and I can get them for about $1,700. If you put a 5-year warranty on it, you can get them for around 40, or was it $2,400 with a 5-year warranty. At $1,700, we have one go bad. They tell us that they can't. The CIDs have been going bad on them after a year or so. I did some research on it. They always hold out until the 1-year warranty or the 4-year warranty. So I probably would just do the purchase of the 1-year warranty with them, and if we have one go down, I'd rather just replace the taser itself because they can't replace the CID. So you're ending up with a new taser. We haven't purchased our drone yet this year. We still have the money set in the budget, and we're going to purchase a second drone, so we have the backup drone.
What are the amounts on these?
We're looking at about $5,000 to $6,000, and I had budgeted $5,000 on them. I think I can. I'm trying to jump on board with my old agency, who purchases about $100 a year, and try to get a discount through them. So.
I thought you were gonna say your own age.
Hey, I got told I was 58 years old. Wow.
That's young.
Possible federal state mandate purchase of new radios due to encryption requirements. Researching their grant at this time. I have purposely held off from telling everybody in this room about this because the first time I heard about it was from a vendor, and I wasn't going to bring vendor information in here and tell you until I saw the state mandate. Requested the state to send me the mandate, and they have sent me the federal mandate through the state, through the KHP, which is requiring we go to a certain level of encryption on the radio. It's a pretty big pill to swallow. We're looking probably $500,000 or more. Marcy is graciously helping us write a grant right now. The grant's completely written, I think, at this time. When they allow us to put it in here, probably put it in a month, we'll put it in. We'll try to get it. It's for 91 radios. That will supply all of the radios we need to replace. And the encryption is simply about this. If you want to think about it, what I like to think in layman's terms. So if I pull Mr. Lloyd over on the side of the road, he don't have his driver's license on him, and I run his name, date of birth, and his driver's license number, anybody in the world can listen to Scannerland, and now they got all of his information. So the feds have said, no more.
people are getting their stuff taken from them by this radio. We all know what our local paper does, it is in the scanner land all night long, and it calls all morning. So that's kind of what the push is here. Now, the problem with it is our, and I don't know how much in depth Marcy talked to you about this, but the APX 900s we have now, those are our handheld radios. They will not take the encryption, so we're gonna have to upgrade them. Part of the research we did was with the APX 4000 and 6000, they're like cell phones, they're gonna be antiquated here in about 5 years probably. So you're gonna turn around and look at something, what's gonna last us for the next 10, 15 years? That's probably gonna be that N70 Motorola radio, which I think is gonna bring it up another $500 from the original price on each radio. Now our car radios, our in-vehicle radios, will take the encryption. We do not have to buy those.
Okay.
But the catch to that is each and every radio has a $900 licensing fee to have that encryption put into it. One-time fee, and now when you buy the new radio, like the handhelds, you don't have to pay for the licensing on the handheld because you're buying the entire radio at one time. But to put something in there, they gotta find a way to make money, and that is gonna be on their licensing fee. So, does anybody have questions about them radios at this point?
If we don't have a definite date from the feds or whoever's doing this, and we don't know whether the government's gonna help us, any of the hires, is it best that we move ahead with this grant, try it, or do we, what do we do?
So, I will tell you this, I sat down and spoke with Senator Marshall's chief of staff, because I had a concern about this. I was like, how does the federal government and the state come in and push a mandate on a county of 12,000 people? And I struggle with that. I struggle with anything our federal government does personally. But he was completely, or his office was completely unaware of it.
So I was telling Marcy, this is my 5th county.
911 must be.
Okay. This is my 5th county I've been to for department meetings. First time I've heard of it.
Really?
Yeah, and I mean, I just told her, I was kidding her, kind of, I mean, you're on topic. I mean, I haven't heard about it, and I was just kind of caught off guard there. It's kind of interesting. The question I have after I thought about it a little more is, so let's say, she said it's law enforcement officers. So like if it was Marion City or Hillsborough, so if we buy 91, how many of those are just the county's radios?
The only radios that I'm purchasing that probably wouldn't be county-owned radios will be probably for the fire chief and the assistant fire chief. The purpose of that is the IC command.
Yeah, the reason I was asking because of reimbursement, or, you know, it's because sometimes in the past when we've done some of these types of things, we've got reimbursement from other government entities, and so that's why I was trying to figure out if it was 409, or whatever she said, 500,000.
Like 534,000.
So how would that all be financed?
So
if the grant, like if the grant doesn't come through, then you're still mandated. It's an unfunded mandate, so we would have to.
So we're getting out ahead of this.
Okay.
So originally this was supposed to be done by 2024, but they never pushed it out, never told anybody about it. So now they're trying to figure out what if they're gonna make it mandatory in 2025, or if they're gonna make a 5-year plan, and these counties gotta get on board and get on a 5-year plan.
Yeah,
So that's why
like
we're
so
moving-
many each year and whatever, yeah.
So that's why we're moving forward with the grant now, because if we can do the grant now,
Sure.
that's gonna save us a lot of hassle, and I don't wanna have to fight it for the next 5 years. The 91 radios, to your question of how many county-owned radios, those are all county-owned radios.
Those will all be county.
Yeah.
So do you act as the flow through for all the other law enforcement in the county?
Yes, I will, Hillsborough's writing their own grant for their radios.
Oh, okay.
So that's completely separate
So
from
you
us.
wouldn't purchase theirs, they purchase them themselves?
They're entities that have to purchase themselves.
Didn't, in the 800 radio, didn't we have to fund it all through the county? Is that what it was?
Some we did, some we didn't.
Okay.
Let's not go there. Touchy subject. Don't go there.
No, it's fine, it's just that,
Just don't go there.
we kind of assisted all the fire departments in getting, like, I did a lot of work on grants and so forth, and then we were gonna bill them, but then we ended up just paying for it for them, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they didn't like what we've done.
Just curious, I just.
Bottom line.
Yeah.
That's what I said.
Political.
All right, yeah.
So,
I was gonna ask, but I don't think I'm gonna feed it.
No.
No, I mean, it wasn't probably
No.
a big deal to anybody but me, so.
Ever since you come along, everything's working merrily, and we should just leave it there.
Yeah.
Just so you know, the reason, like I said, the reason why I added the fire chiefs, and their assistant, because we do run IC, the command together. And I don't want to have to be switching back and forth. We're gonna have separate commands that they can't be in, that we can be in. It's just, because what happens is when you have a big entity like that where you have to have a command post set up, you're gonna have probably state or federal or somebody there that go, well, fire chiefs are sitting there listening to that channel, they're not supposed to be listening to. So with the requirement of them to be able to have that channel, they're gonna have to sign off on some security level stuff. It takes some training before they can have that, take 8 hours worth of training, which is free of charge.
Knowing the government, the only thing I worry about is 5 years down the road, if it goes that long, Jeff, is they've changed the radios, we bought something that didn't match. That'd be the only thing that I'd worry about.
Yeah.
You know, and I don't know radios well enough to say that, so just knowing the government.
Yeah, and I've thought of that, Commissioner Dolby, but the way I'm looking at it is if I can get the grant money for it, it's not your money, my money, or anybody else in the county money.
Well, it is.
It's ours.
It's a portion of it,
Well, yeah.
but we're taking it back.
Yeah.
Bringing everything
That's,
back.
now, I would be, if I was coming here asking for $500,000 to do a radio project, you're right, that would be a worrisome problem.
Yeah.
Because I still say radios are good.
It's great money, go
this
for
whole
it.
thing doesn't make much sense to me, because you've been to 5 counties already, and it did not show up as a budgeted item anywhere.
It's not, but I don't have a budget.
But I mean, is the Attorney General know about this?
Yep.
The Attorney General knows about
Yep.
it.
I'm gonna ask now, I mean, Marcy's gonna send me the information about the FBI stuff, so I'm just gonna email it out to the county clerk, and we're gonna do a little research, to see why hadn't they brought up, because, I mean, that's a big number.
I can tell you this, they had a grant session about this. There was 106 people in that session from all over different states of Kansas. So, 105 counties.
Yeah.
So they know about it.
They know about
They
it.
just probably aren't saying anything. And now, like us, I didn't have anything from the government, I didn't have anything from the state, so I wasn't gonna bring it in here and go, hey, by the way,
Right.
vendor, our biggest Motorola, our
Yeah.
Motorola vendor who we spend the most money with, wants us to spend more money, and here's what he's saying. Now, we're gonna get it from the source first,
Yeah,
before we bring that in.
Makes sense.
Handled well.
Good deal.
All right, next on the list.
Number 2, that was the anticipated personnel changes in 23 to 24. We still have a vacant deputy position because that deputy left to move back to Valley Center where his family was. We're still trying to fill that, and that's still gonna be, we're taking our time, we're gonna find the right candidate. We're not a revolving door here anymore.
Is that the only vacancy you have?
That's it. I didn't have it until about 2 months ago.
Wow, that's great.
Matter of fact, I think our dispatch is full now as well, too. All right, number 3, the unique items for the office that affect the remainder of the 23 budget, 24. Our Dodge Durangos are failing at an alarming rate. The multiple issues that are reoccurring, multiple agencies throughout the county.
We should be hearing that from other counties too.
I have a letter sitting over my desk from the Department of Public Safety out of Arizona who is having all kinds of issues with their Durangos. I sent out a request to the Kansas Sheriff's Association finding out exactly, are we the only county having the issue? And we'll find out, no, we are not the only county having the issue. Everybody's having them. So we came over and talked to Tina. Tina reached out to K-Camp to see if there was any government lawyer assist that we could look at. We did finally get KHP to say that they were having issues with it. I don't think it's gonna do anything because we'll probably phase them out by the time it comes around, but I'm still gonna push to get some larger group to do something to get some Dodge's attention. We did find out the other day that we're having electrolysis issues, which is the radiator may not be grounded correctly, so it's causing electrolysis to run through the system, dumping it down in the oil cooler, eating the lines of the oil cooler and inside of the oil cooler out. We have found an additive, so we added it to the last oil cooler we put on. We put on 3 oil coolers in 2 months, probably on 1 vehicle. One of them didn't even make it 2,000 miles. We're having, I mean, and this isn't the only problem, but we're gonna try this, see if it works to keep them on the road, keep them running. The other issue was, I came over and spoke to Tina about this, and we visited about it a little bit. I wasn't completely under the understanding of how this was working. She, as normal, does a great job of explaining it to me. K-Camp's been reimbursing the general fund basically instead of paying directly to the vendor for, like I hit that deer in my patrol car. It used to be that we would end up paying the deductible, and then K-Camp or whoever the insurance was at the time would pay directly to the vendor. So now, for some reason, we switched or whatever it was, or something changed, and we're paying the deductible or percentage of the deductible, I think is what you told me. Was that correct?
No, we pay, basically, we pay the vendor the full amount, and then the insurance company reimburses us less the deductible.
So it comes out of our budget. So I've requested that the insurance company just deal with the vendor. You just pay the vendor. Because I'm looking at my budget going, well, how am I at 60% in May in a certain line item? This is impossible. And then we go down and track that, we got $10,000 missing, and we find out it was because we were reimbursing everything. So I have requested that to be directly paid to the vendor. Next page, number 4, listing any matters of importance. Preparation for the budget. I threw the 3 vehicles on there because that's probably our biggest struggle right now. One of our canines is getting older. We did get the younger canine. If his health holds, I probably won't try to replace him until 2025. We did run into some issues with, and you guys may not be aware of this, but I have an individual that donates all medical issues for the dogs completely. The county does not pay 1 penny for medical if it's in a certain brand name of the medical item. Problem is, both dogs have come down with allergies. Believe it or not, one dog is highly allergic to cattle. Wrong county to live in for that. But we went to a vendor, talked to him, and we're gonna. It's a shot every 10 weeks. It costs like $120 every 10 weeks, and it's a seasonal shot. We don't have to take it year round. So, and then the training costs and for just general training, that's all rising. Every time we turn around, you used to be able to go KOA for, when I was here the first time, $50 a man. Now it's like $250, $300 a man. Hotel prices have raised. I just want everybody aware of it because, we're required to have the 40 hours a year. Some of my guys who are specialties, like Aaron Christner in the sex crimes, crimes against children, I send him a lot more trainings because he needs to stay up to date on that item. So, number 5, I just put it down there. If you guys have any questions.
Okay, very good. Scott, where do you want to start?
I was just looking at your other sheets here. Is there anything that we need to know?
Well,
sheets following here?
All these sheets, and this is the easiest way to explain this.
Okay.
I've raised my budget $45,000, and $40,000 of that is for an extra vehicle. The other $5,000 is raised throughout the entire rest of the budget. That is all I'm raising my budget.
Am I correct? Thank you.
I had to rehearse to come over.
So that's the page, probably the easiest to show that. That'd be on the page where it says 44,802.88 with yellow. It's in the yellow column. Is that what we're?
Yes. So.
Or is that just contract services? Let me look.
That's
here.
contract.
That's
services.
Contract. Let's look here.
It's the long page. It's the first page. It says 2024 budget, vehicle purchases at $120,000. We've already purchased one vehicle this year for $29,500.
So just to make sure I'm reading this wrong, but in that long sheet where it has, you have your estimated you have your budget 2023 is $261,900. Do you see that number down at the bottom?
Yes.
Okay, then we go across. Estimated means that's adjusted because we know more now. Is that what we're?
Yes.
Okay. And then budget 2024 is $314,900.
Yes.
Is that right?
Correct.
And, and the last, I thought that was the difference. Okay, the last column is where you're at today.
Yes, yeah, we
Yeah,
always
okay.
put that in just.
Because you were saying you were only up 45,000 and it was 108 in that last column, and I was just automatically thinking that was the difference, yeah.
No,
I see. Gotcha.
she puts that column over there for me,
Yeah.
so I can just
Oh, sure.
look at it while I'm going.
Yeah,
through things.
sure, okay, thank you. I don't know if there's anything else really. I guess these are just about after that, huh? We were talking about this earlier, I was at Nair County, and, so when you trade those vehicles now, that sound like the Durangos, you just take them straight to the salvage yard or something?
We actually, we should be.
I'm just
Makes highway patrol.
Well, I can tell you this one, the other one broke down for the second time in 3 weeks. I got on the radio and I said, they asked me what tow company I wanted, where I wanted it towed. Chief of Police Hillsborough got on the radio and said, how about the transfer station?
So typically, here, do you trade them in, or how do you?
Well, we purple waved them in the past.
Yeah.
But we've been also, like the last one, we actually traded, we got a new newer Ford Explorer, and we actually traded it off because we felt that the individual company that did it off sales was gonna give us a higher trade than we purple waved it. So I think we got like a $2,500 trade on the 2008 Ford, or Dodge Durango.
Okay. Yeah, because at one county I was at, they'd started doing it the other way. They laughed, but one of the commissioners was a used car salesman, so he was wheeling and dealing, so he was doubling the price they were getting from the trade-in on the sale, so they were picking up some extra money. Wow. Now, they have a lot of vehicles. They're at 36 vehicles in this county that's only 2,000 more people than you. I mean, it's up by Topeka, so I mean, it just never has made sense. 36 vehicles, and they have 36 people. They have a car literally for every person.
Wow.
I mean, it's amazing.
Well, the 120 sounds like a lot, but the average to outfit one with everything we need is about $9 grand.
Yeah.
Sounds better than 10. So what you're seeing is on that line, I was basically 2 vehicles completely outfitted.
Yeah. Right.
Hey Jeff, you have this too to show mileage. if you want to show
Oh,
them that.
yeah. If you look at that other sheet back there, there's a mileage sheet back there.
Vehicle budget inventory.
Yeah. Vehicle inventory.
Yep. The vehicle, those, so that's kind of what, that's not wrong, I looked at, see if there's one. You don't have to look at replacing the Tahoe, that's what I'm driving right now. Just so you guys have an idea, that Ford, that 14 model, it's got 182,000 miles on it. We'll probably go ahead and either see maybe Road and Bridge would be interested in it, or we'll trade it. I don't care how it works. But we'll replace that and jump Larry's vehicle, which is a Chevy Silverado with 122 back down to the where Jimmy's driving that Ford. The Taurus, thank God we have it, because we've been running it all over the place because it's the only one that seems to want to run. And then the 19 Dodge Durangos you see there, I know that one's got 98, but those are the ones we're having the big issues with. So those are the ones we were looking at replacing. What I'm trying to do, and I don't know how this happened before me, but if you look down that line item, you'll see these Durangos, and there's several Durangos on there within 10,000 of each other. So I'm trying to get ahead of this, so we're not replacing 5, 6 vehicles in 1 year. That's what I don't want to do. So by getting the highest running one with the problems, if we get rid of it now, we'll get a better trade value, and then we can get something different and start spreading these back out a little bit. Can tell you the 22 Ford Explorer we just got we also got 9,000 on it already, but we haven't had any issues out of that thing, so this is ready to do. The other page I'd like to go over to just real quick. You will look at that civil process page. Last year we served 1,532 papers throughout the county. That goes through the entire county. Right now, as of June 6th, we're sitting on 566. The one thing I want to note on this is majority of all those papers are served during the holiday times. So usually right around the holidays when we start serving those papers, when people are buying stuff instead of paying their bills. So and we tend to have more accidents in the winter too, more medical claims and everything else. So that will rise. We are on the same rate that we were last year to do the same thing. Flip over to the next page, everybody should be interested in this. This is case totals. We're pretty much on pace for our accident cases. We had 252 of them last year. Last budget session of 2022, we're at 94 now. We're kind of on the same pace. The one thing that I'm really proud of is if you look at 2022 at 214 cases, and you look at 2023 at 85, we are not on pace. We're 3% less. We are shoving crime down. We are making an effect with our actions right now. The other thing that, and it's not anything to be proud of, but I'm proud of my guy for it. You see the juvenile reports down there? We're going to blow that number probably away this year. And that is due to Aaron Christner solely alone, him and him only. He has educated our growing public around here, and he is doing a darn fine job to the point where we're probably going to end up losing that guy. He's going to go end up working for some big federal agency or state agency, because we have state agencies calling our office, talking to him, asking questions. He's good at what he does. He is one of them guys that you do something wrong with the internet, he don't find you. That's the way he is.
How do you keep him?
You don't, probably. You probably don't. But that's the reason we're educating the public, and we're getting a lot better at our juvenile crimes since I've been doing that. So it's not one way I'm proud of it because we're doing our job. The other part of it is we're going to expose. This is like anything else. Once you start getting active in that area, you expose the problem, which generates higher cases. So. That's really all I got, guys, for my side of things. Did I miss anything, Sarah?
I think you did good.
Okay.
Do you talk about the lake patrol, or is that somebody else?
Oh, yeah.
Lake patrol's us, so we just do a contract every year. Well, every 5 years we do a contract, correct?
Every 5 years.
We
just did a new one.
We just did a new one through the reservoir. We have 2 guys that patrol out there. That contract, Sarah, you can explain that better than I can.
Okay. Lake Patrol contract, we have 2 deputies that work that part-time. Every year we sat down, we projected for the next 5 years. We're like at $40-some an hour right now, and I think we have like a 800 and some hour contract for them. It's from May 1st through September 30th. Basically, talking to Tina the other day, wages come out of the contract on that. So that's what comes out of there, and then also commodities, which I budgeted we budgeted $3,500. We really don't spend that much out of Lake Patrol. Basically, the only thing really that comes out of there is fuel, a few incidentals, vehicle maintenance once in a while. But right now, we don't even have a specific vehicle assigned to Lake Patrol because it's all kind of Russian roulette over there right now. So it's kind of like whatever's running that day is what Lake Patrol will take. Capital outlay. We budgeted for capital outlay, probably for eventually a new vehicle, depending on where we're sitting at the end of next year. Of course, Lake Patrol, because we sure don't want to deplete that fund. We want to keep some funding in there. So, but it's a great deal. I got to do kudos to Lyle Gillett, one of our Lake Patrol. He's retired. He hands out Tootsie Rolls to every child. And so if you see money come through for Tootsie Rolls, we're replenishing Lyle's Tootsie Rolls. But kids will come running when they see him now. He's great out there. Great PR for the sheriff's office. So, but Lake Patrol is a great deal. It brings in revenue, and then it's great representation for our county, and they really appreciate having us out there.
We had one of our worst crimes this year out there already. We had an individual that was stabbed 5 times at one of the campsites. So there is a necessity of being out there. I will let you know that we jumped the budget. You know, we came in, we asked you guys for a raise, and you gave us a $3 an hour raise. I gave that to them too. Like, we're not gonna lose money doing a contract service for you people, so you're gonna pay an extra $3 an hour to help cover those wages for those individuals.
And we budgeted that into our contract so that they pick that up.
So they picked that up, and I really thought they would balk at it. It's one of them deals that when you're done with it, and it was so easy, you're like, man, I didn't ask for enough.
The only question I have on
Talk
that.
in here. Well, I'm talking about the federal government.
Okay.
Yeah.
Only question I have on that is, because we do have a separate line, it's not on this sheet of yours, but we have it in the budget, Lake Patrol vehicle. So do you think you'll purchase it in 23 or 24? Because you said something about two in the sheriff.
24.
24, so one in the 24, okay.
So it was gonna be 2 out of our
Yeah,
general
right.
budget, and then 1 out of the Lake Patrol.
And then this year.
And we have the money to buy another one this year, yes.
Out of your sheriff's fund, not Lake Patrol.
Yeah.
So
So
one
how,
this year.
so one out of the Lake Patrol, and how much you think those are going for now?
Well, it depends on what you get. The last Ford Explorer we got, it was actually wrecked, but it only had like 6,000 miles on it. I think we paid 29.5 for that. But the brand new vehicle, which we're trying to get staggered, they range from 48 to 58.
And that's fully equipped?
That's equipped,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions, Commission? Okay, thank you, Jeff.
Yep.
Very good report.
Chelsea.
Just in case, yeah.
Yeah, let's go.
Just so I don't have to run back out of here again.
Yeah.
Okay, and that one, I'll pull up separate, but that wasn't in your email. In there, so.
Sorry I had to run out.
No.
I have a full-time dispatcher, they're trying to train 2 new dispatchers.
Got their hands full.
And they definitely had way too many phone calls at one time. So,
We really appreciate everything you and your staff do. It's-
yeah, so
it's
I'm,
incredible.
if I happen to jump up again, I'm really sorry. She texted help and come running.
Understand.
If you watch the news, the big cities aren't answering all their 911 calls.
They aren't. They actually go to hold or go to voicemail.
All right.
So.
We'll get back to you. Can you imagine that?
Some
I'd
of the,
freak out.
yeah, some of the 911 calls actually in bigger cities, they actually determine if it's actually worth sending an officer or not even. So, but we send one to pretty much everyone, or at least they make contact with an officer.
So who's your backup, the commissioners?
Don't scare the public.
That's just for checking fences, man. That's just for checking fences.
That's right. They don't trust us.
Don't even get me started.
Let's not go. All right, where would you like to start?
So I did send Tina my budget planning
Very good.
questionnaire.
Yep.
Hopefully you all got
You
it.
got it?
I am new to this, so bear with me. So, number 1, what equipment purchases do you anticipate for the year 2024? I asked everyone in dispatch to see what they would help them do their job better. So, a new phone system for our Station 3, which is currently a partial station. So you can't do everything you can do at Station 1 and Station 2. So that means that your mapping is not as good, you're able to track phone calls, 911 phone calls is not as good, and it just does not function the same. The screens are smaller, it's stuff that we provided for it. So with that, it would be an $18,000 a year contract bill increase, and that's paid out of 911 funds. To get it this year, it would be a prorated portion of 2023 that would come out in 2024. So they are willing to do that. With that, the partial station we have currently would actually get to be moved into my office area, so I could actually work in there and take phone calls at the same time. I have CAD access, so I could actually take phone calls, do CAD, do everything from in there except for using the radio. So I could actually be a big help. So right now, with 2 trainees and myself, so there's 4 of us in there, unfortunately, but I'm sitting next to a trainee, and my partner who's currently there has a trainee next to her. So we're trying to run 3 stations with 4 people while still training, so.
And doing business.
And still doing, yeah. So, like I did, when I ran over there earlier, I actually ran in and jumped on the 3rd station with the trainee and started helping him answer the phones and do what needed to be done, so. While my partner was actually giving medical advice on the phone when I got there, so. Yeah, so it was actually quite a bit, so that's why I ran out. And to do that, it would have been easier to have that 3rd station to be able to do all those functions to where I didn't have to go between 2 stations to get what I needed to get.
Right.
So
Again, I did ask all the dispatchers what would make them their job easier, and that is something that they have all said. So I really wanted their input, if something we could do. Personnel changes for 2023 and 2024. We hired 2 full-time dispatchers. They're actually training right now. I actually have a part-time position still to fill, which we actually have an interview for in a couple weeks. So that will actually fill up all my positions, including my 2 part-time ones, which would be great to actually have full staff for the first time in about 4 years.
Yeah. Quick question on the first one, I forgot to ask this. So this $18,000, it says contractual increase?
Yes.
Is that, maybe I didn't understand it, but is there also an employee that comes with that too?
No.
If you added extra?
No.
Or it's just the way you're shifting the people you already have?
No, so it's a
Yes, I did.
position. So when I say position, it's a phone position. So that means like a whole station.
Yeah.
It's the phone, mapping system, everything. Everything comes free to us through AT&T and the 911 Coordinating Council. So the only thing we're paying for is an $18,000 maintenance contract per year on that phone system. So if anything goes wrong, they actually come out, fix it, replace stuff. It's all free. It's all taken care of. So we just pay a maintenance contract of $18,000 per station, phone station. But that includes 2 screens, it's mapping, it's phone. And actually here coming up soon, I can't go into too much detail because it's not gone to the state yet. But it actually will include a new first responder app that's included with that. So that would actually help a lot of our people.
I think that the one thing too that might help what you're trying to understand, you know, you think 2 people when they're working, you got 3 stations. But problem we run into is if we have a station go down,
Yeah, sure.
now we can't answer. We're done. We're toast.
So it's a backup this way?
It'll
Yes.
work excellent as a backup as well
Yes.
too.
Yeah, it would be right now, we are having 3 people on at a time because we're training, or we're having 4 people on at a time because we're training. And we will be training probably through September, October, maybe even November, depending on how training goes, because we do a lot, 400 to 600 hours for training, which is quite a long time, but we do a lot. We answer all 911 calls, EMS, fire, police,
And
admin
give
lines.
medical advice, you said. So
We
that's-
do. We actually provide medical advice over the phone, so we do a
Okay.
lot.
Thank you.
Any unique situations that would affect the Mariner? Nothing unique, as Jeff said though, for the AES encryption, that would potentially affect us, but it depends on the grant also. There is a portion that is part of dispatch because we do have mobile radios that is required to have that AES encryption, which would be the $900 for sure for that. And then we do have handhelds for dispatch just in case anything does go on in dispatch. We can actually leave dispatch with a radio. So we
But
have
it
those.
doesn't change any of your other equipment, it's just the, yeah.
Nope, it doesn't change anything else. The only other thing is, we definitely have had a lot of overtime due to short staffing. So unfortunately, there's nothing we could do about that to make sure we had 24-hour coverage for Marion County throughout the year. Any matters of importance, training will be up a little bit this year as we have recertifications due, and the new trainees do have training requirements that they have to meet. So there is a couple classes that they have to take. One class will be the medical class that they take so they can actually give the medical advice over the phone. And unfortunately, that's expensive, but it is paid for out of 911 funds, so, and it's well worth to have everybody trained in that, so. Radio 911 phones and mapping, Pro QA, which is our medical advice, EMD system, CAD maintenance, remain our highest expenditures, but are paid for with 911 funds also. The request that I made for the personnel, or for the station, is just upgraded phones for third station will assist dispatchers with being able to do their job more efficiently. By having access to the mapping systems, they will be able to see callers who call in 911 on the maps and be able to move through them more accurately. Upgrading phone systems will greatly increase the working environment, making receiving and transmitting calls more efficient, as the workstations all work the same.
Very good. Any more questions, Scott?
Is there any question?
Okay, commission, any questions? Well, again, thank you, appreciate all you do, I think, sorry?
Go ahead.
How big an area, do you just cover this inside Marion County, or do you overlap out?
So we do cover Marion County, but we actually can, we assist Chase County, like we dispatch for our units for Chase County or Butler County. Our units actually can go into McPherson County to assist with fires, so we actually will dispatch them out and take care of them while they're over there, and so they respond back to us while they're over there. Peabody actually goes into Harvey County quite a bit also, so we maintain all this stuff for them. We know who's going, what's going on. If they go out for large events like, what's the town between Newton and Hutch? Burton, thank you. Burton, the big fires at Burton that they had last year, we sent multiple units out there and we kept track of who was there, who was gone, how long they were there, and we keep track of all that for them. So, for each fire department that responds.
Chelsea, do you know the prorated amount for that third station, what it would be this year?
I haven't got the quote back yet. I've been waiting from Angela on that actually, so.
All right, very good. We'll let you get back to the fires.
Yeah, she hasn't texted me yet, so I think we're doing good right now.
Maybe things calm down a little bit.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chelsea.
Yep. I'll see you guys back over there.
All right.
Hold on to your shorts, gentlemen.
That's kind of a scary move.
Last but not least.
All right, here we go.
Okay, I've been talking about it for the last 3 or 4 years about the building becoming age.
Yes.
We're starting to see it.
Yep.
On number one on equipment, you can see that my HVAC units are starting to kind of wear out.
Right.
I've got one that's got a leak on it. They're telling me they can't get to it to fix where it's leaking at. Put 17 pounds in it in May and another 15 pounds in it a week and a half ago. So,
yeah.
There's 9 of those units on that building. One of them's not as big because it just does just the tech room. But them big units are telling me are going to be about $20,000 a piece to replace. So I have put it in my budget for one for next year. The thing is if we just do one a year, we're still going to spread out 9 more years, and you know who knows where we're going to be.
Right.
So. Number 2, personnel changes. You know, we all know we've put in for that grant. That won't affect anything this year, but it will next year if we do get that. So we would be probably transitioning one of my people there into that role, and then we just have to hire a new jailer to replace that person. Unique for this year on number 3, utility costs are up. I've compared my Atmos bills from this year to last year, and we're almost double. Groceries, they're up 30 to 40%, and then the HVACs are wearing out. Anything other for appointments on number 4, basically wear and tear of the toilets. We've been replacing all the, we're going to do all the rest of them. We've done probably about 1/3 of them now. And I talked to my guy and he said, let's just do them all. So and that's about $150 with labor. He said if we just do the rest of them, that would drop my labor cost. You know, then we just have them, and I think they're like $60 for the parts. So I've been talking with 4PC. I've got 15 cameras that we have not replaced when we did the upgrade. I still got 15 of the old ones that are there. I'd like to get those done. I need to get those done eventually, and then our control panel, which is a touch screen, which opens our doors and intercoms and stuff like that. I'm still with SWC, who's out of Alabama. To get them to come up and work, it's minimum 3 days if you're during the week. You got a day driving, and then a day here, and then a day back that you're paying for. So I've asked Kobe to give me kind of work with me on that. And if I get them to everything integrated together, it's just, you know, everything just flows better together.
Hope that works out.
Yeah, so he's been so busy and been out, so we've been communicating. I told him, so well, I'm not sure where it's going to go because with HVAC units now, you know. But anyhow, we're going to work on at least try to get something, a quote put together so I can see where that's going to be. Basically, I've got a freezer that's been giving me some fits. It's been freezing up on me. Luckily, we've been able to shove stuff in another freezer to keep things. And some of the stuff, like the breads and stuff like that, just go in the fridge instead of freezing. That guy come today, he's figured out it's a control thing. The defrost isn't working like it's supposed to. So he's working on trying to track down a part for that for me, so. Those units, a brand new double door unit, I'm guessing is probably gonna be between 7,000 and 10,000. So, but we did the roll in, you know, on purpose instead of a walk-in.
That's right.
So that way we knew word's out, you know, we buy a new one, roll the old one out, roll the new one in, keep working, so. Any questions on any of that?
Commission?
Sort of different to sit here. Hopefully, he was looking for 15 to 20 years on air conditioning units and wear and tear on the building when we build it. At that cost, 9 units at 20,000, that's another 200,000. Or by the time we get them, it'll be over 200,000.
Yeah.
So, and then your freezers giving, and then now you're redoing your plumbing on the urinals.
Yeah.
Doing that.
Yeah.
Just what you look for when you build it, you expect to get something without having to do this kind of stuff. And it's already here, you know. So, I don't know, it's disappointing to me to hear that, but it's the way it goes.
Yeah.
Mechanical stuff probably should have started being budgeted 2 years out.
Yeah.
3 or 4 even.
Well,
Yeah,
the hope is some of those units will
Well,
hang on there a little longer, but.
Yeah, you
you're going to
got
maximize.
certain areas that, you know, that are a lot more controlled than the other parts of the building, you know, so it does, you know, it does make a little bit of difference, you know.
So maybe we do put something in, just what Ken said,
Oh, yeah.
automatically 40, maybe we go up to 40,000 or 50,000 for 2 to 3 units for the next 4 years. I don't know.
Well,
Just-
you don't wanna wait for them to fail either.
Right.
Because to get one in, might
Yeah.
be 6 months.
Correct, correct.
Have you talked to somebody else? I mean, does it need to be reconfigured and only have half as many units? Anybody know?
To do that, you would have to go back in and you'd have to totally rechange all your ductwork, all
okay.
that stuff.
Okay.
And a lot of that is in the ceilings. Like the jail part of it itself, you'd have to take drywall out.
Yeah, because it's all secure.
Yeah, and the thing about the jail part itself is like the sensors are all up in that ductwork. So you don't have a thermostat on the wall telling you what it is down here, it's up here in the ceiling.
Yes, it can't be tampered with.
Right, so it can't be tampered with, and then I sit in my office and I look at my people in the cells. If it's June and they're walking around with a blanket, I get on my computer and that thermostat goes up a little bit, you know. You know, in the wintertime, if they're walking around in shorts, that thermostat's going down a little bit, you know. And, you know, I've bought some thermal underwear for like the wintertime, so I can bump that down a little bit to help try to keep our gas bill. You know, a $15 pair of thermal underwear, you know, okay, I can spend $150, $200 and buy everybody in jail a set of thermals and bump that gas bill down a couple $100.
Or just make it a sauna, you know?
Right.
Just make it a
You know, the
sauna.
thing
Maybe
is,
sweat it out.
the thing is you gotta walk, there's a fine line to walk there because there is a thing called cruel and unusual punishment.
I'm just kidding.
But, you know, and so, you know, I make sure I'm paying attention to that kind of stuff, you know. If my workers come in and my employees come in and say, hey, it's pretty cool back there, okay, we can bump that down a little bit, or hey,
Wasn't there
man,
a bunch
it's,
of work done to that a couple of years ago? Because I
We
remember,
checked.
I remember getting a
Right.
report one time about in the middle of winter, you didn't only have the heat on.
yeah.
The air conditioner was running too.
The summertime, same way, your air conditioner would kick off. And yeah, we had a 5-star come in and redid all that reconfiguration where it makes it easier for me to get on my computer, make some changes. I can manually shut, like summertime, I shut like in dispatch, where they've got all that equipment, I shut the heaters off. I don't want them to get cool in there, and then the heater decide it wants to kick on because that temperature is 2 degrees below where it's set. So I can manually shut those off on my system and say, no, you're not gonna turn on. And try to make it more efficient that way.
So we can't afford to re-engineer it then?
I don't think so. I think that'd be a pretty good
Yeah.
cost. You know, I mean, like, our dispatch, the unit that's over our dispatch is over our EOC, the hallways through the sheriff's office, and the front lobby. Well, the thing is you got dispatch, it's pushing out all that heat, and that's where my thermostat's at. You go in the EOC room, and everybody has to put on a jacket because it's cold in there. I mean, I've shoved towels in the deals up just to kind of slow the air down a little bit, you know. it's just some of the way they configured it, you just scratch your head and go, why? You know, somebody wasn't thinking, there's gonna be a lot of heat generated here, which is gonna, and initially the thermostat was in the EMC room. Well, I'd get comfortable in there, but my dispatcher would be in there sweating, you know? So when 5-star come in, they moved that control over into dispatch, which is made it good for them, but, you know, they, again, like I said, you know, EMC room stays pretty chill.
I don't think there was no conception of, these are just, when you're seeing it in the drawings, it's just a square white box.
Right.
You know, who's there, what they doing, what's these people doing, but it covers us the same area that he's talking about, it's all right together.
Yeah.
So you run it off of one unit.
And that unit is our shelter unit too. That's where we have the reinforced wall. It's tornado rated for EF4, I think, you know. So that was the high rated area, so that might be too why they can, well, these two are configured, the thicker walls, blah, 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 so. As far as bookings and rest, we're averaging 16, which was where we were last year, on average daily. Like today, we're down about 8, but 3 weeks ago, we were at 20. So, you know, it fluctuates. Right now with my freezer giving me a fit, I'm kind of glad we're down at 8, because I can kind of not order food for a little bit. And so our rests, we're pretty close about where we're at been last year, so.
I just gotta make a comment. How long has Jill been there? I was trying to think.
We're coming up on our 11th year.
11th.
Being in the go.
Our son's a mechanical engineer, and you were talking about how things are, but he this is so funny, he went to buy a washer and dryer, and he looked at all the specs, and you know, all these things are built by mechanical engineers to last 7 years or whatever, you know, very short. He found this washer that will last 22 years. But it's not a pretty one. I mean, it's not like a, and it's really interesting how I'd never really thought about that, because they engineer it to fail, you know. After I mean, he said it's unethical.
It's a throwaway society.
It's literally unethical.
Yeah, it's a throwaway society now. Stuff isn't made to be fixed and moved on. It's made to be thrown away.
Unethical would be if you made it fail right after the warranty.
Like the Durangos.
If you allowed it to go a little longer, then it's ethical.
Oh, okay.
The Durango's kind of like grandma's freezer, still running.
Yeah, lime green thing. Yeah, it'll outlive you.
And it'll make the meter spin. International Harvester.
All right, well, thank you very much.
I don't know if anybody talked about the 911. We don't. I mean, it's just an in and out fund. Is there any changes you know of in the 911? Did she talk about? I didn't hear that budget.
She kind of lumped them all together.
Just lumped it all in one.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
that phone.
Oh, that's what she was talking about. Oh, okay. Okay, I misunderstood that. Yeah.
That was the $18,000.
Yeah.
You haven't heard anything about them getting cut, have you? In other counties?
No.
Okay, just wondered, because they've done that before. Cut 911 funding, actually cut it down.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Appreciate it. Hope the dispatchers aren't sweating over there.
Trust me, I try to keep them as cool as possible, because they can make our lives rough.
I just stay out of there. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
We buttered them up for you.
Yeah. That's a lie.
Hey, don't get my cigarette.
Okay, Susan, come on in.
Yeah.
Not big numbers.
Welcome, Susan.
Thank you. Mine's probably a lot simpler than what you just said.
We appreciate it.
Yes. Because we've made our changes in our office, we made this year with our renovation. And so barring any unforeseeable computer malfunctions, which who knows about that, I think we're in pretty good shape. We got keyboards and some new printers and second monitors for the staff. And so I think we're in good shape technologically, which is what we're all about. And it requires good computers for that. We have had a retired employee come in and help us part-time to get things caught up. Right now, while we're down one employee, Emma staying until we hire somebody. So we're down one employee, and so that won't affect but this is for 2024 anyway, that won't affect the budget or anything. And then in 2023, I don't anticipate any staff changes. We're gonna replace the 2 vacancies that we have, but I don't anticipate expanding or doing anything more with staff. Again, I'm not aware of any upcoming expenses, you know, that we haven't already incurred with the new equipment, and so I have no requests for the 2024 budget.
Gee, thank you.
We've already got pretty much what we want.
All I've heard is good things about your change that you've done so far, so.
Good.
Bravo to you, because that's what you set out to do.
Yes.
And I've heard that from the employees, that they like the new setup.
Yes, it gives the ladies a lot more space to work, and then it also gives the customers a little more space to conduct business. And so I think it's a win-win for everyone. So unless you have questions or concerns or.
Okay, commission, any questions? Scott's deferring with Tina.
Budget went up just a little.
What's that?
Really no, unless you got your numbers transposed.
Personnel.
Personnel.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, personnel went up, yes, with the raises.
Yeah.
As it should.
Quick question, Susan.
Yes.
The audit report's been dropped in, like Kyler here got it done, and I was looking on page 5. You don't have this, but I was just looking down through here to special auto closeout. Do you remember if you transferred anything?
We have not done that yet, but we're going to.
Yeah.
I want to make sure all of the bills are in, and then that money will come over to the commission.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, sir.
By statute, that's June 1st. I'm not your auditor anymore, but
Right.
that transfers by June 1st.
Okay,
Yeah,
good to know.
yeah.
Whoops.
No, it's okay. I'm not getting on. I'm just saying, because I knew you did a bunch of renovations, and I
June or
assumed
July.
some of that was being, huh?
June or July.
June 1st. So, huh?
So there wasn't one
Yeah,
in
that's what I mean.
2022 because they were doing the
Yeah.
renovations,
Right.
and so
Yeah.
that's what.
I just.
But yes, that's my intention on making sure I have all my bills in.
Absolutely.
And
No, I
then
just-
I'll be more
I
than
thought
happy to
maybe,
bring a check over.
I thought maybe the auditor, see, sometimes auditors operate at a higher dollar amount, you know, when they're auditing, and so that line item, I just thought maybe didn't get broke out, but it says 0, and I just thought maybe it didn't get broke out, it might have been miscellaneous or something, it just hadn't been transferred.
It has not been transferred yet.
Okay.
It will. It will. My intention is to
Perfect, no problem.
give the commission their money.
All right. Thank you.
Of course.
All right, other questions? If not, thank you, Susan.
Okay, you're welcome.
You brought some smiles into the room.
So we're happy, we're in good shape, and it's all good.
I'll try not to steal any more employees.
Yeah.
It's all right.
She did a good job, by the way.
She did
Yeah.
a very good job.
This is her dream job.
Oh.
So I'm happy for her.
Good.
So,
Thank you, Susan. Okay, stand break. Stand break. Restroom break.
Good, how are you?
Yeah.
Nice to see you.
A break.
Break.
Yeah. Damn, I feel like I've been riding a horse.
You guys did the,
I'm glad it all stayed
when
up.
I created the PDF, it left one of the funds.
All I
out.
know is I just had to restore my.
How we doing? Pretty good.
We're all leaving.
Take a break right now.
Okay, perfect. Hey.
We figured before Isaac started, we needed a break.
Perfect timing.
You got a break all day, right?
This one got left out of the
Out
packet.
enjoying the fresh air. Is it nice outside?
Nice, it's hot.
Really heated up.
The wind's finally picking up, which is nice, because it's almost been,
Humid.
yeah, just no air.
No rain either, probably.
No, I think they're saying maybe a chance of a thunderstorm, but it doesn't look like it's very likely. Seems like every time they say we're gonna get something, it breaks up right before it hits the lake.
And how you run off,
Well, we ended up, I think, what was that, last weekend? We ended up getting a little over an inch. But looking at the lake, you can't even tell.
Can't tell.
It's lower now.
Didn't draw a line in the sand before.
Oh, it's sad. It's sad. Thankfully, we haven't had any troubles with our boat rigs or anything yet, but I don't know how much more water we can lose until we start to. It's getting down there.
Just on the news, that a couple of lakes are closing.
Yeah.
I forget where I was at.
Canopolis, I know, is shut down. I know the reservoir, they have, I think, 5 out there, and from what I was hearing, 3 of theirs are shut down. 2 of them are open, but one of them you can only use half of it. And so, I mean, it's just...
That piss off all the boaters.
Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be a problem when you can't put your boat on.
Got the guy camping back his trailer trying to get in too, probably.
Alright, I'm gonna shut the camera off while we're on break. It's still going.
Perfect timing.
This conference will now be recorded.
All right. Stretch break is over. We're ready for Isaac.
You guys have a certain order you can go through this stuff with?
Well, in this time, just because what I already have on the screen, and it's gonna be tricky for me to switch, because I didn't have this in the packet. Can you go through the park spreadsheet, and then we can go to something else? Okay.
So we'll start with the park spreadsheet here. So on personnel, that $136,004, that's based off of the payroll budget worksheet with the July step raise. That's where that number came from. Contractual, so we've been at 110 for the last couple of years. I know, last year we were pretty high. I kind of had a note here with the cost of everything that's been going on, electricity, all that stuff has all been going up. So I bumped that up. I mean, I don't think it's life or death, but with the cost of that, all that has been going up. And kind of the same on the next line item there, the commodities. So, with all of our supplies, bathroom cleaning supplies, all of that stuff has gone up the last couple of years. And so with that, the 20,000 there, I put 35. It's about, 2021, it looks like we were about 32, 2022 we were at 35. I think we can kind of live around that number. We try not to get stuff that we don't need, but capital outlay there, I have 20,000. So my main kind of focus here, and I've gotten estimates on both, would be for the Lake Hall building, to upgrade that for our ceiling tile and our flooring. I think the ceiling tile is something that we can really do ourselves if we could just get that tile in. Pricing that tile looks like it's going to be somewhere right around 8 to 10,000, and I got an estimate on our flooring for about 12. That's give or take a little bit depending on some of the issues that we have there with that floor in the hall. And that's what that is there. And so underneath that we got the utility upgrade. This year I've talked to you guys about this for a couple years, would be our campgrounds.
Right.
I know this year, I had a company come out and look at it. It wasn't gonna be as easy as I originally thought. Of course, the service lines would also need upgraded to handle the pedestals, and with those service upgrades, talk about possibly having to upgrade the transformer there in the campground as well.
Right.
So it just kind of turned into a little bigger of a project than originally, I guess, hoping for.
Yeah.
But I do know, last year, for example, there were 2 big, 4th of July weekend and Bluegrass weekend.
Right.
Both of those weekends last year, we fought with our power. You get those campers in there, everybody's hooked up, we're blowing main breakers, things are going out, and when you have a full house and it's 100 degrees and people can't use their ACs or anything, it kind of, and you have 1,000 people out there. It's not the best experience. So that is definitely something that I would like to get taken care of this off season. I know. Sounds like from the estimate I got, they're looking around 50 to 60,000
for that project. And that would just really be the I guess our biggest campground there behind the lake hall. You know, I got that estimate here this probably February or March. So I don't know what those prices are gonna be a year from then. So I have 100,000 there just kind of to be safe. I do have an official estimate from that time, and it was just about $56,000 for the entire campground there behind the Lake Hall building. But that is what that is kind of put towards.
Under your park capital outlay, you have $155,000 for the 2023 budget. What's that?
So I think part of that was for that. We had, I don't know was that mower included?
Well, so I was gonna ask, let me just ask about that, because there were several lines that made up that.
Okay.
So I was just wanting to see what was left. So in the budget here, the form that we actually work off of on page 17, it shows electric water upgrade, and we had a $50,000 bracket. Does that sound?
Yeah, sounds right about right.
50 or the 60, or the 160 you were just talking about? Is that something different than that?
That's the same. That was the same.
Same thing. Okay.
Yes.
Then it had superintendent garage for 50,000. Did that ever get done? No. Equipment storage for 50,000. So that's where you're getting that 155. Yeah.
Okay.
And then I think that's the 3 lines I had here. Does that sound right?
And then
Yeah.
just straight
And then just
capital outlay.
And then and then just regular capital outlay that was added on top of it.
So that does not include a mower.
Okay, well, and that.
But it
okay,
could, I mean,
yeah,
if you're
yeah.
going to buy, if you're gonna spend money on a mower this
Which
year.
I have done.
Then
That
we
is
need
off
to-
the list. Yeah,
we need
that
to
one's
leave
off the list.
That in the middle. So, and remember, how much was that again?
That mower,
Mhm.
it was right, just a hair over 16. I think it was like 1690.
So there's a little bit left.
Yeah.
Well, my question being is, you're not planning on the upgrade this year, or you're planning on moving it to next year? Like-
Well, so I'll tell you, and what I was thinking is maybe trying to just move forward and get that service done this year, but not do the pedestals this year. And then maybe do the pedestals next off-season, because what I don't wanna do now is shut everything down.
You're in the middle of prime time.
Right, exactly. And
It's
so
gonna be a winter time
Yeah,
thing.
and that's and that would be kind of my thing. I mean, I don't know if
Not a weekend job.
you know better than, I was gonna say, if you could.
I've heard of it on the
Yeah,
sidelines, but
right.
I try to stay completely
Right,
separate.
well, and I guess that was gonna be something that we've talked about, is possibly just trying to see if, for the service part, if that'd be something we could get ready to get done, and then go in and actually dig up the pedestals and replace the pedestals and do all that next off-season. Because like right now, I really can't afford to have it shut down. October, November, possibly, when we start slowing down at the end of this season.
Well, we gonna have to have a plan, Isaac.
Right.
Yes.
I mean, that's,
There's a new
if
service,
it's going this year, you gotta have a plan.
Well, that's what we said.
there's a new service line help, any?
It's part of, before you can.
I know that.
You can upgrade the pedestals down the line all you want, but then you're gonna start tripping the main.
Yeah, we're already tripping.
Yeah, we're
So-
already tripping the main.
So, without, you could put the cart in front of the horse, it doesn't matter. I mean, it all has to be done in order for it to all come
You gotta do
together.
the service line first.
To me, if it's in the budget, why couldn't they both be done this year?
Yeah, if it's in the
Lots in
budget.
the off-season.
The other thing I was going, if you look on that page 17, because we talked about this in other ones, at the end of 22, you had 206,000. Now, some of that is this money we've been setting back. But that 6 months is only 155, so we're sitting there with probably 50,000. That is in addition to the normal operating. And we would, in the park, we'd probably have a little more than that. So I think the money seems like it's there. It's just a matter of, sounds like when you can get it done and not create a problem.
Right.
Yeah, so it could all be done this year, because you've got a budget for it.
Right.
Or you cash forward till next year.
Till next year.
Either way.
Okay, which.
So the way this works is, we've already budgeted for it in 2023. So you have the budget authority and you have the cash to do it in 23.
Okay.
If it doesn't get done in 23,
Yeah.
we're gonna, when we move the 24 budget, we'll actually leave the middle column probably zero.
Okay.
And put it in 24 also.
Okay.
So then what that does is it gives you budget authority both in 23 and cash.
Okay.
And if you do it in 23, the cash is gone.
Yeah.
Even though we have budget authority in 24,
Okay.
we don't have the cash because we did it in 23. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
yeah,
we'll do it where we can spend it either year.
Okay.
So it kind of depends when you get it done.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yep, definitely.
Yeah.
Would you say your priorities would be the electrical upgrades, then the hall upgrades?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
I
Electrical
would, yeah,
upgrades
yeah.
are
I
the
mean,
top.
the hall definitely needs done,
Needs
but it's
done.
fully functional as
Right.
is. You know, the campground,
Right.
it is, but you know, like it's not a problem except when we're full.
Right.
And when we are full, then it
Right.
is a problem. It's a big problem.
Yeah.
What was the lake hall improvement roughly, did you think? How much it was got? I got
Right around 20.
20?
Yes, and that would be for the ceiling and the floor.
So between the
Lights have been replaced.
the
Lights have been
electrical,
replaced,
water, and superintendent garage, those items, you've got it all, but it's not with the garage.
It's, something that's, it don't matter when he puts a garage up, he could do that in the summer if he wanted to put the bids up, do it, but
That's been budgeted
it's
already
been
too.
budgeted too, yeah. You've got a budget there.
So if you look at it this way, you've got 170,000 of projects, okay? The way we've got it here now, it could be more, I mean, with the pricing the way it is, it could be more.
Yeah.
And we've got 206,000 of cash. And so there's about a $30,000 difference, and that's about 2 months that you'd still have cash, a month and a half of cash you'd have available. So to me, you got it, it's just a matter of the timing of it. And we've been talking about this for a couple of years. Okay, the other question I had, I think it's all done, but I just like to skip the dock. That's all done? Is that
Yes,
all?
yeah.
Okay,
Done,
there you go.
yeah.
Okay.
We're not going back.
It even got pushed out 10 feet.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
And it's still floating.
It's still floating,
Yeah.
okay.
We modeled once, yeah.
It's a success story.
Okay. good.
It's done.
It's
It's
done.
done.
Well, it
Now
wasn't
we-
on here, so.
now we are at the dam repair, I don't know if.
Oh, yeah, dam repair, I remember that.
Yeah, we got
Oh,
the
dam
dam
repairs
repair.
in another.
It's in a different category, maybe.
Yeah, I saw that this morning.
So that was gonna be one of the things, I guess, I was kind of.
Risk management, that's it, risk
Yeah,
management.
okay.
Yeah,
'Cause
so
that's what
it's
I
set up to
wasn't-
200,000, does that sound right?
We got a firm bid now, so we know the number, I just can't remember.
It's on page 23, that was on 23. Is that where you're still coming out with the risk management?
Yeah, so we should probably talk about risk management too.
Yeah. Okay, so that's on page 23, 200,000, is that, or what was the actual?
I don't have the final number on
It was,
Oh, you don't have
it-
final.
We do have the final number, I just
Oh,
don't
you
have it written
number four.
down.
Oh, okay, okay.
I didn't write it down
We
when we
do
did
we
it.
do a poor job of writing
Do
down.
we need to start budgeting something for the downstream cleanout, which will follow in the next?
As long as we have a plan for it.
The plan is to delay it as much as possible.
No, the plan is to have, this is what could be
That's
done.
I didn't say
That's
that.
not gonna be a cheapie.
No.
No.
It's gonna be very expensive.
You didn't hear any of that.
I didn't hear you that.
No.
Isaac
That's
would-
another federal mandate.
Yes.
Unfunded.
Unfunded.
They're our favorite. It's our favorite.
Let's focus on the dam repair at this point.
Yeah, I'm just curious, because
Yeah.
I found it there, it was on, it's 200,000 in 23's budget is what we had set
Right.
aside. And then you have the
We
original
have
price.
we have the bid, we have the hard number, I just.
Yeah.
I think it was
211.
221? Finding them, writing them down and stuff.
But it's gonna be a little bit more than that, isn't it? Because we're gonna ask them to manage the projects.
And that was under 10,000.
Yeah, it wasn't much, but it was. Yeah, I don't remember.
Let Scott
I know it was
worry about it.
close to what we were budgeting for, so.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. It's in a fund, the risk management fund, the cash is already
It's
there.
there.
It's just a matter of the way we show it. Yeah.
It was originally 75 to 150, and then we had 200, that's what was in our budget
Yeah,
last year.
yeah.
Now we've got the hard number.
Yeah.
think it's just
Like 216 plus another 10, so it's like 226.
Right?
I don't know, no.
Better make sure. I can put your initials by it.
And that wouldn't be, now what are you talking about? That's downstream
No,
from the?
no.
Oh, we're not gonna go there. Okay.
Corps of Engineers decided they
Not
had to
Corps.
be involved with this,
Not core.
It's King.
and they decided that the downstream
Kansas Water Resources?
Yes.
Yes. They
Had to
have
be
visited me
reworked.
in Galvin too.
on private land.
Yeah.
At our expense.
120,269.
What was it now?
120,269 was the
Way off.
Plus,
The high
plus
bid
the
was up
managing
there,
fee,
the high bid was up there, ours was a bid, it
Plus.
was way up there.
Plus
The
10.
plus the 10.
Yeah.
So give me the number, 136?
130, 269, is that right?
Yes.
130, 260.
130,000.
130, comma.
So 130?
Getting late in the day.
Yeah.
And did that include the management fee?
It was 120,
Okay,
269
130.
plus 10,000, so 130, comma. 269.
Got some extra.
So it's actually, I mean, you probably wanna add a little, cause there might be contingency, so maybe 135 or
Okay,
so.
we're on.
Thank you.
Well, 100,000, I'll take that.
Absolutely.
Have a nice garage now.
Well,
About 50.
From 236.
Put a door on it.
Yeah.
I mean, all the numbers are floating around.
The original plan was two-door garage, you might be thinking nowadays that it's three-door.
I think he's changed his mind, or he's just gonna put a rental up there.
Oh.
That's right.
A rental building. It's still a garage, it's still a superintendent.
And makes some.
Make some money.
His wife would like a garage.
All right, where do you wanna go
She'd be
next?
real happy.
Yes,
Okay, so we
That's all but the
have.
room.
I'd like to see my OG covered.
I'll just put all those lines we talked about are in his budget, and I'll put them in both off, you know, it's already in the 23 column,
Right.
and then we'll put it in 24.
Right.
And then I think we'll just go from there.
Okay.
I think I got it.
You got what you need, Commission? Any more questions, comments?
No, I'm not.
Is there any guidance you're asking for or anything?
No, I think that covers it. You know, I know when we were originally planning for that electrical, and it got into more than I was originally thinking it was. I mean, kind of since I've been here, I've always gone stayed under budget. And I guess my thing is when it was over what I originally thought, I just didn't want to go there that early in the year because you never know what's going to come up or whatever's going to happen. And so, I guess that's kind of where I was at.
Pull the trigger and make a commitment, because
Yeah.
some of those pedestals are, I think, 4 to 8 weeks back ordered.
Yeah. Okay. Well, and I know
So
that
you need
that
to
was
sit somewhere.
right.
When you say it's go time.
Yeah.
And before the next price increase.
Yeah, yeah, if they're sitting there, they can't increase the price.
Right.
In July 1st, they're gonna raise prices.
Yeah, they always do, in the middle of the year,
All right, anything else on Park and Lake?
just the bait shop.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's a good question. We'd set up the bait shop, how's that going?
It's going good. Last year was the first year that we really ran
It's on
for
page 25 of my sheet.
an entire year.
So it looks like we've got some cash built up in there. At the end of 22, we had 18,000. And one of the things we've done, we put a line item in the official budget, transfer back to park for 15,000, and we're gonna do it over like a 3-year period or 5-year period, whatever. I guess it's a 3-year period, so it's 5,000 a year. So we're setting at the end, in 24, we'll be sitting there with $10,000 to transfer back to park. And probably can transfer, maybe by 24, you could actually probably transfer the whole 15. And then that would help pay, to me, that would help pay for like the Lake Hall or, you know, one of those projects like that, help pay for part of it.
Yeah, we need a line on the park, on the revenue side, that says, or maybe we do on your sheets.
I don't know, I doubt it, I don't think so. We weren't looking to be paid back this quick, probably.
For revenue to basically come back into the park.
Yeah.
Right, that'll be on.
Yeah, transfer from the bait shop. So if you look on page 17, it's the bottom receipt line, there it says transfer to the bait shop. We were just planning 5 each year.
Yeah.
So we didn't bring anything in 22, because that was the year we opened it.
These are just sheets
So
that
then-
he
This will be the first year.
Yeah, so this would be the,
That's
23 be the
what
first
he
year you
goes
would
by,
bring some back
Isaac.
in.
And that's what we look at when we look
And
at
then-
budget too, is these other, just
Also,
his way,
what
what we looked at last year.
What we had said when we
Middle
set it
column,
up
what
was
projected, stuff like that.
like the money that it
Maybe
makes
he's looking at what, something
aside
different what you've got.
reimbursing the farmer.
I'm gonna confuse you,
Back
and you just,
into, how was that? We set it up to where the money from the bait shop would go back into the bait shop to make improvements
Yeah,
and
possibly try to, you know.
do stuff for the lake,
Yeah.
right? And just, I remember it, but I can't
So this.
remember
Well, it's
exactly.
basically, it needs to sustain itself, and then
Yes.
any profit would be utilized for lake improvements.
Yeah, lake
or
improvement,
proper
period.
improvements to the
We're
property.
good for the
This
hall,
pay
then.
for the serving time.
Perfect.
Because it really can't make a profit,
Right.
Yeah,
or shouldn't.
it needs to,
It needs to
Needs to be
benefit,
used.
yeah.
it needs to be, put it into the lake somehow.
Very good. All right, anything else, Scott?
You jump around the lake.
Anything else from the commission? Not?
Oh, you never know.
Well, we could bury some cash.
All right, thank you, Isaac. Yep.
Yes. Is it picking back up now that COVID's kind of over, or is it going the opposite way?
COVID was very, very busy.
That's what I meant, so everybody, like, you were all out there probably.
Yeah.
Best thing to do is spend as much time outside as possible. There ain't no better place.
It showed. New campers and new boats and everything.
would you say Memorial Day
I don't
weekend
know,
was
it's
down
close
though
to
on
some of those
your
people
side?
camp
This
out
year,
there.
so we were actually, and we were talking about it at the week after, so with that new system we have, we can actually go and do year-to-date from, you can do a week, a weekend, whatever. We were up 3.8% Memorial Weekend on our lake permits. Now that 3.8%, whether that's also, we did the price increase too, so it's not really comparing apples to apples with how many people were out there, because the prices did change.
Prices
but
was up,
Yeah,
okay.
we were up from last year, 3.8%.
Yeah, it just, there was docks open, and, I mean, there was things open, but that's due to low water.
Well, and that's what I was gonna say, boating and stuff was definitely
That's-
quieter this year. Camping, I think by the end of the weekend, we had one open electrical site, everything else was taken. But yeah, boating wise, you're
Yeah.
100% right. And I do think I know a lot of people that were out there were over in Florence on Sunday.
Oh, yeah,
So
yeah.
that's
Another
I think
issue.
played a part in
Yeah.
that too.
Sure.
Yep.
I'd agree.
All right, anything
Okay.
else?
Thanks, Isaac.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, and now our favorite one?
Oh, wow, thank you.
Yeah.
But I need to ask you a question before we go into mine. You had, because we have to resend the agenda out, we're trying to put Krista on Monday, but it's a pretty long meeting already. And
Yeah.
when we resend the agenda, you had talked about possibly not meeting on the 19th, but
Correct.
instead meeting on the 20th. And I just want to confirm
Yeah.
what your plan actually is, because we put that on the bottom of the agenda, so.
Right, the plan was to move on Tuesday the 20th. Is that still okay with everybody?
For the regular meeting?
Yes.
Yeah.
We also have a special meeting on Friday too.
Okay. Now, the other thing was we were gonna meet early on the 20th. Human Resources.
You said just to work it in there, and then
Oh,
I didn't know
okay.
if you you wanna just keep moving
Oh, okay.
forward from where we left off then?
Yes.
Okay.
And we don't have to meet early, we can just work it into the agenda.
Well, that's what you had talked about, cause we don't have a lot of agenda items.
Okay.
But we can meet early, whatever you want to do. So
I'd like to
you
be
tell me.
earlier, because I need to get out of here.
All right.
Tuesday. I mean, I can be here, but I can't leave at like 5.
Okay, then let's meet early. Let's do that. Let's meet at 11. We cover human resources work study at 11. That way we're ready to hit the ground running at 12:30 and get.
You want to meet at 9?
I think let's keep our regular meeting at 12:30. I mean, if that's,
Yeah.
is that all right?
So if you're, is
The
an
whole
hour
day's
enough
getting
time?
moved because I'm not
From
gonna be
11 to
here on
12?
Monday, so I'm not gonna
You
complain about
can't
it.
say anything.
It'll be on Tuesday, I'm
You know
fine.
Well, we
better,
didn't get
right?
very far the
I
first
know,
time.
you're right.
So, I mean, it doesn't matter to me.
What do you think, 10?
Sorry,
I'm looking at Tina, because you're the one that knows better how this.
Well, I
this
mean,
would take.
I was kind of expecting us to move through it a little bit faster than we did, and so, but we can do 11 and just see how far we get if you want to, or we can go in a little bit earlier, like 10:30, and see if that helps.
Let's compromise at 10:30. Is that agreeable?
And have lunch brought in.
Yeah, we can.
Well, wait, see where we're at by 11.
That way you work all the way through lunch,
Well, yeah.
'cause you're gonna need it.
Okay.
So 10:30 to 12, and then do the regular at 12:30.
I say that, and then we'll be done an hour early.
You never.
Well, that would be great.
I
but
wouldn't complain.
I'm not anticipating that. Okay. So we're gonna do,
Oh, okay.
we'll have to
But
fix
just
this.
arrow it over.
Okay.
That's the
Yeah, it
point.
started at
I was thinking that was next week's meeting. It's not, so I wouldn't be pressured on that one.
Okay, well, it's still, we're still all right.
But that's
Yeah.
fine. Just
Yeah.
leave it the way it is.
All right, let me let you know, so she
Right.
can resend that agenda, because, like, Monday's meeting coming up is gonna be really long.
Yes.
And I'm putting Krista at the end of it to do her budget,
Okay,
so,
that's right. Budget.
okay.
Dates starting to run together.
We're doing budget again Monday.
Okay, so our schedule is, today's the 9th, we have a regular meeting at 12:30 on Monday the 12th. Our next regular meeting will be Tuesday the 20th.
Yes.
We're starting at 10:30. And then we have Scott back on the 23rd. And what time are you going to be here?
Morning be nice because.
So, shoot for 9 o'clock?
Huh?
9 o'clock.
Yeah, I get up at five.
Okay, we'll start at 9 and hopefully
good.
done by 4?
That one should be.
That one probably wouldn't go all day, but it'll be at least a half a day.
Yeah. You're gonna be finding all these places.
Oh, yeah,
To
well.
save us money.
Absolutely.
No,
by the time you
just
get
break
me
us
up-
even.
Well, yeah, my point, get to the point where we break.
By the time you get me on that Friday, I will be probably toast. Not bad, I'm just, I don't know why I set the calendar up this way, but I have every 4 of the 5 counties Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And those are all these meetings where you're, digging into it.
That's why you get your good help.
Absolutely, yeah. Kyle's gonna have it all
Keep
done,
it
and
straight.
Tiff and
Do
all
you
the others, yeah.
got, do you got separate help for the other counties?
No, we all.
Nope, I'm
Kyle-
banned.
Kyle-
So you gotta keep us all separate and straight.
Don't you worry, it'll be figured out.
Oh, pull up another county, maybe we've got more money.
Yeah, oh, we got 7.7 million
Yeah,
transferred from Jackson.
Yeah, just make that transfer.
Go ahead and switch us around. Watch them freak out and wonder how to pay their bills.
Yeah.
Scott said it's gone, so it's gone.
Okay.
All right, Tina, are you ready?
Yeah.
So what are we at here? You got my
Well-
spreadsheet?
Oh, I grabbed this.
Oh, go for it, just use it, yep. No, you, what, where's yours?
Shush. I got one in here.
Oh, you got yours.
I just keep forgetting to give them to you.
Thank you.
So. Okay, I guess I didn't bring mine for my own. All right, so I didn't, I guess we can start with, what's first in your packet is election. So, contractual, I put higher, and then also, well, I guess I left the commodities the same. The reason I did that is because we'll have a presidential, and then we'll also have the regular primary, and then we'll have a new election, which is presidential preference primary. And so all of that is going to be more expensive than current. And I've also got a couple of school districts looking at possibly having a bond election. A couple more. So I don't know when the timing is, but I've had questions from 2 more school districts about bonds. So the majority of that is reimbursed, but not all of it. And if they do it at the same time as another election, it'll add cost to that election, but it's not reimbursable if everyone's already voting, so.
A bond issue isn't fully reimbursed?
If it's during another
So
election.
if we add a question to an existing ballot, it is not, because people are already voting. So the only time that they get to reimburse us is if it's a time where
It's a special
it's
election.
only for them. So, let's see.
Makes
This
sense.
page, bottom of page 15 on Stuck's
Yeah.
packet, by the way. Let's see. Also, the cost of materials is going up, envelopes, paper, all of that. And then now there's a new law that takes effect that's gonna require us to have a watermark on the paper, which I don't know what the cost of that is gonna be. So we can't, now I'm a little bit nervous that I probably should increase my commodities.
Unfunded mandate.
You just get you a little rubber thing with a stamp, and you dip it in water, hit the paper. Call it a watermark.
I think it would be a lot more fun for them to have like little water guns or something,
Yes.
like they
Is that the
can,
word?
Yeah,
poll workers go pew, pew.
yeah. Yeah, it's a watermark.
Anyway, there's just things coming down that I don't really know what they're gonna cost.
Right.
And so I know we need to budget at a presidential level and then also additional,
Was
so.
presidential level was 2020, so.
Right.
But then costs of everything have went up, so.
And
there's another.
when I did the
primary.
estimate for the presidential preference primary, it was like 28,000 for Marion County. So was the approximate cost. Does anybody have questions?
Good luck on figuring it out, Tina, because that's a lot of questions, no answers to.
Right.
It is what it is.
Well, I think too, in the other counties, they're just so nervous, and they're new county clerks, you know, and they're trying to figure this out with, and it's just scary, because the federal government comes down and say, oh, you gotta have this, you gotta have this, you gotta have this, and you didn't have budget. That's what the kicker is.
So this is state government.
Well, state,
But-
through the Secretary
but
of State,
they
but I
both
mean,
do
but
it.
it's mandated, yeah.
Yeah.
So on all these items we've talked about today, we keep a track of the ones that are unfunded mandates.
What about all of them,
Yeah, because we need a list of those. Because if this thing all goes awry, we need to be able to tell people who's responsible for this.
In 2003.
State legislators.
Like in 2003, I did something similar to that, because that was the year that they literally took, the year was almost over, and the state of Kansas came in and said the city-county revenue sharing, there was like 3 or 4 revenues, that they just took it away. I mean, they didn't even, it was in the middle of the year, we'd already had it budgeted, they took it away from us. I think it was, your county was about $200,000, $150,000 to $200,000. They just
I
took it
wasn't
away
here.
December 1st, I think it was.
For me.
What?
Yeah.
No, you've always been here.
But it can happen. I mean, that's worse than an unfunded mandate, because they just come in
Yeah,
and say,
take
you're not,
it away.
you already counted on it to pay people when they just took the money away.
Okay, moving on.
Pretty
Okay.
easy to balance the budget when you just take everybody else's.
Yeah.
County Commission,
Oh.
I didn't, I thought you guys might want to fill this out, so I actually didn't fill in the contractual commodities or capital outlay because we haven't really talked. I did put salaries in, and that is a one-step increase on the pay plan for the commission.
Thank you.
Contractual for this year was budgeted at 6,000. Some years you use quite a bit of it, some years you don't. And then the commodities, we don't usually budget a whole lot there, so. And then I didn't know if you had any projects in mind for capital outlay, or if you just kind of want to keep your budget primarily the same.
TV screens and stuff.
That's already, yeah, that's
already
budgeted out of
courthouse.
ARPA
Oh, yeah.
That's right. Gotta leave it the same.
and encumbered.
Oh, yeah.
So I just didn't know if you had any feedback before I just plugged numbers in there.
Do we need anything in capital outlay?
Usually we put about 1,500 to 2,000 in there just to cover.
2020
Things
looks like a
that
little
come up.
money come up, and that was probably desks or
These tables here, probably.
No.
laptop.
just- No,
Oh.
those were contractual services. That wouldn't have been any equipment or anything like that, so.
Yeah,
The
that's
furniture was that was not the 46, like in 2022, this newer furniture,
Okay.
or the 1451, excuse me. So, I mean, I was just gonna plug everything in the same. Are you good with that?
Good with that.
Okay.
I just share something with this, kind of interesting. I can't remember, there's a couple of the, I think it's Pratt and Jackson. They actually, like some of the stuff we put down in courthouse, that we've always put down in courthouse that you manage, like county counselor or, you know, I mean, well, or it's a separate department. They actually put it up under the county commission because they say that's the county commissioner's budget, because the county counselor actually works for the county commission in a sense. And then they put, if there's any other line item, I can't remember, there's one community service, there's some others where you're in charge of it, that's your budget. I thought that was kind of an interesting concept.
Yeah.
Because we've always, I mean, the counties I've done before, we've always done it in courthouse, that's kind of a general thing. So I just thought, that's different, I hadn't seen that before.
I guess I'd rather keep it in courthouse.
Yeah, so you don't.
Personally,
Yeah.
from our perspective.
Well, Pratt has a very involved county counselor. I mean, he's right there in town, and he's a young guy, and he's very good. And his budget is $92,000 they give him to take care of him. And, you know, he even helps with the budget, you know, making sure that we're, like, if I say a certain thing, he goes, well, that we don't have that resolution, you need to, you know, I mean, that he's very, which is helpful, actually, because I'm not an attorney.
Right.
You know, and I can't just go in and say, well, yeah, you can do that. And then, so that there is probably a little difference.
So with that, let's move into the.
Spring on.
Okay, so we're just gonna put the same numbers in again.
Yeah, and if you need to shave the budget by $8,500, you know where to find it.
There you go.
Okay. Well, I don't think we could shave it that much, but,
Couple thousand.
yeah, definitely. Okay.
That's what I was trying to say. Is it
On the county clerk, wages, on all of them, and this is countywide, wages in 2023 and 2024 are affected by commission action to increase. And then supplies are getting more expensive, so I need to bump my commodities up. I'm trying to keep it as close as possible, but, so I put 4,200 in there. We bought computers this year, and the year before, so I think that the only potential capital outlay would be, probably a new laser printer and maybe a desktop printer. We will have a copier this year that's scheduled for upgrade or buyout, and it's working well, so I think we're gonna actually buy it out instead and save a few $100s a month until we need to upgrade it.
Something I just use right now and draw
Turn
this.
that to silent.
I just did.
Draw this attention to, so you understand what happened. But these sheets that you're looking at, Tina went to a lot of work here. I had Ottawa County. They actually, she said they couldn't get it to work by the columns here. But how these work, this is really cool. Heather up at Ottawa County, some way CIC must have had this where you can do this. But over at the left, this is the actual line item that's off the general ledger. See that number?
Right.
And then over at the right, you have them, and yours are pretty well matched up the same, but see, a lot of counties aren't. So like, well, for example, the sanitarian, how many lines does she have? She has a bunch. But what they did is, this one's pretty easy, it just matched up. So down here at the bottom, this up here is off the general ledger. Down here at the bottom where it says those same numbers, that is the way it's gonna be reported in the budget form that I do.
Right.
So reason we did that up in Ottawa County, they're all new, and they wanted to know how their line item budgets fit to the actual budget goes at state. So they'll get one and it might have 15 lines on it, and then they would have down at the bottom exactly how we would report it into that. So bless her heart, Tina had to build all these.
Yeah, well, if you, like on aging, for example, you know, all those line items really funnels into capital outlay, so those are the categories.
Right, so we're trying to make this a little more seamless where they bring in their support, but where you should be able to take one sheet and put it right into here. But Tina went to a lot of work to do this, because it didn't really flow as easy as possible. So,
Well, it's made, if we like it, we'll just
Yeah.
populate the next year's
Yeah.
columns and it will be easier, so.
Okay. What's next? Tech?
Tech, and that's really
Yeah.
nothing.
Nothing, all right.
That one, we just budget basically whatever revenue we think we're gonna get, and we budget it all out to be able to spend it. But I do use that quite a bit for, like I have been using it for mobile hotspots, which I've just canceled because I feel like we're done with potentially remote work, hopefully. We haven't used it for a while, and so, but I use this, like I bought a computer out of there, I don't know. So I just will, whatever revenues or whatever's left, and add the expected revenue and budget it all out so that we can utilize that. But it saves paying for some of those tech upgrades and things that we need to buy. It saves buying that other level funds. Courthouse, this one has lots of stuff in it. So we have the courthouse department, which is like the custodial, the salaries are for the custodian. Courthouse contractual is for our contracted custodians. It also has all of the utilities, the phones for, and insurance, like general operating expenses, which we then bill to, some of that we bill to the other departments. County counselor is in here. On here, you've paid the $42,000 for multiple years. I put additional in here. I don't know if that's gonna happen or not, but, or if you're gonna keep the same person or have someone else, I just put it in.
So I've been talking with Brad, we need to update the contract, and I keep, about every month, so talk to him again this week, he's still working on it.
Well, anyway, I just put a number in there.
Yep.
It doesn't have to stay like that, but, it's been multiple years there, so. Commodities would be like, all of the paper goods, cleaning supplies, actual paper for all the departments in the courthouse. And capital outlay, that line looks kind of funny over the years because basically anything that we don't have budgeted somewhere else, we pay out of there. So I put 5,000 in, but like we paid for the heated dock in 2021 there at 325,000, we paid that out of here, so. Then we also have some other just line items that we don't typically put in the budget, and they're based on calculations, some of them. And then, so we'll put them in, but not quite yet. And I noticed on the computer equipment, we used to budget 50, we were always going over, and then now we've made a move to a couple of different things, the Office 365 subscriptions, and there was another one that caused it to go up. And so
that 50 line, AS 410.
That was the courthouse computer one. Last year we put it in, for this current year, we put it in at 110. It used to always be 50.
50, yeah.
And then, so I'm proposing the same again for next year. And then the multi-purpose building, I know you guys will talk more about that. And then the AS 400, I left that in there because we do have a server upgrade that we're gonna have to make, that Lloyd was talking to you guys about when he was here. But we don't have pricing yet.
So in your notes, we have need for consider potential elevator replacement.
Right?
Yes.
So I brought to you quite some time ago a quote for the hydraulic fluid of the elevator, which that quote was $9,000 just for that, but also the elevator is old enough that they don't make parts for it anymore. And we were having issues with some of the doors, with one of the doors, and so they robbed some parts from another place and were able to fix it, but that's something that you need to have on your mind, that we're probably going to have an expenditure for an elevator replacement. And then you need to also consider potential costs for office remodels, for where you're going to put people when you know, like the county attorney moved out, road bridge is moving out, we need to think about where we're gonna fund those renovations from. And additional exterior repairs, we got a few things done, we've got more to do. And then, our mowers for the courthouse is starting to get older, so we need to be thinking about potential, we may have to replace that. So, and I don't have prices on those things, but it's just, something to think about.
So let me make sure so on page 8, it'd be the bottom line of the courthouse. We have a line, I can't remember what all this was for, but we have courthouse improvements, 1.2 million.
Yeah, that's what Randy kind of suggested last year, that you kind of start, saving up to make some of the major.
So we have
repairs.
300,000 in 23 and there 24, 300,000 in 24, so there'd be 600,000 if we keep that. So that could be, I mean, that could be used to do some of this, couldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, like the elevators and that.
That's true.
And typically we pull, like, if it's a major repair or renovation or something, we have been using that multi-purpose funding fund line item, but maybe we don't. We do it, but definitely that 600 in there is not designated at this point for anything.
Okay.
Does anybody have questions or anything about that?
I think we made a lot of ground today. I mean, even though there's a lot of unfunded mandates, we've talked about a lot of things.
If it wasn't for the unfunded mandates, we could have covered the rest.
We could have signed the budget before I left tonight.
There you go.
Yeah, right.
Well, the state of Kansas, when they used to do budget, I couldn't believe this happened. They would just put in the total expenditures and not put any departments in or anything for these townships and everything they did. They go, it doesn't matter, because the state of Kansas is the total expenditure line. You don't have to worry about the departments. I see. I said, what?
Their rules.
Yeah, I know.
So just on my worksheet there, some of that we've already talked about. Personnel, you know, there could be impacts depending on the administrator and what that looks like, you know, staffing and responsibilities, those kind of things.
I mean, is that a question I can ask? I mean, is that something people are, like, is it getting down the tracks farther or what?
Yes.
We're receiving RFPs from firms doing headhunters on the 16th.
20.
Well, we're reviewing them on the 20th, they're due on the 16th.
Yeah.
So, that'll be the first step, I guess. And then, if the board does decide potentially to make a change to twice a month payroll and those kind of things, just thinking through logistics of that, that'll impact us, because we will have to probably have a second person trained, you know, whether it's another part-time person or somebody else that shifts duties, because one person can't be doing payroll all month, because there are other things that we have to do in there, like new employees, benefits, all that stuff. So, and risk management, I'm gonna talk about that. Because we haven't put any, really, we're not funding that anymore. I mean, we did during the tax lid, we put money in there for disasters. The last 2 years, we have used about 20,000 a year out of there for welfare, for fuel and things like that. And also the park repairs are budgeted out of there, I believe. And then the other thing to think about, that's where potentially we pay settlements for lawsuits from. And so there's not all that much money in there anymore. So that's something you need to think about, potentially starting to fund again.
What is the balance?
Well, it's 400 and something right now, thousand.
And we'll be taking 130.
And so, like, that goes pretty fast.
Yeah.
When you're not actually putting anything in.
So do you do mill levy for that?
We haven't in the past, no, it's been a transfer. We used to transfer some from sales tax every year, and.
So the statute allows you, it's like the capital improvement or equipment reserve, you can transfer from general.
Okay.
And you
can transfer back to general.
And you can transfer back to general if you don't use it, so it's not like you're.
Right. your hands aren't tied.
Right.
Yeah, so
We haven't done
you
it
got
for-
flexibility in the general fund, it's easy
Okay.
to fund it,
And you can pull it back.
and you can pull it back if you had to, but it's good to have it there because it is for an emergency.
That's right. Okay.
So I just want you to be thinking about that.
That one's-
We needed to think about that when we were flush with cash. Whatever that was.
Well, you got some ARPA funds that haven't been spent yet, just dump them in there.
ARPA funds, I mean,
Take one of these.
you have to
pass it
use
around.
designated for a purpose, and it should be COVID related.
Well, we gotta, we
Employee,
haven't talked, we may not
employee
talk.
wages and then dump it to the rest of it.
Yeah, so
Right, you
what
could
we,
do that.
so what we've done in some of the counties, because they just don't wanna mess with the compliance side, so we've, Carlotta's been working with them on this, just so they don't have to worry about compliance and worry about the 24th deadline.
Yeah.
So we flip it in payroll, and then we flip it into capital improvement. So then capital improvement can be actually transferred back to general, and it has
I
no
want that much.
longer any ARPA compliance to it, so
That's
it's something to.
Sure.
Okay. So that's one way that some people,
Yeah.
so they don't have, they don't wanna spend the money right away, so that way allows them to wait, for a bigger project and not lose it. See, I don't know if she talked to you much, but there was a couple counties, when this whole debt ceiling thing came down, the clawback provisions that were in the original bill, I mean, we had people, the phone was just buzzing, they're gonna take our money back, 'cause it's not obligated, but in the Saturday, I think it was a Saturday, right before it was signed by the president, they took that provision out.
Oh, they
So,
did?
yeah, so, should be no worries about it. The federal government can just up and change stuff. So that's why we've been telling some of those that aren't moving as fast, maybe to just flip it, and then you don't have to worry about the compliance,
Yeah.
and the reporting is all done.
Where'd you get these?
Yeah.
When it's.
And you can close it out.
That's right, yeah.
All right, anything else?
One other thing I was gonna ask you, and maybe this is a Tina question too, but I wanna make sure we're all on the same page. LACTF, it's at,
Yeah.
it was I think, did you get the other 50?
No, so far only 50.
Okay, so you'll get another 50, so there's 100,000. That has no strings tied to it, so that's I just saw the 50 and I didn't know if the other.
We'll put the 50 to general operations the other day.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Yeah, just this week.
Yeah, there's several counties that didn't get that. It's kind of interesting which ones got it and which ones didn't. Okay, that's all the questions I have.
All right, very good. Anything else?
Dave, we've got a 5-minute learning session here.
Okay.
Scott, this is Dobb County surveyor here.
Okay.
You don't have to listen, you guys can go on, whatever. I got to investigating some things the other day and found, I knew we had appointed our legal surveyor was Steve Brosmer out of Emporia. Well, if you look on how some of the plats and everything goes to him from other surveyors, because he has to inspect them. I didn't know that. Don't know whether anybody else knew that or not. But then I said, well, if he's getting paid for this, how come we're not paying? Well, you see the fees here that they're charging. When you read this, they're charging fees for do all this checking stuff. But then down here on the bottom, I find that Osage and Marion County's land development director, the zoning administrator for Marion County must be contacted in order to comply with their respective requirements. So in case you divide a piece of ground off for 2 acres or 5 acres or whatever, that's why they get this copy of this too.
Sure.
So,
in case there's easements or.
yeah, or just whatever.
Other issues.
County conditions, it used to be couldn't go under 10 acres and so on.
Yep.
And all that kind of stuff, so. I was over here at the Register of Deeds and Rebecca was one that was showing me this. I said, well, give me a copy of this so I can just talk about it so everybody knows what's going on with that Steve Brosmer's actually looking over things in our county. I mean, that we didn't know about. I didn't know about it. I mean, so I'm just trying to catch you guys all up on it, so.
Good.
Just a piece of information that on surveyors, and that's what's happening with us around here.
All right, good to know.
Yeah.
Anything else?
I just want to say thank you to Tina.
Yes.
She puts a lot of information together that really helps directly, so thank you.
That's why you see us all go, oh, when you say they got a new clerk. You see- Yeah, you noticed that every time you said that.
Very well.
Okay.
We stand adjourned.
I'll second that motion.